Chapter 1544 Set Sail. Everything is a drink and a peck, the Creator has always been fair. Although people with special physiques have advantages in certain fields, most of them have shortcomings that cannot be ignored. Shanning Sheng's medicinal spirit body allows her to easily concoct alchemy and increase her strength in the process of alchemy. But she can only use this method to improve her strength, meditating and practicing like ordinary people. For her, the efficiency is too low. Shan Qingluo's lineage of poisonous widows often makes them lose their loved ones and live alone, and this kind of regret will be created by them, and they will brutally kill their loved ones on their wedding night. This is an unimaginable torture for anyone. Although Shuiyu's dragon marrow and phoenix body are tyrannical, they are just making wedding dresses for others. The same is true for Lin Yunar's power overlord. That powerful and sturdy power will eventually make Lin Yunar herself unbearable. Once the power used exceeds the load of the physical body, the final result will be self-destruction. There is no solution, Yang Kai asked with some concern. Yes, Yi Xian nodded slightly. Oh, let's hear it. Since there is a solution, just follow it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Lin Yunar was still young and her potential was limitless. Annoyed by the huge power, and even died because of it. It's simple to say, but it can be done. Yi Xian smiled wryly. Yunar's physique has obvious disadvantages. As long as this disadvantage is addressed, it is enough to temper her physical body. In other words, as long as her physical strength can support, she will not be in any danger when she exerts her strength. But if you want to temper your body, you must have the corresponding exercises, which are low-level exercises. Cultivation technique for tempering the physical body. Yang Kai's expression became strange. That's right. Although Xingdi Mountain also has exercises for tempering the body, that kind of thing can't meet Yunar's requirements. I have been inquiring about the existence of this kind of exercise for the past few years, but nothing has been gained. What I have collected, her skills are not even as good as my original Xingdi Mountain. Yi Xian was a little sad. Yunar has only been in the sect for 3 years, and her strength growth has been so terrifying. I am afraid that I will let her continue to grow. If you need to temper the physical body, I have it. The suzerain has such a thing. Yi Xian looked at him in astonishment. Yang Kai said as he took out a book from his space ring and handed it to Yi Xian, look at this. Yi Xian took it, looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, and immediately immersed her mind into the cultivation technique, and read it carefully. Yang Kai didn't bother, he just joked with Lin Yunar. The little girl was still young, she had been living with Huang Wan in Linhai City before, living in the house without seeing the sun, and then came to Lingshaozong. She has never been in contact with the outside world, so her innocence is flawless, and her childish words made Yang Kai's mind calm. 2 hours later, Yi Xian let out a long breath, put down the tome, and his eyes showed surprise. What do you think of the great elder? Yang Kai raised his head and asked. Not bad, Yi Xian said excitedly, it should be possible for Yunar to practice. This exercise is very strange, it is not too high in terms of grade alone, but the achievement of practicing it does not depend on the grade of the exercise but on the materials. Quote. Well, I think so too. I have also practiced the Immortal 5 Elements sword myself. The higher the grade of the material I found, the better the effect of tempering the body. It has nothing to do with the skill itself. Yang Kai grinned, the most rare thing is that the materials needed to practice it can be replaced. If you want to practice the Immortal 5 Elements sword, you must find the 5 Elements supreme treasure. The worst one can't be lower than the inner alchemy of the 10th order monster. Yang Kai spent a lot of energy at that time to collect them all. Now that the Lingxiao sect is gaining momentum, it shouldn't be difficult to collect such treasures of the 5 elements. Even if the collected things are not as good as Yang Kai's True Sun Essence and Dian Shensha, at least it should be possible to collect such treasures as Xuanjin thing. Once they are all together, let Lin Yunar practice first, and replace them when they find better materials in the future. This will not affect the practitioners in any way. Yi Xian also saw this, so she seemed very excited. Don't worry, the suzerain, I will only let Yunar practice this exercise alone, and will not spread it to the outside world. Yi Xian said solemnly. It's okay, even if you spread the word, I'm afraid not many people can practice. Yang Kai chuckled. The inner alchemy of a 10th order monster is equivalent to a Void King realm powerhouse. How many people can hunt and kill such an existence? So it doesn't matter if the practice is spread to the outside world. However, cultivating it requires a strong spiritual power, otherwise it would be impossible to bear the piercing pain. Yi Xian looked at Lin Yunar with pity. The little girl is ignorant of the world, and she doesn't know what happened to her body. She only knows that she has great strength, but she doesn't understand that this strength is like a life-threatening rope, slowly binding her vitality. This will require Elder Lao to train her. Yang Kai laughed. Well, I will arrange for Yunner and me to cultivate the power of spiritual consciousness as soon as possible. Yi Xian nodded. Let's put Yunner's affairs aside for now. Great Elder, I have something else to ask you. Yang Kai looked straight and looked at her solemnly. Sovereign, please tell me. I'm going to set off on a long voyage in a few days. I will take some of the first disciples of the Zongmen, otherwise the battleship will work in heaven. The three elders Yang Shouju, Chu Hanyi and Lin Yuluo also agreed before that they would leave with me. Elder, what about you? Will you follow me? Quote. Me. A look of expectation flashed across Yi Xian's face, but she quickly shook her head. Sovereign kindness, I won't follow. Sure enough, Yang Kai sighed, as if he had expected it. Yi Xian's strength is outstanding. It can be said that she is the #1 person on Gloom Star. She has already reached the threshold of the field, and has already reached the qualification to be promoted to the Void King realm. In this aspect alone, no one can compare with her. It can be said that as long as one breaks away from the constraints of the Dark Star Heaven and Earth Law, with Yi Xian's cultivation base, there is at least an 80% chance of being able to break through to the Void King realm. This probability is extremely terrifying. But, the Emperor was still sleeping in the attic, so she couldn't leave in peace. Yang Kai had guessed this point a long time ago, but he still had to ask a question, and now that he got her answer, Yang Kai didn't want to persuade him. Since this is the case, Elder Lao will take care of everything in that sect. Yang Kai said leisurely. With my palace here, the sect must be safe. Well, I don't worry if you do things. Yang Kai nodded. Remember to find someone for me if you have time. Who are you looking for? Yi Xian looked at Yang Kai puzzled, wondering if there was anyone he couldn't let go of. Luyun Valley, Lu Yi. Yang Kai sneered, if you find him, don't talk nonsense with him, just kill him. Okay, Yi Xian nodded, although she didn't understand why Yang Kai wanted to find this person, since it was the suzerain's request, she naturally wouldn't ask more. Yang Kai got up and said goodbye, making the final preparations before leaving. He wanted Yi Xian to pay attention to Lu Yi, which was also a warning sign in his heart. He vaguely felt that there was something wrong with this Lu Yi, not to mention that he was an enemy to him over and over again. Yang Kai did not let him go, and said that this person's actions were also extremely secretive. Every time Yang Kai sees him, he will give birth to a strange feeling. That feeling made him very afraid, as if this Lu Yi was extraordinary. Although the success rate of using warships for long-distance voyages is very high, it is necessary to make complete preparations. All kinds of materials must be prepared, and the staffing must also be particular. The entire Lingxiao sect was mobilized. But in a few days, everything is ready. 5 days later, Qian Tong, who received the news, rushed to Lingxiaozong. Fei Zhitu didn't come over. The last time Fei Chung Lord survived near death in Luodi Mountain, and his cultivation level fell to the Void Return second layer. Even if he left Gloom Star with Yang Kai, there was no hope of breaking through, so he simply kept out of sight and out of mind, staying in the Sky Fortune City as closed. He missed such an opportunity. Qian Tong also sighed regretfully. Mo Yu came from Qian Tianzong. More than 3 years ago, Yang Kai and Qian Tianzong had already negotiated. Qian Tianzong only needed 1 seat. I don't know how they negotiated internally. The suzerain Ji Yu Zhen didn't come, but Mo, who was more familiar with Yang Kai. Yu arrived. They are all old acquaintances, so it is inevitable to exchange pleasantries after meeting. Ling Xiaozong dispatched 3 void returning third-layer realm, naturally Yang Shouju, Chu Hanyi and Lin Yuluo. These 5 people will carry the hopes and expectations of countless warriors on Gloom Star for tens of thousands of years. Whether they can be promoted to Void King realm depends on their own efforts and opportunities. Yang Kai just provided them with an opportunity. Since ancient times, it has been extremely difficult for the Void Returning Mirror to break through to the Void King realm. Looking at the entire star field, there are not many Void King realm. These people, any one of them is a famous existence, and each of them is the martial artist on the star of their cultivation. Worship the master. So even if these 5 people have the qualifications to break through, it may not be possible for everything to go smoothly. Maybe they will all fail. Half a month later, in Tianyi Palace, Yang Kai, who closed his eyes and meditated leisurely, opened his eyes, stood up, and walked out. Opening the palace gate, a woman dressed as a young woman stood in front of the gate, waiting quietly. Seeing Yang Kai come out, she took a deep breath, her breasts heaving, her fists clenched tightly because of the excitement. Qianyu. On this long voyage, Yang Kai certainly would not leave her behind. As someone from the same continent as Yang Kai, she was also looking forward to finding Ice Master Qingya, finding Su Yan, and finding the other members of the Ice sect. More than anyone, she longed to see the faces that haunted her again. All ready? Yang Kai looked at her. Qianyu nodded. Everything is fine, just waiting for you. Then, let's go. Yang Kai grinned and strode forward. In the clenched fist, there was a crystal clear bead exuding a slight chill. Su Yan's Ice Soul Orb. Pearls live in people, pearls are broken and people die. As long as there is it, Yang Kai is sure that Su Yan is living safely in a certain corner of the star field. As long as there is it, Yang Kai believes that the two of them will meet again one day. Half an hour later, the pitch-black battleship slowly lifted into the sky, and the disciples of the Lingxiao sect cheered and sent them off below until the battleship disappeared. Chapter 1545 Dead Zone. In the endless star field, the pitch-black battleship is speeding slowly. It seems that the speed is not very fast, but in fact it is flying like lightning, tens of hundreds of miles in a blink of an eye. Looking through the transparent windows, everyone stared at the huge stars on the side of the battleship in amazement. Many people here have never observed the gloomy star from this angle. Until now, they didn't know that the star they gave birth to is so magnificent and magnificent. Facing such a star, everyone spontaneously raised a wave of respect. The speed of the battleship is extremely fast, but it is very stable. Staying in the hull, everyone can't feel any bumps and vibrations. There are messy meteorites floating around, and lifeless dead stars are like icy giants, sleeping in the star field. The dark star extends millions of miles outside the star field, and it is a safe area. Those big forces with battleships on gloomy star also often send warships to search for and collect minerals in this area. Although the harvest is not big every time, they can't wipe out the enthusiasm of those forces. Find some good stuff on here. These things were never conceived by Gloom Star. But a million miles away is a dangerous zone. There is a stellar wind that can easily destroy battleships blowing there all the year round. Large and small star storms are formed here, annihilated, and can be seen almost everywhere. Rapidly speeding meteorites can smash any living beings or moving objects that break into it to pieces. Dead Zone. This is the first barrier that isolates Gloom Star from the outside world, and it is also the strongest barrier. It is like a protective film, surrounding the gloomy star a million miles away, preventing anyone from leaving, and not allowing anyone to break in. For tens of thousands of years, it is not that no one wants to leave Gloom Star, explore the wider world outside, and witness a more exciting world, but no one can succeed, and they all stop outside this dead zone. The battleship sailed here, and everyone's palms were sweating. Yang Kai asked his disciples to strengthen the protection of the battleship to the limit, regardless of the consumption of the Saint Crystal Source. The fierce star field wind swept over, like an invisible beast, cutting the sword with its sharp claws and attacking the battleship, trying to destroy it and drag out the people hiding in it to eat. There was a sharp and ear-piercing friction and creaking sound from outside the battleship, and everyone's face was ugly. The huge meteorite brought by the wind hit the battleship, and there was a sound of collision, and the whole battleship was shaking. Just like a canoe warship driving in a raging wind and waves rushing left and right in the dead zone, swaying, the disciples could not control the direction at all and could only drift with the current and let it go. The terrified alarms and exclamations of the children continued to be heard. Yang Kai yelled loudly, his spiritual mind left his body, inspecting the outside world and directing the actions of his disciples. Yang Shouju and other 5 Void Return 3-layer top masters also rushed into the power room and sat on the magic circle under Yang Kai's instructions, urging Sheng Yuan to pour his own power into the battleship, providing a little bit for the battleship. Help! Everyone is fighting against the god of death. No mistakes can be tolerated, any negligence in any place may lead to the destruction of the ship and the death of people. In such a terrifying area, the strength of a single person is really too small. Even if the Void King realm wants to break into this dead zone outside the Dark Star, I am afraid that they will be buried in it, let alone these people in the battleship. Only by working together can we overcome the difficulties. The chaotic situation gradually stabilized. After realizing that the battleship was devastated, but still impregnable, everyone's panic gradually calmed down, and everyone performed their duties, and everything was in order. There is no danger. The Void King class warship refined by Yang Yan provides a safe and reliable guarantee for everyone. After a full month, Ling Xiaozong's battleship suddenly broke free from the entanglement of the dead zone and rushed into the vast and boundless star field. There were no more strange noises from outside, and the battleship no longer wobbled. After the disciples confirmed that they had successfully left the gloomy star, there was a huge burst of cheers inside the battleship. Everyone wept with joy, excited inexplicably. Yang Shouju and the others appeared in front of Yang Kai with pale faces, each one like frosted eggplants, their aura wilted to the extreme. Everyone has worked hard. Yang Kai nodded at them. Yang Kai, do you feel anything? Qian Tong looked at him solemnly and asked. Yang Kai turned and nodded lightly. He noticed at the moment the battleship rushed into the dead zone, but in the past month, he was always in danger and his life was hanging by a thread, so he didn't think about it carefully. Now that he is out of the dead zone, he has time to recall that feeling. It turns out that you also noticed something. I thought it was because I felt something was wrong. Qian Tong looked serious. Emperor power. Mo Yu added, the power of emperor power is everywhere in the dead zone, and there is more than one. That's right, there are two powers of imperial prestige. Qian Tong nodded lightly, one is similar to the aura emanating from the Emperor Garden, but the other is very strange. What's going on? I have a guess, but I'm not sure. Mo Yu showed a thoughtful expression. Everyone turned to look at him. Mo Yu's face twitched, his eyes were full of awe, he smashed his mouth, and said dryly, if I say it, you will think I'm crazy. No, Qian Tong shook his head, old Mo, you can rest assured. Yang Kai also said, that's right, let's hear it, is it true, everyone can judge for themselves. Mo Yu smiled wryly. This old man asks himself that he has a lot of knowledge, but after passing through the dead zone, he realizes that he is a bit of a spectator. Well, let me just talk about my opinion, I don't know if it is true, anyway, don't laugh at me, old man, it's just speculation, there is no real evidence to prove it. Stop rambling, speak quickly. Yang Shouju interrupted him impatiently. The dead zone is filled with the power of two different auras of Emperor Prestige, and these two auras of Emperor Prestige are still fighting and entangled, one ebbs in another, and the cycle repeats. I thought that the aura we are familiar with is the master of the Emperor Garden, that is, the mighty power of Emperor Starry Sky. And although I don't know who the other one is, it should be of the same level as the Great Emperor. Mo Yu looked solemn, the formation of the dead zone maybe it is the two, it was born of the struggle of two characters. After finishing speaking, Mo Yu remained silent. Qian Tong opened his mouth wide and looked at him incredulously. On the other hand, Yang Kai, Yang Shouju and the others looked at each other with calm expressions. Hee, this is unlikely, right? The old man also thinks that he is wrong. Mo Yuxian laughed. The great emperor is already a legend. No one can prove whether he exists or not. Now a powerful figure of his level has appeared and fought with him. Even Mo Yu himself does not believe this speculation. What Senior Mo said should be correct. Yang Kai nodded slightly, confirming his guess. Ah, Mo Yu looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, suddenly his eyes lit up, and asked anxiously, Yang Kai, do you know something? Qian Tong turned his head eagerly, looking at Yang Kai eagerly. Yang Kai chuckled. I don't know much, but I do know that the great emperor has an opponent, and that opponent's strength is not weaker than hers, and the two have indeed fought. Yang Shouju and the others also knew about this kind of thing, but it was the first time for Shantong and Mo Yu to hear about it. Both of them were dumbfounded, they stared blankly at Yang Kai, only panting. It turns out that Gloom Star is so closed, the culprit is actually her. Yang Kai murmured. The situation in the dead zone is the best proof, where the two powers of Emperor Prestige are still entangled, and there has been no winner for tens of thousands of years. Maybe Yang Yan and the unknown enemy once fought in the star field, which led to the formation of such an isolation zone outside the dark star. Taishuanzong in ancient times should also be one of the battlefields, but I don't know which one comes first and which one comes after it compared with the dead zone. Qian Tong and Mo Yu seemed to want to ask something else, but Yang Kai didn't give them a chance. You guys are tired this month, let's go back and rest for now, after crossing the dead zone, the rest of the journey will be safe. Perhaps in the next few years, we won't encounter any living beings, so you can practice in seclusion. Hearing what he said, Qian Tong and the others couldn't ask any more questions, so they nodded and went back to their rooms. Yang Kai stood on the spot, turned his eyes to the deep starry sky, came to the astrolabe, stretched out his hand above it, immersed his mind into the sea of consciousness, and transformed into a soul and spirit body. Above the consciousness sea, a vast starry sky that has shrunk countless times, is like a huge blueprint, floating quietly. This is Yang Kai's star map. The warriors of the Gloom Star want to leave the Gloom Star and enter the star domain. The first difficulty is the death zone, which no one can pass through. And the second difficulty is the direction. There are many dangers in the star field. When a battleship is sailing, it needs someone with rich experience to guide the direction, and this responsibility usually falls on a person who is a profession called an artist. The map master can draw a star map, allowing warriors or warships to advance safely and effectively in the star field, avoiding those dangerous areas. Without the star map drawn by the map master, the battleship is very likely to get lost in the star field and deviate from its destination. Because the dark star is too closed, there is no such special profession as a map teacher, and no one can draw a star map, but in other stars of cultivation in the star field, the profession of a map teacher is very popular, and the status is not inferior. How many alchemists and weapon refiners are there? The star map in Yongkai's knowledge sea is a kind of inheritance, obtained from a map master named Wu Suo. It was obtained by chance when he first set foot in the star field. With this star map, Yongkai doesn't need to study, he is born the best map teacher. The situation of the entire star field can be presented in his mind one by one, including the cultivation star where Tongshuan continent is located. He took Qianyu to see it, and he himself would look at this star from time to time, haunted by dreams. For so many years, he has never had the opportunity to use the star map to guide the direction. Now it finally came in handy. Yongkai's divine sense flickered back and forth in the huge star map, the power of divine consciousness was consumed rapidly, and soon locked an area. That's where Qianyu separated from Su Yan and the others. Yongkai is going there for the first stop. To be continued, this text is provided by at Shaolin Air. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 1546 Greenwater City. The internet at home was disconnected, and it was uploaded in an internet cafe, so the update was late. In addition, summer is approaching. If Xiaomo updates late one day, it should be the reason of power outage or network disconnection. He wanted to see if he could find Su Yan there. Thinking so in his heart, Yongkai withdrew his divine sense from the sea of consciousness and poured it into the astrolabe in front of him, drawing and engraving the sailing route of the battleship. For a long time to come, he didn't need to worry about it anymore. The battleship would sail along the route he had drawn until it reached its destination. Of course, the premise was that there would be no danger along the way. Time flies. The battleship has been moving forward smoothly and safely according to the route drawn by Yongkai, and has not encountered any twists and turns. Occasionally, a few strange-shaped star beasts sprang out from the nearby Death Star, and they were all killed by the crystal cannons controlled by the disciples. In the wing room, Yongkai sat cross-legged. In front of him was the Zixu cauldron he had obtained from the Emperor Garden, surrounded by various boxes and bottles. He deftly put individual herbal medicines into the Zixu cauldron, poured the fire of spiritual consciousness into the cauldron, condensed the essence of the medicinal materials, carved a spiritual formation, and fused the essence of the medicinal materials to make them undergo wonderful transformations. Precisely control the temperature of the fire and control the timing of adding each medicinal material. Yongkai is meticulous and enjoys it. Yudi, he frowned, and quickly strengthened the power of the fire of consciousness. The next moment, a cracking sound came from the Zixu cauldron, followed by an unpleasant burnt smell. Yongkai's face was stunned, and his brows were tightly wrinkled. Failed again. His expression is flat. He lifted the lid of Zixu cauldron, poured out the dark stuff inside, and piled it aside. Over there are a lot of things like this piled up, all of which are the products of Yongkai's failure in alchemy. He didn't continue, but fell into deep thought. It has been 2 years since I left Gloomy Star. In these 2 years, Yongkai has not wasted, and has been practicing various supernatural powers. Learn about various mysteries. Besides, it was to improve his alchemy skills, and his life was extremely fulfilling. Since he started learning the way of alchemy, there were very few times when refining failed. He refines elixir. The success rate is much higher than that of ordinary alchemists. And the quality is also very high, which can condense the efficacy of medicinal materials to the greatest extent. Such an achievement can be attributed to his outstanding talent in alchemy. Secondly, he has the alchemy fetish of fire of consciousness. But during the 2 years on the battleship, he experienced failure after failure. Shu-level high-grade pills, now he can refine them at will. What he wants to refine now is Zhuang-level panacea. But until now, a lot of Zhuang-level medicinal materials have been consumed, but none of the Zhuang-level medicines have been released, and all of them have been scrapped. This result made him a little frustrated. For any profession, it is extremely difficult to reach the peak. In the star field, the virtual king level is the pinnacle. The number of Void King realm powerhouses is small, and countless warriors returning to the Void third layer realm are stuck on the bottleneck, unable to make any progress for life, and cannot pry into the true meaning of martial arts until they die of old age. In the same way, there are very few alchemists and weapon refiners at the Void King level, much less than the Void King level powerhouses. Yang Kai's alchemy skills are currently stuck at this bottleneck, and there is no way to improve. He comprehended the true solution of alchemy brought out from the Emperor Garden, but he couldn't get the answer he wanted. He felt that he had a good grasp of technique and heat, but he just couldn't refine the Void King level pill. Only when the pill has a spirit can it be called a panacea. There is such a sentence in the true solution of Dan Dao, which makes Yang Kai very concerned. How to make the elixir work, but he was at a loss. Although he has collected a lot of Zhuang grade medicinal materials, he can't help but consume them like this. Yang Kai thought for a while and put away the remaining medicinal materials. Before he understood this sentence, he felt that no matter how hard he tried, I'm afraid it's all in vain. He needs to think about it. Taking out the Sun True Essence and other 5 elements supreme treasures, Yang Kai practiced the Immortal 5 elements sword while comprehending this sentence in the true solution of the Tao of Alchemy. Another half a year later, Yang Kai, who was sitting in the side room, suddenly opened his eyes. He felt the battleship stop. There were footsteps outside the door, very hurried, as if something had happened. Yang Kai stood up, stretched out his hand, and the door opened, and the next moment, Qian Yu's figure appeared in front of Yang Kai. Here we are, Qian Yu shouted excitedly. It's here. Yang Kai raised his brows, and with a flick of his figure, he appeared beside Qian Yu. Reaching out to wrap her arms around her waist, her figure swayed again. The fluctuation of space power was extremely obvious. Qian Yu only felt a blur in front of her eyes, and when she realized it, she and Yang Kai had already appeared outside the battleship. Surrounded by an icy and vast star field, Death Stars, large or small, came into view. The scene she saw made Qian Yu feel extremely familiar. She recalled this place in her mind countless times, and thought of the scene where she was separated from the Ice Lord Qingya and the others countless times. She would definitely not remember it wrong. That's right here, Qian Yu drank in a low voice, her expression excited. It's right here, there is a void tunnel nearby, and we will separate after entering the void tunnel. I don't know what went wrong with the void tunnel, and after Qian Yu entered it, she was directly teleported to the gloomy star, but the Ice Lord Qingya, Su Yan and others were nowhere to be seen. If she hadn't met Yang Kai by chance, Qian Yu would not have dared to imagine her current fate. After entering the star field, she realized how small her power was. Void tunnel, Yang Kai murmured, closing his eyes, his spiritual mind frantically expanded outwards, and began to investigate carefully. After a while, he opened his eyes leisurely, and quickly flew towards a certain direction with Qian Yu. The disciples of the Lingxiao sect who received his message also hurriedly sailed the battleship to the past. After a while, Yang Kai stopped somewhere in the void, staring solemnly at the front. In front of that, there is indeed an extremely obvious space force that is ups and downs, and the divine sense will be swallowed immediately if it penetrates into it. This void tunnel, it has completely collapsed, and it can no longer be used at all. I am afraid that it will disappear in this world in a short time. If it weren't for Yang Kai's practice of space power, it would be really not easy to find it. Yang Kai searched carefully. Qian Yu waited nervously, not daring to disturb. After a while, Yang Kai sighed. How is it? Qian Yu hurriedly asked. Yang Kai shook his head. It's impossible to guess where Su Yan and the others are going based on this void tunnel alone. Qian Yu's beautiful eyes filled with hope instantly dimmed. However, this void tunnel is not too powerful. Even if it can connect the two places in the space, it shouldn't be too far away. You can appear on Gloom Star. I'm afraid it's just luck. As for Su Yan and the others, they should be living nearby. Wait, let me see where the nearest cultivation star is. Let's go there and look for it. Saying so, Yang Kai closed his eyes. The consciousness is immersed in the sea of consciousness. Check it out in the star map. After a while, Yang Kai opened his eyes, returned to the battleship with Qian Yu, and ordered his disciples to adjust the direction of the battleship. Head towards the direction of a certain cultivation star. A few days later, a light blue star was imprinted in everyone's eyes. Looking down from the starry sky, this star is far less huge than the gloomy star. It seems to be only a quarter of the size of the gloomy star. But it is extremely beautiful, and the aura of heaven and earth seems to be extremely abundant. There is no doubt that this is a rich cultivation star. The battleship sailed there slowly, and Yang Kai didn't put the battleship into the mysterious boundary bead until it was outside the atmosphere. Although he doesn't know much about the situation in the star field, at least he knows that the Void King class battleship is too eye-catching and ostentatious. I am afraid that even the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce with strong financial resources does not have a few ships of this kind. If the battleship is really sent to this star, it will definitely arouse other people's ideas immediately. He came here to find someone, and he didn't want to cause any trouble. The lowly strength disciples also entered the mysterious boundary orb. With such an emperor treasure, it was indeed much easier for Yang Kai to act. Qian Tong and the other three void returning third layers and Qian Yu followed Yang Kai to send the star shuttle up and down towards the star. Half a day later, a group of 7 people set foot on this beautiful star. The aura of heaven and earth here is similar to that of gloomy star, and it is not clear which one is better, but Qian Tong and the others are breathing the air exaggeratedly, standing in place with changing expressions, as if they are silently perceiving something. Suddenly, Qian Tong burst out laughing. His smile was extremely carefree. There is no suppression, no restraint. I feel as if the shackles that have been locked on me have suddenly disappeared. Mo Yu also had an excited expression and was in high spirits. The same was true of Yang Shouju and the other 3. Looking at each other, they could see the joy in each other's eyes. Congratulations. Yang Kai naturally knew what they were talking about, grinned and congratulated. This star of cultivation is not as powerful as the suppression of the law of heaven and earth like the dark star, which means that the shackles that have been restraining them to understand the deeper levels of heaven and martial arts have disappeared. They have the opportunity and hope to advance to the Void King realm. The crowd couldn't be more excited. Yang Kai, don't say anything else, I will write down your kindness. Qian Tong looked at Yang Kai seriously. Mo Yu came to his senses and quickly thanked him. If it wasn't for Yang Kai to take them away from Gloom Star, they would be like those countless ancestors, until they died of old age, and they couldn't touch the threshold of Void King stage. This opportunity was given to them by Yang Kai. Elder Qian is serious. Well, let's find a place to stay first, maybe we have to stay here for a while. Yang Kai looked at a city in the distance and said. Yes, although there is no law of heaven and earth to suppress it here, but whether it is suitable for promotion or not, we have to find out first. Qian Tong nodded in agreement. Everyone reached a consensus, and immediately set off to the distant city. In Greenwater City, in a tea house, Yang Kai and others sat around a table. The young waiter offered a pot of spiritual tea and was about to leave, but Qian Tong stopped him. I don't know what orders do seniors have. The waiter in the shop nodded and bowed to Qian Tong for a while, with a smile on his face. There were people coming and going in the store, and the waiter had already developed a pair of piercing eyes. Although he couldn't feel the cultivation level of Qian Tong and the others, he also knew that these people must be strong, so naturally he didn't dare to neglect them. To be continued. Chapter 1547 Blood Hell Trial. Qian Tong smiled kindly. Young man, don't be nervous. The old man stopped you just to ask you a few questions. Well, if you answer well, these things are yours. Saying so, Qian Tong took out a few top-grade saint crystals and threw them on the table. The waiter's eyes were straightened instantly. He serves tea and water here, and he can only earn 2 or 3 low-grade saint crystals a month. The few high-grade saint crystals on the table are a shocking wealth for him. Save some flowers and never worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. Hastily nodded and bowed his waist and said, even if you ask seniors, the young one knows everything, and you can talk endlessly. Although the young one is just an ordinary person who has never practiced, he is also a native of this place. If the senior wants to know something, the young one will definitely not let you know. You are always disappointed. Very good. Qian Tong nodded, satisfied with the fact that the shop boy was so good. He didn't hesitate, and asked directly, I ask you, do you have Void King Realm experts here? Void King Realm. The waiter in the store looked serious, looked at Yang Kai and the others in surprise, with a hint of understanding on his face. He said with a smile, several seniors should not be warriors of my Kuiwei star, right? You're smart. Qian Tong didn't mean otherwise. After all, if he was born in this star, he shouldn't be ignorant of that kind of thing. Void King Realm powerhouses are indomitable existences on any cultivation star. If they are really warriors from Kuiwei star, they must have heard of them. The waiter in the shop laughed dryly. Senior, it was absurd, and the little one was just talking casually. But since the seniors have come to Kuiwei star at this time, how come they haven't even asked about these things? What should we inquire about? Qian Tong snorted coldly. The waiter in the shop did not rush, and said slowly, since the seniors are here, they must have come to participate in that grand event. Although the time is a bit early, it doesn't matter. Just wait for 2 years, and there are other seniors coming too. Earlier, as for whether there is a Void King realm, hee. When has Kuiwei Star lacked a strong person of this level? He looked contented, as if on this Kuiwei planet, Void King realm powerhouses could be seen everywhere. Qian Tong and the others looked at each other. Everyone is interested. Signal the waiter to continue talking. To tell the truth to the seniors, there are now 2 or 3 Void King realm powerhouses on our Kuiwei Star. At the time of the peak, there were more than a dozen of them. 2 of them are the top powerhouses of the Void King's 3rd level. 3rd layer Void King, 2, Qian Tong and the others trembled. His eyes were dull, and he was beyond shocked by what the waiter said. Is this true? Mo Yu asked in a deep voice. You don't dare to lie, everyone knows about this kind of thing. If seniors don't believe it, just ask around and find out. So, you Kuiwei stars are quite suitable for promotion and breakthrough. Qian Tong's eyes were bright, and his face was full of hope. Although after coming here, he didn't feel the restraint of the oppressive law like Gloom Star, but whether he wanted to stay here and practice breakthrough here still needs to be carefully explored. Now that he got such information from Shower Dian, he was naturally delighted. That's natural. The shop clerk shook his head and looked proud. Isn't the seniors here just for this? You can see this too. Qian Tong was very surprised. Senior, you just joked. Although the young one is an ordinary person, this once-in-a-thousand-year event has already spread throughout Kuiwei Star. Even 3-year-old children have heard about it. How can the young one not know? The waiter in the shop replied. Wait, what is a once-in-a-thousand-year event? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. The waiter in the shop had already mentioned it once, but Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to it. Any star of cultivation has his own demeanor and customs. For example, the flowing flame sand field of Gloomy Star is opened every few hundred years. This Kuiwei Star will also have this kind of thing. However, according to what the shop boy said, this grand event seemed to be related to Qian Tong and others' promotion and breakthrough, so he immediately fell in love with it. Hearing his question, the shop clerk immediately became stunned, scratched his head and said, What? Didn't the seniors come here to participate in the blood prison trial? Trial in blood prison? Qian Tong and the others looked at each other in blank dismay. Tell me carefully, what is this blood prison trial for? Yang Kai threw a few pieces of high-grade saint crystals on the table and ordered lightly. The waiter in the shop swallowed his saliva, his face was full of joy, knowing that he ran into a nobleman today. How could he dare to be negligent? He quickly cleared his throat and said, Speaking of which, this trial of blood hell is prepared for such experts as the seniors. How do you say that? Qian Tong frowned. Because the people who participated in the blood hell trial are all top experts in the void returning 3rd layer realm, I heard that in it, they can break through to the Void King realm. The second shop boy said surprisingly. Really? Qian Tong stood up abruptly, his expression extremely excited. The waiter in the shop was taken aback, and quickly nodded and said, I don't dare to lie, the trial of the blood hell is true, but I don't know the specific situation and the seniors should be able to see it. The little one is just an ordinary person. I have never practiced before, so I don't know the details of the blood prison trial. Then what do you know? Yang Kai signaled Qian Tong to be safe and calm down, looking at the waiter in the shop and asking. I know that now, the adults of the Void King realm on our planet Kuiwei have all participated in the trials of the blood prison. Not only them, but there are also many Void King realm experts in this star field who also participated in the blood prison trial. Came out of training. Are there other warriors who are stars of cultivation coming here? Qian Tong frowned. Yeah, a few years ago, some people had already arrived at Kuiwei Star, but the number was not many, but as time approached, more and more people came here, so I thought that the seniors. The waiter looked at Qian Tong and the others anxiously. So that's it. Yang Kai nodded. Well, tell me about the situation of the blood prison trial. If you know what you know, you can say whatever you want. If you don't know, we won't blame you. Qian Tong and the others echoed from the side, looking at the waiter with encouraging eyes. Shower settled down, pondered for a while, and then spoke eloquently. The blood prison trial is the biggest event on Kuiwei planet. It will only be opened once in 1,000 years. Every time it is opened, it will attract a large number of Void Return 3rd layer warriors to join it. The whole trial process seems to be extremely bloody, and there will be a lot of people. The warrior fell. But along with the great dangers, the rewards are also extremely astonishing. From time to time, Void King realm powerhouses will be born from it. Sometimes even more than one. Therefore, even if it is dangerous, those who are strong at the Void Return 3rd layer will flock to it. This trial can be said to be 1,000 troops crossing a single plank bridge. In the entire star field, there are countless strong people at the void returning third layer realm, but the Void King realm is extremely rare. Even if there are many opportunities in the Blood Hell trial, it is still difficult to advance. Most of those third layer powerhouses flooded into the Blood Prison trial may perish, and perhaps no one will be able to advance until the end of the trial, but this still cannot erase the determination of those powerhouses to pursue greater power. The reason why the Blood Hell trial has such a miraculous effect is because of the existence of the domain. There is full of incomplete domain power, and the third level void returning realm warriors can feel and absorb it. If they can understand the true meaning of the domain, then there is hope for a breakthrough and promotion. Why is this place called Blood Prison full of domain power and still incomplete? Qian Tong was very curious about this. This has to start with a great battle. The waiter of the shop has the potential of a storyteller, and he talks about things clearly, so that people can understand them at a glance. According to his description, the Blood Prison was once a battlefield where more than 20 Void King realm powerhouses and a large number of their disciples fought and fought. I don't know how long ago, Kuiwei Star had 2 top powerhouses at the third layer Void King level. These 2 powerhouses are also among the best in the entire star field. They each led a force and were enemies of each other, and there were many frictions and fights between their respective forces. This grievance lasted for hundreds of thousands of years, and the result became more and more intense, and eventually the 2 powerhouses themselves were also involved. Not only that, but the 2 powerhouses also invited their friends who have been friends for a long time to come to help out. Friends of Void King realm experts are naturally at this level. As a result, a great battle capable of destroying stars broke out somewhere on Kuiwei Star. In that battle, not only more than 20 people from the Void King realm participated in it, but also the disciples of the disciples under the command of the 2 powerful men. Casualties do not count. No one knows the final result, only know that after the First World War, there was a mountain of corpses, bleeding and floating ores. It seems that none of the more than 20 virtual kings survived, and all of them fell. From then on, the people of Kuiwei Star called that place the Blood Prison. I heard that until now, the land is still red, as if it was poured with blood, and there are traces of the war everywhere, which cannot be smoothed even with the passage of time. Thus was born the Blood Hell. And in this Blood Prison, it is full of various domain powers. This kind of power and its dangers are unpredictable. Warriors can only break into the interior at a specific time to comprehend the power of those incomplete domains and benefit from it. If you are lucky, you may be promoted to the Void King realm. If it is just this point, it may not be enough to attract those who are more powerful in the third layer of Void Return to come here. It is rumored that there are still secret treasures used by those Void King realm powerhouses in the Blood Prison. Each of those secret treasures is of Void King level quality, which is hard to find outside. It seems that the inheritance of the 2 top powerhouses is hidden in it. If someone can obtain their inheritance, they will undoubtedly be promoted to the Void King realm in the future, and it is not impossible to even reach the height of those 2 people back then. All kinds of temptations and benefits make Blood Prison a piece of meat that everyone covets. Whenever the Blood Prison trial starts, the Void Return third layer realm in the star field who hears the news will come here. And this time is also the busiest time for Kuiwei Star. It was only 2 or 3 years before the next Blood Prison trial started, so the waiter in the shop had such a misunderstanding after listening to Qian Tong's questioning. He thought that Qian Tong and the others had heard the news and rushed to participate in the Blood Prison trial. To be continued. Chapter 1548 Epiphany. In the tea house, a group of 7 people sat around, and the atmosphere was quiet. Qian Tong and the others were all excited and could not calm down for a long time. They were inexplicably excited by the news they heard from Shower Dian. Originally, they would be satisfied as long as they could break away from the constraints of the Dark Star's heaven and earth laws. How did they know that this Kuiwei Star had encountered such a good thing when they first came to Kuiwei Star? For those who have been struggling in the Dark Star all their lives and seeking higher martial arts, there is nothing more beautiful than this news. There was no need to discuss, everyone saw the emotion in each other's eyes. They obviously want to participate. You guys don't need to worry. If what the waiter said is true, there is still some time before the Blood Hell trial starts. If you guys want to participate, you can stay here and find out before it's too late. Yang Kai glanced at them. That's right, that waiter is just an ordinary person. Although the Blood Hell trial is a once-in-a-thousand-year event, he probably doesn't know much about it. He really should inquire about this kind of thing and make sure it's correct. Yang Shoju nodded lightly, agreed with Yang Kai's point of view. Since that's the case, let's stay here. It's still early anyway. If this place is really that good, then we won't leave for now. Qian Tong suggested. No problem, Mo Yu nodded. After the discussion was completed, everyone hurriedly found a good inn in this green water city, and opened a few rooms to live in. Yang Kai didn't stay behind, and after entrusting Qian Tong and the others to take care of Qian Tong, he sent Xing Shuo to leave Lushui City alone. He needs to find the trace of Sha Su Yan on this Kuiwei star. Based on the spiritual connection between him and Su Yan, if Su Yan is really living on this cultivation star, it is not difficult to find her. As long as the two of them get close to a certain range, they will naturally respond. What's more, Su Yan's ice soul orb is still in Yang Kai's hand. This thing will also have some reactions to Su Yan. Yang Kai moved like the wind, standing on top of the star shuttle, full of anticipation, and began to move around on Kuiwei star. Across the mountains, across rivers, lakes and rivers, large tracts of land were left behind by Yang Kai. As time went by, he gradually became disappointed. Kuiwei star is the closest cultivation star to Qianyu, who separated from Su Yan and others back then, and there is a great possibility that she will end up here. The star of cultivation that is further away is at least a few months away from this place. Yang Kai felt that Su Yan should not go further afield. But after all his searching, there was no trace of Su Yan, and the ice soul orb didn't respond at all. This result surprised him. Su Yan is not here. In 6 months, Yang Kai traveled almost all over Kuiwei star without stopping for a moment, but the final result disappointed him. On a peak, Yang Kai stood on the peak and looked at the distant scenery with a lonely expression. Su Yan was not found, so he was not in a good mood. In the jungle, there was a pair of wild eyes watching him, approaching him silently under the cover of trees. This is the territory of a powerful monster. No creature is allowed to set foot without the owner's permission. The creatures who dare to violate this rule have already become the prey of this monster. The monster has its own intuition. It looked at Yang Kai quietly, and realized that this person's strength is not too strong. It is ready to kill and let Yang Kai know the consequences of violating his territory. With the help of the wind direction, it completely eliminated its own smell, and approached Yang Kai step by step, looking for the best attack location and timing. Slowly, it saw Yang Kai turn his head and glance at the place where he was hiding. "You're unlucky," Yang Kai murmured, grinning ferociously. That smile chilled the approaching monster beast, and a feeling of uneasiness suddenly spread from the bottom of his heart. Before it could make a move, Yang Kai waved his hand, and the 3 major helpers appeared on the stage. The small stone puppet suddenly turned into a stone giant while holding the shaking pillar on its shoulders. The spirit screamed and transformed into a fiery red bird. The dragon bone sword released an astonishing pressure. A huge green dragon appeared with its head shaking its tail. An anthropomorphic look of horror appeared in the monster's eyes. It turned around and fled quickly. It knew at this moment that it had chosen the wrong target. "Fuck it," Yang Kai grinned. The ground immediately trembled, and the stone puppet chased forward with its big feet. Every time it stepped out, it left deep footprints on the ground. The firebird turned into a red light, and approached the monster quickly. Along the way, all the trees were burned and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. The green dragon followed closely behind. Yang Kai exhaled lightly, as if he was about to let out the frustration in his heart, so he followed him unhurriedly. Right now, when he was in a low mood, that monster dared to covet him. It was simply seeking his own death. He needs to vent. The angry howls of monsters and the muffled growls of stone puppets came from the front, occasionally mixed with the chirping of firebirds and the dragon's chant of keel swords. The aura of heaven and earth was entangled there, and a massacre was going on in the jungle. Although the level of that monster is not low, it is at the peak of the 9th level, and it is only 1 step away from breaking through to the 10th level. But how can it be the opponent of the combination of the stone puppet firebird and the dragon bone sword? Even if you want to escape, you have no chance. There was no suspense in the battle, and when Yang Kai arrived there, the monster that coveted him just now was already lying on the ground, completely out of breath. Its waist was broken, and white bone stubble poked out, as if it was smashed by a stone puppet with a sky-shaking pillar. The green dragon hovered over its corpse, as if it wanted to devour its flesh and blood essence. Yang Kai stopped it, quickly rushed to the monster beast's corpse, unhurriedly ejected a golden blood thread, and shot it into its body. Under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, the golden blood thread is like a live fish, swimming and shuttling inside the corpse of a monster. A bizarre scene appeared. The corpse of the monster shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the energy contained in the body seemed to be swallowed by something. Yang Kai looked at this scene with a flat expression, as if he had expected it. After a while, the monster's corpse was completely turned into a corpse, and even its inner alchemy disappeared. As soon as Yongkai raised his hand, a golden and red silk thread flew out from its corpse, flickering back and forth between Yongkai's fingers like a living thing. Looking at it quietly, Yongkai's eyes showed surprise and joy, and the previous loss slowed down a little. With a thought, the golden blood thread in his hand suddenly twisted and squirmed, and then transformed into the appearance of a monster. It looks no different from the monster that died on the ground, and even its body shape is almost the same, but this monster transformed from golden blood threads has golden and red eyes rolling, which seems to be extremely spiritual. The way of golden blood silk's transformation. This is recorded in the mystery of the second half of the magic blood thread secret technique, and Yongkai has long understood it thoroughly, but he has never had the opportunity to practice it. The change of the golden blood thread is not only manifested in the fusion and convergence of different numbers of golden blood thread, forming various killer moves. It can also make the golden blood thread devour the flesh and soul of monsters, giving the golden blood thread a new transformation. This is the rebirth of the golden blood thread, which is the crystallization of the wisdom of the senior who created this secret technique. When Emperor Yuan and his party, Yongkai fought against the beautiful leader of the demon blood sect, and saw her two magic blood threads transforming into two blood snakes. At that time, he was very curious, not knowing how the glamorous leader did it. Later, after comprehending the second half of the magic blood thread secret technique, I understood the mystery. The golden blood thread was originally formed by condensing Yongkai's golden blood. It can devour the flesh and blood essence of fusion monsters, absorb the energy of the inner alchemy, and then can produce more changes called blood beasts. The two blood snakes of the demonic blood leader are the blood beasts transformed from her demonic blood threads. The blood beast can inherit the ability of the monster beast before it was alive, and because it was transformed by Yongkai's golden blood, it is connected with his mind and heart, like an arm and a finger. Yongkai hadn't had time to find suitable monsters in Gloomstar before, so he didn't practice blood beast art. Now I come across a suitable one here by chance, so I won't let it go. With the help of stone puppets, it is easy to succeed. Yongkai let out his divine sense to sense the blood beast, and Yongkai nodded slightly in satisfaction. In terms of breath alone, this blood beast transformed from the golden blood thread should have no less strength than a void returned second layer warrior. Perhaps this strength is somewhat different from its former life, but it is not too great. The most important thing is that Yongkai has more than one golden blood thread. As long as there are enough monster beasts, Yongkai's golden blood threads can be transformed into blood beasts, and when hundreds of blood beasts are released together, even in the face of Void King Realm, Yongkai may not be without strength. However, it is not easy to find a suitable monster, so this matter has to be done slowly. Thinking of this in his heart, Yongkai had a thought, and stretched out his hand towards the blood beast. The blood beast immediately became smaller, and in the blink of an eye, it became only the size of a pigeon egg, and it fell into the palm of Yongkai's hand. Yongkai smiled slightly, and when he was about to put it away, he suddenly seemed to think of something, and carefully stared at the spiritual blood beast on his palm, his eyes revealing the color of contemplation. He fell into deep thought, as if he was realizing something. After a long while, Yongkai's body shook, his eyes burst into light, and he murmured, "Pillions have spirits, so they can be called panacea, so that's how it is." At this moment, he somewhat understood the meaning contained in the words in the true explanation of Dandao that had been confusing him. Although it's just a guess, it's worth a try. If it succeeds, then he can successfully refine the Zhuang level panacea and be promoted to Zhuang level alchemist. Spread out and protect me nearby. Don't let anything disturb me, Yang ordered. The three major supporters immediately dispersed and stayed nearby. Yongkai sat cross-legged, waved his hands, and took out the Zixu cauldron and some boxes containing medicinal materials from the space ring. Putting a few holy yuan into the Zixu cauldron, Yongkai casually picked up a jade box, opened the lid, took out a king shu medicinal material, and put it directly into the Zixu cauldron. The fire of divine consciousness exploded, and Yongkai began to control the heat of the condensed medicinal liquid. He knows the way. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1549 Dan Yin. In the battleship, Yongkai has repeated such things countless times, and every step is clear in his chest. He asked himself that he did not have the slightest flaw in grasping the temperature of the fire and the timing of putting in the medicinal materials, but he just didn't know why he couldn't refine the Void King level panacea. But now, he has an extremely bold conjecture. Whether this idea can be realized or not has yet to be verified, so he is extremely cautious and does not dare to be careless in the slightest. A bunch of Void King grade herbs were thrown into the purple void cauldron, tempered by Yongkai's fire of consciousness, and with the help of various spirit arrays, those herbs turned into medicinal liquids, fused with each other. Something miraculous and mysterious happens. Yongkai's demeanor became more and more focused, and the action of putting in the medicinal materials became more and more careful. Each spiritual formation was formed under the drawing of his divine consciousness fire, and printed into the purple void cauldron to assist in the refining of the medicinal materials. Everything was in order and nothing went wrong. Time passed by little, fine sweat oozed from Yongkai's forehead. It is also a great test for him to refine the virtual king level elixir, which not only requires the control of the power of spiritual consciousness but also various psychological burdens. He is under a lot of pressure. A faint fragrance diffused from the purple void cauldron. This was the perfect fusion of the medicinal liquid, changing for the better, but Yongkai did not take it lightly. During the 2 years in the battleship, he smelled the medicinal fragrance from the purple void cauldron countless times, but he never succeeded in refining the panacea, and each time ended in failure and burning. Now is the most critical moment of alchemy. 100 miles away, Yongkai's nostrils fluttered slightly, feeling the changes in the fragrance of the medicine, looking for a suitable opportunity from it. The aroma gradually intensifies, very quickly. The entire area of hundreds of feet seems to be filled with this unique medicinal fragrance, which makes people feel refreshed. At a certain moment, when this fragrance reached a peak, Yongkai's eyes suddenly burst into light. That's it. He stretched out a hand and held it empty. A ball of intersecting golden and red colors appeared on the palm of the hand, and inside the ball of light, there was a phantom of a monster that had shrunk countless times, bouncing in the ball of light. Blood beast. It was a blood beast that Yongkai had refined with his own golden blood threads just now. Lifting the lid of the Zixu cauldron, Yongkai threw the blood beast back into the cauldron. Silently, under the tremendous power of the fire of his consciousness, the blood beast instantly dissipated and was completely integrated into the medicinal liquid in the cauldron. There was a faint smell of blood mixed with the fragrance of the medicine. Not only did it not feel any abrupt, but also made the fragrance of the medicine more intense because of the flood of blood. Yongkai's eyes brightened, and he faintly felt that he had grasped the key point. Don't dare to neglect. Hastily mobilize the fire of divine consciousness to continue refining the liquid medicine. At this moment, the various experiences obtained from comprehending the true understanding of alchemy were transformed into the capital of Yongkai's alchemy, and his movements were smooth, without any delay. The blood beast formed by the condensed golden blood thread and the flesh and blood essence of the monster completely dissolved and turned into a part of the liquid medicine. The Zixu cauldron suddenly vibrated, as if something unknown had happened inside. Yongkai's expression lifted, and he quickly suppressed it with the fire of divine consciousness. There was a loud scoffing sound. Inside the Zixu cauldron, there seemed to be some living thing struggling and resisting, hitting the cauldron wall, trying to escape. Yongkai was unmoved. After half a cup of tea, the movement in the cauldron gradually subsided. Yongkai withdrew his divine consciousness fire, took a deep breath, and looked at Zixu cauldron solemnly and hesitantly. Whether it is success or failure, the result will follow. He didn't know whether he had succeeded in alchemy this time, but at least there was no burnt smell like before, which was a good start. After hesitating for a long time, Yongkai stretched out his hand towards the Zixu cauldron. Extending the head as a knife, and shrinking the head is also a knife. Might as well be happy and straightforward. The lid of the Zixu cauldron was lifted by Yongkai, and at this moment, a stream of light suddenly flew out from the cauldron, just a circle, and wanted to escape to the distance. Where are you running? Yongkai yelled, stretching out his hand towards the streamer mask. His movements were as fast as lightning, and he held it in the palm of his hand. It was warm and moist as jade, and you could still feel the resistance and struggle from the palm of your hand, but it subsided soon, as if the thing held in the palm of your hand had accepted its fate. Only then did Yongkai let go of his hand, and looked carefully. A whole body light silver, about the size of a longan's eye, imprinted on the eyes. It is not as strong as when it is refined. Yongkai can only smell a faint fragrance, but the feeling of this fragrance is completely different from before. It's even more refreshing. Void King level panacea. Under the prying eyes of the divine mind, the medicinal power emanating from this panacea is undoubtedly a Void King level panacea. Although it is only a low-grade pill, it is of extremely high quality. Yongkai revealed a look of joy, observed carefully, and laughed for a long while. He finally understood the meaning of the phrase that a pill has a spirit, so it can be called a panacea. The Void King grade panacea in front of him is the best proof. The golden blood thread is full of spirituality, and the blood beast transformed from the golden blood thread is also full of spirituality. Using the blood beast as a guide to refine the Void King grade spirit pill, it did not disappoint Yang Kai. If he only guessed this way before refining, then this idea has been confirmed now. Pills don't have spirits for no reason. Even the top Void King level medicinal materials, it is impossible to have spirituality, unless it is those heaven and earth spirits that give birth to a little wisdom. That being the case, then use spiritual things to refine. Danyan, as long as there is pill yin, Yang Kai can refine the Void King grade spiritual pill. The blood beast is the elixir of the panacea in his hand. Yang Kai also saw that the blood beast was full of spirituality, and suddenly realized this. After a try, it really worked. He doesn't know how other Zhuang level alchemists refine Zhuang level pills, but the method he has realized is absolutely no problem. The true solution of alchemy did not clearly point out this way for himself. Create your own. If 1,000 alchemists go to comprehend the true solution of alchemy, there may be 1,000 kinds of insights. Yang Kai saw his own way of alchemy from the true solution of alchemy. The elixir in his hand is just a supernatant 3-element elixir that can increase his cultivation. Its grade is not high in the Void King class. Although its value is not bad, it is not to the extent of heaven-defying. At the very least, it would be a bit of a waste to use a blood beast refined from a golden blood thread as its alchemy. Although the method is feasible, if you really use this method to refine alchemy in the future, I am afraid that it will not take long before Yang Kai's golden blood thread will be exhausted. Yang Kai can't afford this kind of consumption. How can it be improved? Yang Kai was not satisfied with this, but fell into deep thought. Soon, he had a new idea. The blood beast is full of spirituality, and it can indeed become a Danyan. The pure golden blood thread and even its own golden blood are also full of spirituality, so it should be able to take on this important task. Maybe, the spirit of a monster would also work. Just do it when you think of it. Yang Kai immediately put aside many distracting thoughts and began to verify his own thoughts. Half a day later, another Shengqing Sanyuan pill was born in Yang Kai's hands. This spirit pill was refined from Yang Kai's golden blood. Comparing the two spirit pills together, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that the medicinal effect of the Shengqing Sanyuan pill refined for the first time seems to be slightly higher than that of the second refined one. Aware of this, Yang Kai already had some calculations in his mind. He didn't continue, but started looking for monsters of the right level in the jungle. 1 month later, Yang Kai held a jade bottle in his hand, which was filled with Void King grade spirit pills, each one showing a pale silver color. In order to refine this bottle of Shengqing Sanyuan pill, Yang Kai spent a lot of effort, killing dozens of monsters above the 8th rank alone. After some experiments, he confirmed that his previous idea was feasible. It is not necessary to use one's own golden blood as an elixir to refine the king level elixir. Any existence that has spirituality and does not conflict with medicinal materials can become an elixir. For example, the spirit of a monster. Yang Kai has the world extinguishing demon eye, and the world extinguishing demon eye is fused with the power of the glazed light. It is no problem to restrain the spirit of a monster beast. It is easy to restrain the spirit of the monster beast from the body and integrate it into the medicinal materials. It can make the elixir alive. However, Void King grade spirit pills have high requirements for pill yin, and the spirits of 7th order monsters cannot satisfy them at all. I can refine the panacea with pill patterns. In addition to the spirits of monsters and beasts, those heaven and earth spirits that give birth to spiritual wisdom can also play the role of Danyan. The grades of Danyan are different, which is directly related to the probability of becoming a Dan. After many failures, Yang Kai summed up this experience. He has gained a lot. After a month of hard work, the birth of a bottle of Zhuang level panacea consumed countless materials. This also marked that he was completely promoted to Zhuang level alchemist, standing at the pinnacle of the Starfield alchemy road. This method is his original creation, and only he can implement it. It is difficult for others to restrain the spirits of dead monsters and fuse them into medicinal materials. So even if someone snooped on Yang Kai's alchemy method, they couldn't copy it, unless that person practiced a similar secret technique. The sublimation of alchemy skills has brought him a deeper understanding of the way of heaven and martial arts. Although the realm of cultivation has not changed much, his grasp of his own strength is even better than before. Alchemist level has reached Void King level. Yang Kai's next step is to delve into alchemy techniques. He always thought that one medicinal material can only be refined into one elixir. He has done the same for so many years. However, in the true explanation of Dan Dao, different and pioneering opinions are put forward. One batch of medicinal materials can actually refine more than one elixir. If you are unlucky, 3 or 5 elixirs will be fine. If you are lucky, you will get 7 or 8 elixirs or even the most perfect 10. This opinion made him see another vast alchemy world. However, in order to achieve such unimaginable achievements, one must use special techniques to refine the elixir at the moment before it takes shape. This requires a lot of experience accumulation, and not every alchemist can do it. Chapter 1550 Echoing each other from a distance. This alchemy technique made Yang happy. In the past, the elixirs he refined were not of high grade, and the materials were easy to find. There was no problem in refining one elixir from one material. With the backing of Ling Xiaozong, Yang Kai doesn't need to worry about the source of materials. But now he is already an alchemist of King Shu level, and the materials for refining elixir are not only extremely precious and hard to find, but also need such things as alchemy. Even if there is Ling Xiaozong, he can't find too many materials. If he could refine more than one panacea with one material, it would be a huge profit for him. This matter is not urgent, he has just been promoted to the Void King level alchemist, and he still needs a lot of accumulated experience. Only when the experience of refining the Void King level alchemy has accumulated to a certain level can he delve into deeper things. Half a month later, Yang Kai returned to Greenwater City. This trip did not find Su Yan, and he is not going to delay on this cultivation star any longer. He still needs to return to Tongshuan continent as soon as possible, transfer his relatives and friends there to Gloom Star, and provide them with better life. Practice environment and resources. When he came to the inn where Qian Tong and the others lived, Yang Kai swept it away with his spiritual sense, and couldn't help being stunned. Qian Tong and the others are not here anymore. This unexpected discovery made his heart skip a beat. He didn't know if Qian Tong and the others had encountered any accidents. After all, when he was leaving that day, he had made an appointment with them to meet here. Where will they go? Yang Kai frowned, took out the communication compass, and poured spiritual mind into it. After a while, the compass lit up, and there was a fluctuation of spiritual power from inside, and Yang Kai quickly sank into his mind to investigate. After spying on the message Qian Tong sent to him, Yang Kai was extremely surprised. They didn't have any accidents. On the contrary, they are living a good life now, and they have become the elders of Keqing in Lushui City. This result surprised Yang Kai. Putting away the compass, Yang Kai rushed out of the inn and headed towards a building in the center of Lushui City. When he walked over there, Qian Tong and the others greeted him with smiles. They haven't seen each other for a few months, and they didn't ask Yang Kai what he was doing. They welcomed Yang Kai into the building with great enthusiasm, and asked him to serve tea, and then explained to Yang Kai. It turned out that shortly after Yang Kai left that day, the city lord of Greenwater City came to visit Qian Tong and others in person. After all, no one can ignore the lineup of 5 void-returning third-layer powerhouses even on this Qiwei star, not to mention that Lushui City is still a small city. There are no more 3-layer masters. Qian Tong and the others came here suddenly. The lord of Greenwater City also murmured in his heart, not knowing what their intentions were, and out of fear, he came to inquire about Qian Tong and the others' intentions. Knowing that Qian Tong and the others were not warriors from Qiwei Star, but came to participate in the blood prison trial, the owner of Greenwater City heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately went over and invite Qian Tong and others to serve as the elders of Lushui City. Qian Tong and the others didn't want to agree at the beginning. For them, Qiwei Star is just a place to break through and advance, and they still have to return to Gloom Star in the future. There is no need to be the elder of a city here. Hastily agreeing is also irresponsible. But after the Lord of Greenwater City clarified the stakes, and told Qian Tong and the others that he would participate in the Blood Hell trial, and that everyone could help each other, Qian Tong and the others agreed after thinking about it for a while. However, they did not agree to the position of elder, they only agreed to be an idle guest. And I have already greeted the Lord of Greenwater City, and they will leave after the blood prison trial. The Lord of Greenwater City readily agreed. That's why they didn't live in the inn, but settled in the place arranged for them by the city lord of Greenwater City. After all, we are outsiders. This city lord is afraid of us, so it is only natural that he intends to win over us. However, since he is a warrior born and bred on Qiwei planet, he knows a lot more about the trials of the blood prison than we should. It can be regarded as a combination of benefits. Qian Tong said leisurely. Yang Kai nodded. That's good, there is a local snake to take care of you, at least you don't have to bother about inquiring about information, the seniors can figure it out, but, you still have to be careful, don't be caught. What is the Lord of Greenwater City planning? After all, people are separated from each other. Qian Tong and the others burst out laughing. Mo Yu said. Sect Master Yang, don't worry. Although the Lord of Lushui City is shrewd, according to my contact with him, his temperament is not bad. He should not be ignorant of the seriousness. What's more, even if he wants to plot, he will. It's hard to sing alone, we are not afraid. That's why the kid is worrying too much. Yang Kai nodded and said, well, since the seniors are all well here, I can leave with peace of mind. How long will it take you to come back? Qian Tong looked at him solemnly. I don't know, it can be as short as 1 or 2 years, and as long as 3 or 4 years, maybe I can come back before the blood prison trial, and then go in and see the excitement inside. Yang Kai grinned. It's the best, if you are with me, I think this trial will be much safer. Qian Tong's spirit was shocked, obviously he had great confidence in Yang Kai's strength. The others also looked at Yang Kai with high spirits, as if wishing him to go back sooner. Yang Kai smiled, then looked at Qianyu and said, are you going back to Tongshuan continent with me, or stay here? Me. A look of hesitation appeared on Qianyu's face. She really didn't know what to choose. Tongshuan continent is her and Yang Kai's homeland, it would be a lie to say that she doesn't miss her. She was forced to leave back then, now that she has the opportunity to return, she naturally wants to go back and see the land where she grew up. But, the scenery remains the same, but the land has already changed. Everything related to the ice sect should no longer exist. Perhaps the people there never knew that there was an ice sect that once stood on the vast ice sheet. I'll stay. Qianyu's bewildered beautiful eyes gradually became firm, and she made a choice. Everyone related to me should be in the star field, and it will only add to my sadness if I go back, and I can continue to stay here. Inquire about news, maybe, you can use this time to inquire about some news. Yang Kai nodded slowly, and did not try to persuade him. It was reasonable for her to make such a choice. Then Qianyu will be entrusted to the seniors to take care of them carefully. Yang Kai looked at Qian Tong and the others. Don't worry, there are a few old men here, no one dares to do anything to her, hee, Void King Realm powerhouses are rare anywhere. Qian Tong laughed lowly, under the Void King Realm, they are the strongest, 5 of them together, it is estimated that few people would dare to make trouble. I don't have much to say about other Mo, Sect Master Yang has a smooth journey, go early and return early. Mo Yu said solemnly. Sovereign, be careful all the way. Yang Shouju also looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded, he didn't stay long in Greenwater City, and after knowing that Qian Tong and the others were safe and sound, he set off on the second day and embarked on a journey back to his hometown. The Imperial envoy Xingshuo flew out of Kuiwei Star and released the battleship from the mysterious boundary bead. After the disciples were ready, the battleship quickly sailed into the starry sky. Back then, Yang Kai was a passionate person who broke into the star field with the cultivation base of entering the Holy Realm. It took decades to say goodbye to those old people, misfortune. Yang Kai's mood fluctuated, and he suddenly felt a feeling of being close to his hometown. This feeling becomes more obvious as time goes by. He let the warship return along the road he walked back then, feeling the changes in his state of mind, condensing and precipitating the ups and downs deep in his heart. The state of mind became solidified unconsciously. Looking back suddenly, he is no longer the brat he was back then. Today, he has a powerful cultivation of the second level of Void Return Realm, an invincible existence under the Void King Realm, and he rules the Lingxiao sect. On the Gloomy Star, he is under 1 person and above 10,000 people. His waist was straight, like a javelin, and his expression was proud and resolute. Yudi, as if he had sensed something, he turned his head and looked in one direction, and at the same time, his spiritual thoughts came out through his body. A beautiful scene imprinted in his observation. Huge and incomparable stars that contain energy of different attributes surround a certain place in the starry sky. And in their center, in the void, there is something faintly calling Yang Kai. Let him feel it even if he is thousands of miles away. Chaos Abyss. Actually already here, Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses, only to realize that he was quietly flowing in the long river of time, and he had forgotten the passage of time. This is the first stop when Yang Kai first entered the star field. This is the most dangerous and unpredictable area in the entire star field. In that seemingly peaceful and beautiful location, there are hidden dangers that human beings cannot resist. The chaotic storm is countless times more terrifying than the star field storm. It can swallow battleships. Yang Kai was swallowed by the chaotic storm here back then, and was exiled to the Hanging Continent, where he met a strong man like Ghost Ancestor and knew the splendor of the star field. At that time, he didn't quite understand the mystery, but now that his strength has improved and his horizons have broadened, thinking about it carefully, he already has a little understanding of the mystery inside. The gathering of palpitating energy can compress a space, making it impossible for people to find it, and the outbreak of chaotic storm is the key to open the door of this space. In the very center of the chaotic abyss, a small interface is hidden. That is the suspended continent. Back then, when Yang Kai left the Hanging Continent with Ghost Ancestor and others, he left behind a thread of divine sense, which was placed in the underground center of the Hanging Continent. There is a group of abnormally huge energy. Yang Kai doubts that it is the source of the suspended continent. At that time, his strength was low and he did not dare to act rashly. Passing by here now, there was an immediate connection between that thread of divine sense and himself, as if calling him to enter it. Yang Kai did not respond. Although his current strength is completely different from what it was back then, he is not arrogant enough to refine that mass of energy. If the origin of the stars could be refined so easily, Ghost Ancestor would not have been trapped in it for 2,000 years. He still needs to wait until his strength becomes stronger before making this attempt. The speed of the battleship did not decrease, and soon left the chaotic abyss behind, heading straight for the location of Tongshuan Continent. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1551 Return to Tongshuan Continent. The days of staying in the battleship were uneventful and extremely dull. Time passed little by little as Yang Kai comprehended many secret techniques and practiced. One day, a disciple came to knock on the door to report, "Sect Master, we have arrived." "Are you there?" Yang Kai opened his eyes were full of excitement, and with a flick of his figure, he left the wing room and came to the hall. At this time, the battleship was quietly suspended a million miles away from a cultivation star, and did not move forward. Seeing Yang Kai appearing, many disciples in charge of controlling the battleship all turned their attention to him, waiting for his order. Without Yang Kai's order, they dare not act rashly. But, is this cultivation star the suzerain's homeland? Why does it look like the sun is dying? When the disciples looked at Tongshuan Continent, they were all full of doubts. When Yang Kai's gaze came into contact with Tongzhan Continent, his expression sank slightly. In the past, his eyesight was not high enough, he had never seen other wonderful things in the star field, and he didn't know what was wrong with Tongshuan Continent. On the contrary, he used to think that Tongshuan Continent was extremely rich, at least Zhongdu and Tongshuan Continent were fundamentally different. Incomparable. But now that he has returned from the star field, after decades of hard work and training, he can see the problem of Tongshuan Continent at a glance. It's old, it is late and old, and a desolate and sad atmosphere lingers around this star. The gray color is like old age spots, showing the weakness of this cultivation star. Yang Kai's heart twitched. He didn't know that his hometown would be like this before, or in other words, he was never aware of this problem before. From the looks of it, on the Tongshuan Continent, it is not without roots that the Holy Realm is the top realm. It is different from the Gloomy Star. The Gloomy Star is rich in heaven and earth aura, but it is suppressed by an invisible law of heaven and earth, so that warriors cannot perceive the mystery of the Void King realm. Tongshuan Continent does not have this kind of suppression of the law of heaven and earth, but, the aura of heaven and earth is thin, which cannot meet the needs of warriors to advance to a higher level. Entering the Holy Realm is already the limit. At this moment, Yang Kai had a clear understanding of the root cause of Tongzhan Continent's problems. Sect Master, the disciples on the side looked at him sideways, asking for his opinion respectfully. Go down. Shan Kai waved lightly. The disciples were ordered to control the battleship and fly downward. The warship more than 10 feet long passed through the gray area, passed through the atmosphere of Tongshuan Continent, and landed on this continent with backward martial arts. Yang Kai's spiritual sense expanded like a tide, covering a radius of 100 miles in an instant, and he needed to determine his current position. The aura is weak, but it is filled with some magic energy. Is this the demon border? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. The Tongshuan Continent is divided into 3 major domains, the human territory, the demon territory, and the demon territory. The 3 clans are full of power. Among them, the human territory is the largest, occupying almost 70% of the Tongshuan Continent, followed by the demon territory, and the demon territory is the smallest. Unexpectedly, after returning to Tongzhan Continent, he came directly to demon border. This result surprised Yang Kai. Leisurely, Yang Kai raised his head and looked in a certain direction. During his spiritual sense investigation, several life breaths suddenly broke into his perception, one of which was the cultivation base of the second-order saint realm, which made Yang Kai feel vaguely familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. There are only a few people in the entire demon realm who can have the cultivation base of the second level of sainthood. Which demon general should it be? There are 4 major demons in the demon clan, all of whom are in the holy realm. The other party obviously found traces of the warship sailing here, so they hurried to investigate. Just looking for him to inquire about the news, Yang Kai thought so, and ordered lightly, "Wait a minute, I'll go see someone." Saying so, with a flash of his figure, he came outside the battleship and waited quietly. The distance of 100 miles, for Yang Kai today, can be reached in an instant, and he who has cultivated the power of space can now let himself swim in the cracks of space, ignoring the barriers of space. But for a demon general who has reached the second level of the holy state and does not have a suitable flying secret treasure to travel, even if he tried his best to make the journey, it took a full cup of tea. After a cup of tea, a large black air appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision, filled with violent and bloody aura, and several figures were hidden in it. The black air rolled, and soon came to a place 100 feet away from Yang Kai, and paused. Those figures finally appeared. The leader was a burly and sturdy man with a hideous expression, holding a secret treasure in the shape of a long spear, and looked very majestic. At this moment, the man looked at him suspiciously, his red eyes were full of shock. He didn't see Yang Kai, but the battleship behind Yang Kai was extremely familiar. As a demon general, he naturally knew that there was such a similar ship deep underground in the demon city. It was the flying secret treasure that the bone race people came to Tongshuan continent to board many years ago. It seemed to be called a battleship. But unfortunately, the battleship was finally destroyed by the amazing and talented great demon god, leaving only a pile of broken copper and iron, which has been kept as a top secret and sealed tens of thousands of meters underground in the demon city. Could it be that someone from another planet has come to Tongshuan continent? This thought welled up, and the demon general was taken aback. The last time something like this happened, the great demon god sacrificed himself to save the Tongshuan continent. This matter has always been the pride of the demon race. But now who has the ability to turn the tide and save Tongshuan continent from the fire and water? Perhaps the human race back then had this ability. After all, when the bone race made trouble again, the 3 clans of Tongshuan continent jointly defeated the bone race under his leadership. But I heard that that person left Tongshuan continent more than 30 years ago, and there has been no news about him until now, and it is not known whether he is dead or alive. A lot of distracting thoughts flashed across his mind like lightning. This demon general was unflappable in the face of danger. He knew the aggressive nature of the demon clan people, shifted his gaze, and looked towards Yang Kai solemnly. The next moment, he showed a surprised expression, as if seeing a ghost in daylight, opened his mouth wide, and pointed at Yang Kai. You. He seemed unable to believe his eyes. Demon General Meng Jie, hee, I haven't seen you for many years, how is Brother Meng? Yang Kai grinned at him. You are Holy Master Yang. Meng Jie's eyeballs almost protruded. He never expected that the person who came on the battleship was actually the Lord of the 9 Heavens Holy Land. That human youth who had disappeared more than 30 years ago. Back then when the Bone Clan recovered and the 3 clans joined forces, Meng Jie and Yang Kai also fought side by side, so he naturally remembered his face, and now when he heard Yang Kai's voice, he immediately confirmed it. It was that guy. This is unbelievable. There has been no news of this guy for more than 30 years, and you has owned such a warship as soon as he appeared. Where has he been all these years? I heard that he left Tongshuan continent and ventured into the star field. Did he succeed? Thinking of this, Meng Jie couldn't help but tremble in shock, his eyes glazed over. That's right, it's Yang. Brother Meng won't miss me, right? Yang Kai laughed. How could it be? Meng Jie shook his head. Although we haven't seen each other for many years, Holy Master Yang's majestic appearance will never be forgotten. Well, how has Chang Yuan been in recent years? Yang Kai asked again. Ask Master Demon Venerable. Meng Jie frowned, with a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Zhang Yuan is the Demon Venerable of the demon race and the top powerhouse in the Tongshuan Grand Knot. As the Lord of the 9 Heavens Holy Land, in the final analysis, he is just an existence of the same level as Lord Mazan. Whether it is out of etiquette or what, he should not be called by his name directly. The boy's tone was very rampant, with the posture of an elder asking a junior. Mungo was naturally a little bit off. He said calmly, Sect Master Lao Yang is concerned, His Majesty has always been well. In recent years, he has retreated and enlightened the Tao in the demon capital. While speaking, he let out his divine sense and swept over Yongkai. He really wanted to know how much the cultivation of this human youth had grown after decades. If I remember correctly, when he left back then, he should have been at the first level of sainthood. After decades, with his aptitude, he should have reached the third level of sainthood. With a sweep, Meng Ji's face changed drastically. He suddenly found that he couldn't see the depth of Yongkai at all, and his spiritual sense swept over him, like a stone sinking into the sea, without the slightest wave. How is this possible? Meng Ji's expression immediately brightened, and his eyes popped out. He is at the second level of sainthood. Even if Yongkai has really reached the third level of sainthood, he can't hide from his divine sense. Even the Saint King realm, which is said to have been reached by the great demon god, is not enough. Could it be that this kid has reached this level, or even higher? The soles of Meng Ji's feet were a little cramped when this thought came up. His eyes were filled with horror. He pursed his lips, and said dryly, "Holy Master Yongru, what realm is it?" What realm? Yongkai raised his brows. He was naturally aware of Meng Ji's small movements, but he didn't blame him. The demons are like this, each of them is rebellious, and it is by nature. I don't know clearly, you will know when you have a chance. By the way, you go to the demon capital and ask Zhang Yuan to meet me at the Nine Heavens Holy Land. I just came back, but I'm going to the Nine Heavens Holy Land soon. Meng Jie swallowed his saliva, and the unchallenged and unruly expression on his face gradually subsided. Like a subdued beast, he became submissive. This time, he was very sensible and didn't care about Yongkai's commanding orders. He vaguely guessed that Yongkai might have reached a field and height that he could not reach. Holy Master Yang, don't worry, I will go to the demon capital immediately to inform your majesty the news. Meng Jie said in a deep voice. Well, there is one more thing. Yongkai touched his nose. Which direction is Nine Heavens Holy Land? Mongo was stunned and pointed his finger. Thank you. Yongkai smiled lightly, and disappeared while shaking his figure. After a while, the pitch-black battleship trembled slightly, and suddenly disappeared from Meng Ji's vision strangely. My lord, who is that human kid? He dares to be so arrogant and doesn't pay attention to you at all. A demon who followed Mungo yelled in dissatisfaction. To be continued, this text is provided by Shaolin Air. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1552 Don't Know Me. Although the relationship among the three clans became much more harmonious after the bone race recovered and the three clans joined forces to fight against the enemy, it does not mean that there are no disputes, especially the competition for cultivation resources, which often spares no effort. It's just that there is no atmosphere of seeing each other as life and death enemies like before. People of the human race dare not trespass in the demon territory at will. Now a young human race suddenly appeared here. Not only did he not pay attention to Mr. Menge at all, he even boldly called the demon master by his name, which made several demon race people very dissatisfied. If it weren't for Meng Jie being here, I'm afraid they would rush up immediately and make the human youth pay the price. Shut up, Meng Jie snorted. That man, you can't provoke him, your lord. I'm afraid you can't provoke him either, don't talk about him behind his back. What, your majesty can't afford to offend you? Several demons turned pale with shock, their eyes trembling. What is his background? You may have heard of his name. Meng Jie frowned. He is the lord of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yongkai. The complexions of several Mozu people immediately brightened, and they were silent as expected. Now on the Tongshuan continent, the Nine Heavens Holy Land family dominates the three clans, and there are countless Holy Land masters in the Holy Land. No other force can compare with it. However, although the Nine Heavens Holy Land has been in the limelight these years, there has been no news about their holy master. Unexpectedly, the young man just now was actually the owner of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. The sky is going to change. Meng Jie looked at the gray sky and murmured. Immediately turned around, and rushed towards the direction of the magic capital. He must pass the news of Yongkai's return to Mazan Zongyuan as soon as possible. In the Nine Heavens Holy Land, 9 strange peaks gather to form a large natural formation. On the Tongshuan continent, the Nine Heavens Holy Land enjoys the highest reputation. There are many strong people in the Holy Land. Although they haven't recruited any more disciples in these years, the population is thriving and there is no shortage of wealth. The reason is not only because of the strong influence of Nine Heavens Holy Land. It has a close relationship with several major forces of the human race. It is also famous for the alchemy here. There are several top alchemy masters sitting here all the year round. The warriors came here to make alchemy with materials. Basically there is no possibility of failure, as long as they pay enough remuneration and materials. Wait for a few days. There will be a satisfactory panacea in hand. Rely on this entry alone. The Nine Heavens Holy Land does not have to worry about the source of cultivation materials. Outside the Holy Land 9 peaks. A long dragon lined up for several miles, and at least 1,000 warriors of different cultivation levels were waiting here for the alchemists of the Nine Heavens Holy Land to make alchemy for them, from time to time. There are also new warriors joining them. Although there were a large number of people, there was no riot, and everyone kept their duty. The latecomers consciously lined up at the end of the line, and did not dare to jump in line just because their strength was superior to others. Anyone who dared to do this has already been taught a lesson. Among the warriors waiting in line, the earliest one has been waiting here for a month, but no one showed any impatience, and they all stood there expectantly, waiting for the people from the Nine Heavens Holy Land to call them to hand in the materials. In boredom, these martial artists were also whispering, or exchanging some information, or chatting about anecdotes, and the time passed quickly. On this day, a young man suddenly came walking from outside Jufeng. What? After seeing the long queue, this nostalgia became even more obvious. It's still like this here. Yang Kai grinned and walked forward, looking at the warriors who came to ask for pills with great interest. When he was still in the Nine Heavens Holy Land, this was the scene outside the Holy Land. Unexpectedly, in the past few decades, there has not been much change here. The only change is that more people come to seek Dan. Hey, boy, what do you want to do? There was an angry shout from the crowd. Yang Kai turned his head to look, and found a big man glaring at him. Where did this kid come from? Didn't he want to jump in the queue? Young man, if you want to survive, go to the back and wait obediently. Don't think that you are so great. Everyone who comes here must abide by the rules. HMPH, if he dares to jump in line, I'll screw his head. Young man, go to the back and line up obediently. If you don't obey the rules, if people from Nine Heavens Holy Land find out, you will only be punished. But if you offend these people, your end will be ugly. Before Yang Kai had time to say anything, there was a lot of yelling from the crowd to discourage his behavior, and many people cast contempt and pity. It seems that the end of Yang Kai and others is really ugly. I'm not here to ask for pills. Yang Kai touched his nose. Everyone who wants to jump in line says that. Kid, it looks like you won't cry when you see the coffin. Do you want me to teach you a lesson? The big man who had yelled at Yang Kai before snorted coldly, with two fists clenched tightly, bumped against the chest, and looked towards Yang Kai with a bad face. I really didn't come to ask for pills. Yang Kai looked helpless. Then what are you here for? The big man was relentless, his eyes were aggressive, it seemed that Yang Kai would not give up without giving an explanation. I'm going home, I'm from Nine Heavens Holy Land. Yang Kai sniffed. Just you. The big man looked Yang Kai up and down, with a look of disbelief. He suddenly waved to the side and shouted, Brother, please come here. There was a martial artist over there who seemed to be on patrol. When he heard the shout, he rushed over immediately, glanced at him, and frowned. What are you doing? Is there someone breaking the rules again? Hey, brother, look at this guy. He said he is from your holy land. I think he is going to jump in line. Brother, take a look and see if he is from your holy land. The big man pointed. Yang Kai said to the disciples of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. The disciple heard the words, looked at Yang Kai, looked carefully for a while, shook his head and said, I haven't seen this person before, and there will be a sign of the Holy Land on the clothes of our Holy Land disciples. Saying so, he gestured to his chest. Sure enough, this kid is talking nonsense. The big man gloated at Yang Kai, pretending to be a disciple of the Holy Land. You are dead. You don't know me. Yang Kai looked at the disciple and asked. Should I know you? The other party asked without answering. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Looking at your young age, you probably haven't joined the Holy Land for long. Well, who is the elder who is on duty here today? Hearing his question, the disciple's expression immediately became suspicious, and he didn't know whether Yang Kai was talking nonsense or if he really had anything to do with the Holy Land. Although he grew up in the Holy Land since he was a child. But now it's only 25 or 6. When Yang Kai was in the Holy Land, he hadn't been born yet, so he had never seen Yang Kai's face. Surprised in his heart, this disciple did not dare to neglect. Hastily said, It's Elder Shi sitting in charge. Elder Shi. Yang Kai frowned. A figure emerged from the depths of my memory. Slightly smiled and said, Is it Shi-kun? Exactly. The disciple was startled. He he really didn't understand what Yang Kai was doing, and he dared to call Elder Shi by his name. And from his tone, it seems that he is quite familiar with the elder. Take me to meet him, he recognizes me. Yang Kai said casually, but quickly changed his mind. Forget it, I'll go by myself. After the words fell, the person suddenly disappeared in place. A group of people stared wide-eyed, full of horror. Where is the person? Where did that guy go? The big man before looked around, but he still couldn't see Yang Kai's figure, and he couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. He thought he had seen a ghost. Everyone else had the same expression, and for a moment, the coolness hit from head to toe. There is a gazebo not far away. In the gazebo at this moment, Shi-kun is sitting cross-legged, as if he is comprehending something. Suddenly, Shi-kun seemed to have sensed something, quickly opened his eyes, and shouted, "Bold!" At this moment, he noticed that someone had broken into the gazebo. As the elder of the Holy Land, he sits here to maintain order, and his disciples must not disturb him without a report. I never thought that someone who was blind would come here when he was comprehending the secret technique. Shi-kun was naturally furious. Fortunately, it didn't come to a critical moment, otherwise, it was very likely that he would be distracted and become obsessed. Shouting sharply, he raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the movement. At a glance, Shi-kun opened his mouth wide and froze there. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. I haven't seen you for many years, and Elder Shi's temper has risen. Holy Lord, Shi-kun exclaimed in surprise. He never thought that the person who came to bother him was actually the Lord of the Holy Land, Yang Kai, who had disappeared for decades. When he first saw it, Shi-kun couldn't believe it. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, and then he looked again and found that the person standing in front of him was indeed the Holy Master. Although I haven't seen him for decades, the Holy Master is still as young as when he left, and the years seem to have left no trace on him at all. Shi-kun's excited body suddenly trembled. Not bad, you have also reached the cultivation level of the second-order saint. It seems that these years have not been wasted. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and he could see Shi-kun's state at a glance. Subordinate Shi-kun, see the Holy Master, and welcome the Holy Master back to the sect. Shi-kun hurriedly half-kneeled on the ground, shouting in a low voice, his tone excited. Get up. Yang Kai waved his hand. Shi-kun got up and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief, as if he was in a dream. He pursed his lips and said hesitantly, Holy Master, are you really back? I'm back. How is the Holy Land now? Everything is fine, Holy Master, don't worry. Shi-kun quickly replied, his face flushed red because of the ups and downs of his mood. That's good, Holy Master, hurry back to the Holy Land. Since you left, the great elders have been thinking about it day and night. Now if they know that you have returned safely, they will be very happy. Shi-kun rubbed his hands and said. Yang Kai nodded, you come with me. Saying so, with a flick of his hand, a wave of holy energy enveloped Shi-kun. The next moment, both of them disappeared into the gazebo, and when Shi-kun regained his vision, he suddenly found that he and Yang Kai had come to the inner peak, and the 9 strange peaks of the Holy Land were in sight. To be continued. Happy double day. Well, today's Children's Day. I hope that all book friends can have a pure heart and be free from worries. I wish my daughter Guago a happy Children's Day. By the way, I wish you all a happy Dragon Boat Festival in advance. Eat and drink well, drink well. At the beginning of this day, by the way, please ask for a monthly pass. Friends who have a monthly pass, please support Wu Lian. Thank you Xiaomo. To be continued. Chapter 1553 Reunion. Okay, nothing has changed. Yang Kailing stood in midair, his divine sense sweeping across the entire Holy Land, nodding in satisfaction. Shi-kun was in a trance. He didn't know how he came to the inner peak, but he quickly realized that it should be Yang Kai's hands and feet. What exactly is this means? It was so bizarre, Shi-kun respected and feared it at the same time. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he took a step forward, took a deep breath, and shouted at Feng Ju, Holy Master. Return to the sect. The shout echoed in Jufeng, uninterrupted. The movement of the entire Jufeng seemed to be drowned out by this echo, and there was a strangely quiet atmosphere in the Holy Land, without any sound. But after a while, the 9 peaks suddenly became agitated, every peak was flying like dogs, and a large number of rays of light escaped from each peak and rushed towards this side at high speed. In the alchemy room, Saint-level alchemist Duan is refining a furnace of Qingxiedan, which is a low-grade holy-level pill. The person who came to ask for the pill is waiting outside the Jufeng at the moment, and his status is not low, so Duan personally shot. After spending more than a day, Duan was about to complete the work. The special fragrance and cold air had already filled the alchemy room. At this moment, he was carefully controlling the heat, looking at the alchemy furnace expectantly, preparing for the final matter of harvesting the alchemy. On the side, Changbao sat there with a big belly, fat piled on his face, squinting his small eyes and staring at the front, as if he wanted to learn some experience from Duan's refining techniques. The expressions of the two holy alchemists were solemn and excited. One of these two was the head of the Boulder City Alchemist Association back then, and the other was the head of the Flashing City Alchemy Association. His status is respected, but because he learned a lot of alchemy knowledge in Nine Heavens Holy Land and was promoted to the level of a holy alchemist, he resigned from the Alchemy Association and joined Nine Heavens Holy Land. In addition to the two of them, there are Hong Fang, He Feng, and Kong Ruiyu, all of whom are now holy alchemists. The level of alchemy in Tongshuan continent, since Yang Kai left. There has been a blowout development. All the credit is due to the generous teaching of Li Rui, the elder of Tianzang, and Shaning Shang's inspiration. In Tongzhong continent in the past, Li Rui was the only one who was a holy alchemist. When alchemy came to a critical juncture, Chong Bao's small eyes narrowed even tighter, and the eyes overflowed with light. It seemed that he was sweating for Duan. Even them, there is no guarantee that there will be a 100% success rate when refining holy medicine. The fact that Duan's batch of pills went so smoothly, and it was about to come out, was due to the combination of his own skill and luck. The more critical the moment, the more you can't tolerate sloppy, now is the most important moment. But at this moment, an angry shout suddenly came in from the outside, and the sound of the shout, even the prohibition of the alchemy room, could not stop it, and it was directly transmitted to the ears of the two holy alchemists. Duan's old hands trembled, and his vital energy became disordered. Immediately afterwards, there was a soft pop from the alchemy furnace in front of him. Burnt smell permeated from the pill furnace. Duan stood there stunned, his expression extremely ugly. Changbao also frowned. It fell short. This idiot, Shi-kun, is finished. Duan would definitely blame him for the failure of this batch of pill refining. Changbao gloated in his heart. Old Chong, what was that kid Shi-kun yelling just now? To Chong Bao's surprise, Duan didn't get angry immediately, but looked at himself strangely and asked. I didn't hear clearly. Changbao shook his head. Although they heard what Shi-kun yelled just now, Changbao didn't care about the content of the yelling because they were all focused on alchemy. Why did I hear him call Holy Master? Duan frowned. Holy Lord. Changbao was stunned, but soon he seemed to remember something. Like a cat whose tail was stepped on, its plump body showed unimaginable lightness, and jumped up from the ground at once. You mean the Holy Lord? Host. Nine Heavens Holy Land has always had only one Holy Master, and that is Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai left, the position of Holy Master has been vacant, and in the minds of warriors in the entire Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai is the Holy Master. I seem to have heard Shi-kun calling the Lord back to the sect just now. Duan scratched his head. Are you sure? Changbao shouted. I'm not sure either. The two looked at each other for a while, and suddenly they all rushed out together, and only then opened the door of the alchemy room, and saw He Feng, Hong Fang, and Kong Ruiyu running out of their respective alchemy rooms like burning their buttocks. Hurriedly rushed out, the speed is not inferior to the young and strong boy. Old fellows, wait for this old man. Changbao moved his fat body and shouted from behind. No one paid any attention to him, they were all rushing out. On the other peak of 9 peaks, in the secret room on the mountainside, there is a strong demonic energy. In the secret room, there are 2 beautiful women who are adjusting their breath with their eyes closed. One is dignified and elegant, the other is lonely and arrogant, with completely different temperaments. The former is the top cultivation level of the 3rd level Holy Realm, and the latter is the 2nd level Holy Realm. Both of them were covered with thick black devil energy, which looked shocking. At this moment, the 2 women seemed to be practicing some kind of secret technique. When the voice came, the 2 women opened their eyes involuntarily, and the more dignified beautiful woman looked at the other person, her eyebrows frowned slightly. Han Fei, did Shi-kun just say? Zong. The beautiful woman with a cold temperament trembled when she heard the words, thought about it carefully, and nodded slightly. The 4 eyes met, and the 2 pairs of beautiful eyes suddenly burst out with astonishing brilliance, and they no longer had the heart to practice any secret techniques. The 2 delicate bodies, wrapped in a cloud of black air, rushed out of the secret room and flew outward. The same thing is happening everywhere in Jufeng. In the past few decades, the entire Jufeng has never been so lively as it is today. These existences that are admired and worshipped by countless people in Tongshuan continent seem to have lost their sense of proportion at this moment and turned into young people with hands and feet. When Chu Wei, the Grand Elder of the Holy Land, was rushing out, he went on a rampage and directly smashed into the palace where he lived, causing several walls to collapse. The palace almost collapsed. When the elder Yuying was rushing out, she knocked over several vases that she usually loved. The saint and Linger even rushed out of the bathroom while she was taking a bath, and hurriedly put on her clothes without even drying her hair. All of this is because of a sentence that echoed in Fengju. Holy Lord, return to the sect. Everyone wanted to know whether the news was true or not. Everyone wanted to see the faces they hadn't seen in decades. They immediately rushed out of their respective places and rushed towards the source of the sound. Streams of light came rushing forward. Gather in front of Yang Kai. Each showed their figure. After seeing Yang Kai's face clearly, they all showed expressions of surprise, and some even cried with joy, unable to restrain themselves. The elders of the Holy Land. Du Wanchängbao and other alchemy masters. Leaders of the ancient demon clan. Gather together. There are nearly 10 people in the Holy Realm alone. This is a force capable of sweeping across the entire Tongshuan continent, and this is an existence that no one dares to underestimate. It is precisely because of their existence that the Nine Heavens Holy Land's supreme reputation in Tongshuan continent has been created. Yang Kai's eyes swept across the familiar faces. His heart was warm, and a bright smile appeared on his face. After decades of separation, old friends remain the same. There is nothing better than this news. What a holy master! The holy master is back, really back. Shouts of surprise came from the crowd, everyone was overjoyed, and their eyes shone with excitement. Subordinate Chu Wei, together with the elders of the Holy Land, meet the Holy Master and welcome the Holy Master back to the sect. Chu Wei was an old man, although he was extremely excited, but he did not mess up his etiquette. He quickly restrained his mind and shouted. Several Holy Land elders hurriedly saluted. You don't have to be so polite, I'm just going home. Yang Kai waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted everyone up. My lord. From the other side, Li Rong, the leader of the ancient demon clan, choked up his voice. The other leader, Han Fei, stood beside her, her eyes were also reddish. Yang Kai inherited the great demon god's mantle, and for the ancient demon clan who have served the great demon god for generations, Yang Kai is their lord, which even the current demon lord Zhang Yuan can't compare to. So even if Yang Kai is not in Nine Heavens Holy Land, they have been waiting here. In fact, for the people of the ancient demon clan, the demon land is a suitable place for them to live, but for the sake of Yang Kai, Li Rong decided to let the ancient demon clan settle in the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Looking at Yang Kai's face, Li Rongfeng's heart trembled slightly. When Yang Kai left back then, she asked to follow him and swear to protect him to the death, but back then Yang Kai himself didn't know what his future would be, so he didn't dare to take Li Rong with him, so he let her stay. But in the past few decades, Li Rong has been worried day and night, and every time she thinks of Yang Kai not knowing what is going on outside, she has trouble sleeping and eating, and hates herself for not sticking to her own opinion at that time, leaving the master alone to wander outside. She is full of self-blame in her heart, and she has been tortured all these years. Seeing Yang Kai return safely now, she wept with joy. Don't cry, be happy, I'm back. Yang Kai smiled and comforted him. Yes. Li Rong pursed her red lips lightly and nodded in response. She will unconditionally satisfy Yang Kai's request. Boy, is it really you who have come back? At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head to look, and suddenly found that it was Meng Wuya. I haven't seen him for decades. Meng Wuya is still the same, with a very plain attire. If he sneaks into the crowd, people who don't know him will think that he is an old man who is dying, and they will never think that he is a holy man. The top master of the third layer. Meng treasurer is safe and sound. Yang Kai smiled brightly. Okay, the boy seems to be living well, I don't worry. Meng Wuya nodded heavily, with a gratified smile on his face. It can be said that Meng Wuya watched Yang Kai grow up all the way. Back then, he hid his identity and stayed in the High Heaven Pavilion as the shopkeeper of the contribution hall. He met Yang Kai for the first time, and because of Shaning Shang, they had a close relationship with each other. So after seeing Yang Kai returning to this place after decades, a big stone fell to the ground in Meng Wuya's heart. His concern for Yang Kai is no less than anyone else. To be continued. Chapter 1554 Shaning Shang's Saint King Realm. Brothers and sisters, happy Dragon Boat Festival. By the way, I would like to ask for a few more monthly tickets for support and motivation. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yang Kai looked around. Meng Wuya seemed to know what he was looking for. He smiled, and took the initiative to say, Ning Chong is retreating to a critical juncture, it is not convenient to see you, just wait for her to leave the customs. Well, as for your master, he doesn't live in the Nine Heavens Holy Land, he lives thousands of miles away in the Battle Soul Hall with your Yang family and the people from Zhongdu. Understood, I will go visit them myself later. Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmed down his mood a little. Back then, he brought his relatives and friends from Zhongdu to Tongshuan continent. Nine Heavens Holy Land didn't have so many places to put them, so Yang Kai put them in the Battle Soul Hall in Pakshuanfu ruins thousands of miles away. This faction used to be an enemy of Yang Kai, but they were all wiped out by Yang Kai in the end, and their sect's foundation remained, just in time for the people from Zhongdu to pick up the ready-made ones. Over the past few decades, people from Zhongdu have also developed steadily there. With the protection of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, there has been no worries there, and it has become a paradise. Old acquaintances meet each other, and the atmosphere is lively. Holy Masters return to the sect. This is a great joyous event in Nine Heavens Holy Land. Everyone welcomes Yang Kai back to the main peak. Grand Elder Shu Wei ordered a large banquet to welcome Yang Kai. All the prominent figures in the Holy Land were present. No one asked where Yang Kai had been and what he had done in the past few decades. Everyone only knew that Yang Kai returned safely and sat in front of them, which was enough. The atmosphere of the banquet was noisy, everyone exchanged cups and cups, even women like Li Rong and Han Fei got drunk. Doomed not to sleep tonight. The banquet started at sunset and continued until early morning. Most of the people present had already climbed down, but only Shu Wei remained awake. Yang Kai called him out. What is the Holy Master's order? Shu Wei asked respectfully. How have the sisters of the Hu family been doing these past few years? Looking at the long-lost Tongshuan continent's sunrise, Yang Kai asked casually. Back to the Holy Lord, the sisters of the Hu family have been safe and sound all these years. They have been cultivating hard in the Gemini Pavilion. They have been taught by Wu Fa and Wu Tian, and they have grown very fast. In the past few years, the two sisters have both become holy and become masters, the last generation of new stars in the Zan continent. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The relatives and friends brought over from Zhongdu were basically placed in the ruins of the Hall of Battle Soul in Pakshuan Mansion, except for the sisters of the Hu family, who inherited the mantle of the founder of the Gemini Pavilion because they practiced the magical art of connecting branches with one chi, so he was taken to the Gemini Pavilion by the two current pavilion masters. With the aptitude of these two sisters and the miraculous power of the same spirit, it is only natural for them to cultivate into the holy realm after decades. This is also because of the thin aura of heaven and earth in Tongshuan continent. If they were placed on Gloom Star, their achievements would be far more than that. They are definitely figures who can stand side by side with Ku Chengfeng and Fang Tianzhong. Message Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meyer, tell them to come to Nine Heavens Holy Land. Yang Kai ordered. Yes. Shu Wei responded quickly, and then said with a strange expression, if they know that the Holy Master has returned to the sect, they will come here in a hurry without an invitation. Yang Kai glanced at him. Shu Wei laughed dryly. Let's send a message to the seniors of the Yaozu, let them also come to the Nine Heavens Holy Land, and tell them that I have something to ask them. Yes, the subordinates can do it. Does the Holy Master have anything else to order? No, let's go down. Shu Wei bowed to leave. He didn't ask any more questions, but just tried his best to do his own thing well. Looking back at the messy palace, Yang Kai grinned, and with a flick of his figure, he came to a certain place in the Nine Peaks. This is a secret room, and the little senior sister Shaning Shang retreated inside. Standing outside the secret room, Yang Kai seemed to be able to smell Shaning Shang's body fragrance, and felt relaxed and happy for a while. He didn't know what Shaning Shang was practicing in seclusion, but he didn't bother, he just let out his divine sense to investigate a bit. With his current tyrannical cultivation, it is impossible for Shaning Shang to detect this kind of silent investigation. He originally wanted to see if everything was going well for the little senior sister, but when his divine sense swept over where Shaning Shang was, he couldn't help but frown, showing a look of astonishment and shock. Shaning Shang's cultivation level is actually at the second level of the Holy King. How can that be? Yang Kai almost thought that his divine sense was wrong. He hurriedly searched carefully, but no matter how hard he tried, he found that there was nothing wrong with his previous investigation. Little senior sister Shaning Shang is really at the second level of the Holy King. Yang Kai's eyes were shocked. Although he is already at the second level of returning to the void, which is a big realm higher than the little senior sister, but he has been wandering in the star field for decades, and he can achieve today's cultivation under the nourishment of the abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth. 4. Even if the little senior sister has the resources of the sky, it is absolutely impossible to be promoted to the second level of the Holy King in Tongshuan continent, a place where the aura of heaven and earth is thin. The aura here cannot meet her needs for promotion. It can be said that this kind of cultivation is already far ahead of the entire Tongshuan continent. If she is willing, she can sweep the entire continent by herself. Even the great demon god back then was only at the first level of the Holy King, and the little senior sister was actually a small level higher than the great demon god. How did she do it? Yang Kai became suspicious. Sometimes, such an accident is not a good thing. He began to check Sha Ningshang's condition more carefully. But at this moment, the Saint Yuan in Sha Ningshang's body seemed to be disordered, and there was a sign of being out of control. The Saint Yuan was rampaging in her meridians, and there was an unconscious moaning sound from the mouth of the little senior sister, and her pretty face was full of anger. Suffering, obviously suffering great pain. God crazy. Yang Kai's face darkened, and his figure swayed, and he had come to Sha Ningchang's side. Stretching out a hand to envelop her, the huge and surging Saint Yuan exploded. Going mad is a very dangerous situation. If it is a martial artist of the same level going mad, Yang Kai can't help at all. Under the interference of external forces, it will only make the situation more and more serious. Those who are obsessed with demons can only rely on their own perseverance to defeat their demons. But now he is a whole realm higher than Sha Ningshang, so it is no problem to help. Under his conditioning and guidance, the Saint Yuan in Sha Ningshang's body gradually stabilized, and the pain on her pretty face gradually subsided. Only then did Yang Kai heave a sigh of relief. The chaotic Sheng Yuan in her body was smoothed out. Sha Ningshang seemed to feel that someone was helping her. Her long eyelashes trembled a few times, and a gap opened in her beautiful eyes. The next moment, a mixture of joy and bewilderment burst out from those beautiful eyes. She showed a sweet smile, stretched out a jade hand, and touched Yang Kai's cheek, and murmured from Tan's mouth, "I can only meet you in a dream, I hope. I will never wake up from this dream. Always by your side." She obviously thought she was dreaming. Yang Kai felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, as if being grabbed by an invisible big hand, making him almost unable to breathe. Opened his mouth, Yang Kai was speechless. Back then, he left Tongshuan continent because of his enthusiasm, although it was because he was looking for Su Yan, but it was a kind of pain for Sha Ningshang. She didn't stop her, and she didn't hold back. Instead, she supported Yang Kai's actions. She behaved very generously and asked Yang Kai to find Su Yan back. After more than 30 years of separation, Su Yan still has no whereabouts, but Yang Kai let the little senior sister spend more than 30 years of loneliness. He was ashamed of this reasonable, gentle and innocent woman, and his heart was full of self-blame. "Sleep, sleep and wake up, it will be fine." Yang Kai hugged Sha Ningshang, and Saint Yuan poured gently into her body, urging her to sleep. Sha Ningshang's eyes were opened and closed. Her beautiful eyes were full of nostalgia. She seemed unwilling to fall into a deep sleep. She seemed to want to open her eyes again, and take a closer look at the man in front of her. But after all, he couldn't resist Yang Kai's methods, and closed his eyes heavily, breathing steadily. Yang Kai looked at her. The tenderness in his eyes could almost melt a rock. He gently laid her flat. His spiritual thoughts came out through his body, locking a certain position in Sha Ningshang's body. The next moment, his face suddenly became ferocious, and he yelled, "Get out!" After the words fell, the big hand suddenly pressed towards Sha Ningshang's abdomen, and the majestic Saint Yuan splashed into the void. Grabbing and retracting, a grey aura was suddenly pulled out of Sha Ningshang's body by Yang Kai. As soon as the grey aura left Sha Ningshang, he sneered and screamed, as if he had his own intelligence. He rushed left and right in Yang Kai's hand, trying to get out of control. Yang Kai's face sank, and he quickly increased the output of Saint Yuan. At the same time, dozens of golden blood threads shot out, fused into a ball, and burst into dazzling golden light. After the golden light dissipated, those dozens of golden blood threads were gone. Intertwined with each other, weaving a big net, wrapping the cloud of grey air in the middle. Yang Kai looked at it with a cold face. His spiritual mind kept scanning inside it. He really wanted to know what it was. Just now, when he was sorting out the meridians and Shengyuan for Sha Ningshang, he accidentally discovered this cloud of grey energy hidden in Sha Ningshang's body. He didn't attack immediately, but let the little senior sister sleep peacefully before attacking suddenly. He didn't know whether Sha Ningshang's obsession was related to this cloud of grey energy, but it was definitely not produced by Sha Ningshang himself. but a foreign object, and he didn't know why it was attached to the body of the little senior sister. It doesn't look like a soul, because Shang has no trace of being taken away. What is this? Yang Kai frowned tightly. With his knowledge and experience, he didn't know what this gray gas was. There was a loud hissing sound, and the gray air flickered back and forth in the gold net, like a beast trapped in a cage, unable to escape. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, revealing a surprised expression. He felt Shang's traces of life and marks of soul from this cloud of gray air. That is to say, Shang knew of its existence and refined it. But Yang Kai still feels that it is not a good thing. It seems to have an inexplicable connection with the little senior sister. This kind of connection makes the little senior sister become like it, lifeless and gray. This discovery made Yang Kai's heart sink. If my judgment is not wrong, then the relationship between this cloud of disgrace and the little senior sister should be a relationship of both damage and prosperity. If you rush to wipe it out, the little senior sister is very likely to disappear without a trace. To be continued. This text is provided by Wei Hai Shang. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 1555. I'm back. That cloud of gray gas gave people a very uncomfortable feeling, like an old man who was about to die. Shang has reached a relationship similar to symbiosis with it. How can the ending be better in the future? Yang Kai's face sinks like water. Although he really wanted to help the little senior sister to relieve the trouble in front of him, Yang Kai had nowhere to start before he understood the nature of this cloud of gray gas. Moreover, he also vaguely felt a mysterious magic in this cloud of gray air that he could not speculate. This kind of magic could not be explained clearly. When Yang Kai spied on it, he suddenly felt a little more enlightened in his heart. A closer look, but found nothing. It seems to reject Yang Kai's spiritual mind. Shang's ability to break through to the Holy King realm in places like Tongshuan continent should be inseparable from this strange gray air. This thing gave her the opportunity to comprehend a deeper level of heavenly Tao and martial Tao, and gave her the abundant spiritual energy she needed to break through and promote, but it was closely related to her. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, no one can say for sure. Just when Yang Kai was at a loss, the ash that was bound by the golden net clashed wildly again. This time, it didn't do the same useless work as before, but exploded directly and turned into smaller ash. Chi pierced through the gaps in the golden net. Yang Kai didn't have time to stop it, and was escaped by this cloud of gray gas. Immediately, it fell down at a very fast speed, and as soon as you contacted the ground, it escaped Yang Kai's sight. Yang Kai's spiritual mind followed, but still couldn't sense its existence. It just disappeared. Standing on the spot, Yang Kai looked solemn and frowned. It seems that I still have to wait for the little sister to wake up before I can get the answer from her. He had some guesses in his mind, but he wasn't sure. Looking at the sleeping Sha-Ning Chong, Yang Kai picked her up by the waist, put her on the bed, leaned over and kissed her forehead, and gently combed her hair before leaving the room. Chamber of Secrets. After a few breaths, thousands of miles away, the ruins of the Battle Spirit Hall. Yang Kai stood in the void, overlooking the bottom, and his spiritual sense spread like a tide. One after another familiar traces of life, under his investigation, were unobstructed, and they were like escaped notes, printed into his sea of knowledge, and painted a heart-warming movement. He grinned and smiled, feeling the warmth in his heart that he had never felt in decades. He sent a message with his divine sense and told all his relatives and friends that he was back. Just like the Nine Heavens Holy Land yesterday. The ruins of the Battle Soul Temple immediately became riotous, and rays of light rose from the positions where they were meditating and retreated, and they rushed towards the place where Yang Kai was. Everyone was so excited that they met in the middle of the road, and they all inquired about each other to confirm whether Yang Kai had returned. After rushing to the place and seeing Yang Kai standing there, everyone dared to confirm the authenticity of the news. Tu Feng, Tang Yushan, Ku Gaoyi, Ying Ju. These blood servants who had fought alongside Yang Kai in the Inheritance War were the first to arrive. Everyone was shaking with excitement, shouting the name of the young master, pay homage. The Yang family's eldest Yang Wei, the second child Yang Zhao, the third Yang Tai, the fourth Yang Kong, all the brothers gathered together, shouted and hugged Yang Kai fiercely, and talked about the separation of their brothers for decades. Miss. Haha, you bastard, you have been gone for so many years, but you want to kill me. Huo Xingchen, the contemporary head of the Huo family, laughed and appeared beside him. After not seeing him for decades, this suave Zongdu wolf back then looks like a middle-aged man, but the precipitation of the years did not make him look old, but made him appear a kind of vicissitudes of maturity. This temperament and his cynicism combined, it becomes more and more attractive. Next to Huo Xingchen is Chu Yimeng, tears welling up in her beautiful eyes, biting her red lips lightly, looking at Yang Kai in disbelief, not even daring to say anything, as if she was afraid that the moment she opened her mouth, she would say this dream break. Brother Huo, Miss Chu. Yang Kaichong nodded gently to the two of them, his expression calm. Huo Xingchen laughed and glanced at Chu Yimeng, sighing in his heart. He saw something from Yang Kai's name for Chu Yimeng. Dong Qinghan and Dong Qingyan also came, and their cousin shouted, making the atmosphere more and more lively. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly turned to not far away, looking at the three escaping lights that were quickly approaching here, hurriedly stepped forward and greeted them there. The light escaped, revealing three figures. The first person is Immortal and Taoist, with fluttering clothes, followed by a man and a woman. The man is mighty and the woman is petite and exquisite. Yang Kai stood in front of them, bowed and said softly, "Master." Ling Taishu nodded again and laughed happily. Okay, I'm finally back. Father, Mother. Yang Kai looked at the two people standing behind Ling Taishu again. Yang Xie, an iron-like man, opened his mouth at this moment, but he didn't know what to say. He just quietly wiped the corner of his eyes and nodded. Your mother misses you very much. It's good not to say this. When he heard this, Dong Suzu cried out loudly, like a child who had suffered a lot of grievance. The younger generation, choked and cried, could not say anything at all. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai smiled. Decades have passed, but his mother still has the same childish innocence, which has not changed, which makes him feel at ease. You bastard, what is your cultivation base now? Why can't I spy on it at all? Huo Xingchen walked up carelessly and circled around Yang Kai, tisk in surprise. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and they all released their spiritual senses and glanced at Yang Kai. But nothing was gained, and everyone's spiritual thoughts were like a rock sinking into the sea, without the slightest ripple. This discovery made everyone look suspicious, and they subconsciously felt that Yang Kai's current cultivation realm had surpassed the level of Tongshuan continent, and they were all shocked. Void returning mirror. Yang Kai let go of Dong Suzu and patted her on the shoulder for comfort. He didn't know how to explain the level of the void returning mirror to everyone, so he pondered for a while and said, well, it is beyond becoming a saint. The existence of two great realms. A sigh of relief came out. Entering the Holy Realm is already the peak of the Tongshuan continent. Above the Saint Realm is the Holy King Realm. From ancient times to the present, only the great demon god has reached this realm. But now, Yang Kai has surpassed the realm of this legend and reached the next level. Chu Yimeng's beautiful eyes suddenly dimmed, and her heart was bitter. She suddenly found that there seemed to be thousands of mountains and rivers between herself and Yang Kai. He stood tall in the clouds, but he could only stand on the ground, look up, and could no longer touch. Huo Xingchen pursed his dry lips, laughed dryly, and glanced at Chu Yimeng, not knowing how to comfort him. Although Miss Chu's aptitude is not bad, she has no worries about cultivation resources after coming to Tongshuan continent, but until now, she has not reached the third level transcendent level, and has not yet reached the level of becoming a saint. The difference is too big. There are many unimaginable wonders in the outside world. I will tell you another day, go back first. Yang Kai smiled. Go back, go back. Fourth Master Yang responded and shouted quickly. A group of people crowded around and rushed to the ruins of the Battle Spirit Hall. In the main hall, everyone sat in a room, all staring at Yang Kai, listening to him talk about all kinds of strange and wonderful things in the star field. Boy, you said that there are countless stars of cultivation in that vast star field. Ling Taishu looked like he couldn't believe it. Yes, I have passed 6 or 7 cultivation stars by myself. In addition, there are some mine stars and medicine stars, which are suitable for mining minerals and cultivating herbs. Yang Kai nodded lightly. It's unbelievable. Huo Xingchen's mouth was so open that he could almost squeeze a fist. In the star territory, is the Saint Realm considered very weak? Dong Qinghan asked timidly. After not seeing him for decades, this guy is as fat as ever. Well, he is a little fatter than before. Very weak. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. In the star field, most warriors can cultivate to the Holy Realm, and those with good aptitude can even reach this realm in 20 or 30 years. Everyone looked at each other with a look of guilt. There is only one person sitting here who has entered the Holy Realm, and that is Ling Taishu, the pavilion master of Lingxiao Pavilion. The others, such as Chu Yimeng, who has the best qualifications, are only in the extraordinary third-level realm. As for Fatty Dong and Huo Xingchen, they are only in the third-level supernatural realm. Just broke through to the transcendent realm. They are almost 50 years old, and they used to be complacent about their achievements, but now they are a little ashamed when they hear Yang Kai talking about the situation in the star territory, and can't wait to find a hole to dig into. A frog at the bottom of a well, looking at the sky is as big as a well. Ling Taishu sighed deeply. Master, you don't have to be so arrogant. The warriors in the star field can achieve this kind of achievement, just because the heaven and earth there is very rich in spiritual energy, and Tongshuan continent. It is really not suitable for warriors to cultivate. If you have the same cultivation conditions, I want to be here. Everyone, there is no problem in breaking through to the Saint Realm. Yang Kai said solemnly. Having said that, but how difficult is it to enter the star territory? Ling Taishu slowly shook his head and laughed at himself. I don't hide it from you, Master, I joined forces with Meng Wuya 10 years ago to break through star territory, but the two of us rushed out of the Tongshuan continent less than 100,000 miles, and we were forced to retreat. There seems to be a magical power in the star territory, that force is squeezed from all around, and the physical strength cannot meet the requirements. If you don't, you can't walk in it at all. The power of the starry sky. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and suddenly grinned again. But Master, don't worry, I'm coming back this time to bring you all to the star territory, to a better cultivation star. Quote. In the hall, everyone's expressions were cheered up, and they all looked at Yang Kai in amazement. Really? How to bring it? What about so many of us? Can you take them all away? Everyone asked in a row, and they were obviously very interested in what Yang Kai said. They wished to leave this backward continent as soon as possible and go to a place where the spiritual energy of that day was more intense. Just like Yang Kai, go to see a broader wonderful and charming. To be continued. This text is provided by at 87,453,198. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to First Release to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1556 Tenderness and Sweetness. Although exciting, everyone knows that it is not an easy thing to leave Tongshuan continent and enter the star territory. Ling Taishu and Meng Wuya failed to work together, and the difficulty can be imagined. Now that Yang Kai dares to make this promise, he is very excited. Don't be arguing, don't be arguing. Ling Taishu stretched out his hand and pressed, since Xiao Yang Kai said so, then there should be a surefire way, right? Saying this, he looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Master Mingzhan, it's really not a hassle to bring you into the star territory. Well, let's put it this way, not only everyone here, but also your clansmen, and even the entire Nine Heavens Holy Land, I can take them away, but it will take some time. Take them all away. Ling Taishu was also shocked now. Not to mention Battle Soul Hall and Po Xuanfu, 3,000 or 4,000 people came over from Zhongdu back then, and it was said that there were more than 2,000 disciples in the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Altogether, there are as many as 5,000 or 6,000 people. How can Yang Kai take away such a huge amount? The power of the starry sky is extremely powerful, and even if Yang Kai reaches the level of the void return mirror, he cannot protect so many people. Well, I have my own way, Master, don't have to worry. Yang Kai grinned, the key is to see if you are willing to go. Yes, of course I do. Huo Xingchen immediately called out and said eagerly, when will you leave? Hehe, brother Huo, don't worry, although you are the head of the family, this kind of thing still has to be discussed with the clansmen. Maybe some people don't want to leave here. If you want to go, just stay with me. Well, the Chu family, the Yang family, and the Dong family are all like this. Miss Chu, eldest brother, and cousin, you are now the heads of each family. You can handle this matter yourself and discuss it with the elders of each family. We know. Yang Wei and Dong Qinghan nodded. Chu Yimeng also agreed, and her previously dim eyes seemed to regain some brilliance because of this news. Being able to enter the star territory, she may be able to reach a higher level, not seeking to be shoulder to shoulder with Yang Kai, but only to narrow the distance between each other. Maybe one day, she will be able to touch him. She saw a little bit of hope, which made her suddenly look radiant. If you say that, I won't have to be separated from you for so long, so far apart. Dong Suzu looked at Yang Kai excitedly. Yang Kai is her only heir, but since her son joined the High Heaven Pavilion at the age of 13, she and Yang Kai have been apart from each other more often than before. Although she can't see Yang Kai, at least she knows that he is living well in High Heaven Pavilion. Later, in the Inheritance War, Yang Kai was only 100 miles away from her. But since Yang Kai left Tongshuan continent and went deep into the star territory, for more than 30 years, not only has he not seen Yang Kai, but he has not even heard any news. If it wasn't for Yang Sai's painstaking efforts to regulate her body and mood over the years, Dong Suzu would have collapsed long ago. Dong Suzu was 10,000 happy when he learned today that he could also go to the star territory with his son. Yang Kai looked at her and nodded lightly at her. Dong Suzu smiled kindly, it was a smile from the bottom of his heart. It's not too late, I'll go and discuss with those old guys. Huo Xingchen didn't want to delay, so he got up and left quickly. Looking at the posture, it seemed that anyone who dared to disagree would have to do it. I'll go too. Yang Wei got up and left. Chu Yimeng followed closely. They are not willing to delay anything. The heart that yearns for higher-level martial arts makes them yearn for the magic in the star field. Soon, only Ling Taishu and Yang Xie were left in the hall. The family is finally reunited. There are endless things to say, endless thoughts. After learning that Yang Kai still couldn't find Su Yan's whereabouts, Dong Suzu sighed and comforted. She likes Su Yan, her daughter-in-law, very much. Boy, I don't have any problem with you thinking about Su Yan, but have you thought about how the people here will deal with it? Fourth Master Yang suddenly looked at Yang Kai and asked in a meaningful way. Little senior sister. Yang Kai chuckled, I've already met her, but there seems to be something wrong with the little senior sister. When she wakes up, I will ask her carefully. Don't pretend to be stupid. Fourth Master Yang glared at him. Shanning Shang is not the only one here, there are several others. Where did so many come from? Yang Kai shouted, with a look of injustice. HMPH, there is one here in the Hall of War Souls, and there are 2 in the Gemini Pavilion. You don't know anything when you are an old man. Fourth Master Yang sneered and said proudly, although I will not say anything, I will not say anything. But I know it better than anyone else. Yang Kai blushed to death. Dong Suzu giggled and gave a thumbs up to Yang Kai. Fourth Master Yang has been in love with her all his life, and her life is very happy, but she hopes that her son can be accompanied by more beauties. Give her 7 or 8 or 10 grandchildren, so that her life with the Fourth Master will not be boring in the future. Even if Yang Kai is not under his knees, they can bring their grandchildren. Alright, don't mix things up about the young people. Yang Kai is not an unreasonable person, and if he thinks about it, he won't make the little girl sad. Ling Taishu interjected. When the master spoke, Fourth Master Yang immediately shrank his head and nodded repeatedly. The entire Battle Soul Hall and the ruins of Po Xuanfu were mobilized. The major families who came here with Yang Kai have held elders' meetings frequently in the past few days, and each family seems to be discussing some major issues. Everyone learned that Yang Kai had returned, and they all learned that they were going to Star Territory. No coercion, all voluntary. 9 Heavens Holy Land also received a message from Yang Kai, and the order to come down was the same as that of the Battle Soul Hall. In addition, Yang Kai also sent a message to the Soaring Sky sect. 2 days later, Yang Kai returned to the 9 Heavens Holy Land. He went directly to the secret room where Sha Ningqiang retreated. The little sister is still sleeping, and it seems that the last time she went into trouble, she was quite tired, and she has not woken up until now. Yang Kai came to her side, held her jade hand, and gently poured in some Saint Yuan. After a while, Sha Ningqiang's long eyelashes trembled. Yang Kai sat beside the bed, turned to face her, and waited with a smile. After a while, Sha Ningqiang opened her beautiful eyes. As soon as you saw Yang Kai's face, her eyes immediately froze and she stared at him blankly. The 4 eyes are facing each other, just like the occasional emotion in the Juin Valley. A little heartbeat, a little flustered. Sha Ningqiang suddenly pursed her lips and laughed. What are you smirking? Yang Kai asked while looking at her with a smile. This dream is so long. Sha Ningqiang backhanded Yang Kai's big hand, with great strength, holding on tightly, as if unwilling to let go. Yang Kai also grinned, leaned down, and kissed affectionately on her gem-like red lips. The little sister could hardly breathe. The lips parted, the body temperature rose, and the beautiful eyes became blurred. In a dream, would you do these things with me? Yang Kai looked treacherous. Sha Ningqiang's pretty face immediately blushed. She moved her body and buried her head under Yang Kai's clothes, as if she didn't dare to see anyone again. Yang Kai got the answer and laughed happily. Suddenly, Sha Ningqiang's delicate body trembled, she hurriedly sat up, and froze in place, her beautiful eyes focused on Yang Kai's face, her eyes flickering with suspicion and surprise. Junior brother, you, Sha Ningqiang opened her mouth, her brows were very beautiful, as if she was still a little confused. I'm back, Yang Kai said softly. The little sister immediately covered her red lips with her hands, her beautiful eyes trembled, and misty water filled her eyes. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and her eyes turned red instantly. She finally realized that everything was real and she was not dreaming. The man who had been thinking about it all day long was sitting alive by his bed at the moment, looking at her affectionately, almost making her melt into the eyes full of tenderness and sweetness. She can't believe it. I'm really back. Yang Kai stretched out his hands, hugged her tightly, and tried hard, as if to rub her into his body. Shanning Shang's mouth came out with a squeaking sound, and she also hugged Yang Kai tightly, and choked out a choked cry from her throat. That cry made Yang happy. Straightening her body, Yang Kai domineeringly blocked her cry. Clothes were scattered, and the room was full of light. All the lovesickness and deep-rooted love, at this moment, precipitated and fermented, and transformed into happiness that made Shanning Shang almost dizzy. The love between men and women has always been like this. An hour later, Yang Kai was in high spirits and walked out of the secret room. Behind her, Shanning Shang wore a veil and followed with her head down, embarrassed. Her delicate earlobes and slender neck are still pink, which is confusing. Like a withered grass being moistened by the rain and dew, at this moment, Shanning Shang burst into an unimaginable aura, enough to turn thousands of sentient beings upside down and make any man go mad. The hands of the two are closely connected, just like their hearts. Not far away, a flash of light came quickly. It seemed to be looking for Yang Kai for something, but after seeing this scene, he immediately turned his head and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Master, Sha Ningqiang let out a coquettish groan, wishing to find a hole to burrow into immediately. She saw that the person in the light was Meng Wuya. Yang Kai grinned, Sha Ningqiang bit her red lips and stomped her feet angrily. Forget it, shopkeeper Meng must have nothing important to do, otherwise he will not leave. Yang Kai said with relief, well, little senior sister, I have something to ask you. What's the matter? Sha Ningqiang looked up at him timidly, met Yang Kai's gaze, and quickly turned away. This shy look made Yang Kai want to turn around and return to the secret room. Sheng Yuan was running, and it was difficult to suppress the urge to move in his heart. Yang Kai looked solemn and said, when I helped you sort out the meridians in Sheng Yuan before, I found that there is a cloud of gray gas in your body. What is that? That thing. Sha Ningqiang heard the words and frowned. Actually, I don't know what it is. You don't know? Yang Kai was greatly surprised. Well, it followed me by itself. Hey, where did it go? Sha Ningqiang suddenly realized that something was wrong. The mysterious energy that had always existed in her body disappeared at this moment. To be continued. This text is provided by at ch8296929D Indian Chinese paper. Chapter 1557 The Origin of the Stars. After asking Sha Ningqiang carefully, Yang Kai realized that it was a coincidence that she got that cloud of gray energy. Back then when Yang Kai immediately entered the Tongshuan continent, Sha Ningqiang was extremely lonely. To pass the time, she could only sit in the Nine Heavens Holy Land and refine medicine pills for others every day. She was originally the holy physique of the medicine spirit, and alchemy was cultivation. At the same time as a large amount of pills were refined, Sha Ningqiang's own cultivation was also increasing at a terrifying speed. There was no bottleneck at all. After only a few years of effort, she has already become a saint, catching up with the state when Yang Kai left. Then one day, she was bored, and secretly ran out to travel alone, and finally got the cloud of gray gas in a hidden underground cave. Since then, her cultivation has been unstoppable. She crossed the level of the Saint realm in 10 years and was promoted to the Saint King realm. It took another 10 years to reach the second level Saint King realm. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Such a terrifying cultivation speed, even on the gloomy star, even the disciples of the big sects and powerful forces may not be able to do it. But in this barren Tongshuan continent, the little senior sister has accomplished such a feat. The reason why Sha Ningqiang can achieve today's achievements is indeed inseparable from that cloud of disgrace. After you got it, did you feel any discomfort? Yang Kai asked seriously. It's not too much discomfort. Sha Ningqiang thought about it carefully. It's just that sometimes I suddenly feel a little tired, and sometimes I become very lazy, and I don't even want to think. Hee, it's like getting old. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Junior brother, is there something wrong with it? Sha Ningqiang asked. I don't dare to decide whether it is a blessing or a curse. Yang Kai shook his head slowly, a little worried. Then what exactly is it? I don't know, but I have a guess. If this guess is true, then, this is your chance, little senior sister. Yang Kai looked at Sha Ningqiang with a burning gaze, his expression slightly excited. That vague guess made his blood boil. Right, where did you get it, remember? Shanning Shang nodded. Take me to take a look. Yang Kai said, stretching out his hand to wrap around Shanning Shang's slender waist, sacrificed the star shuttle, and disappeared into the nine heavens holy land as a rainbow. Following the route guided by the little senior sister, Yang Kai and her were flying in the air. Extremely fast. It took only a day before and after, and the two of them came to the sky above a mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles. Shanning Shang's memory is very good. Even after more than 20 years, she still clearly remembers the place where she found that cloud of grey gas that day. Soon, the two came to a valley, and Yang Kai escaped from the star shuttle. They walked towards a certain place with Shanning Shang. Not long after, a deep and dark cave entrance appeared in the eyes of the two of them. Shanning Shang pointed to the cave entrance and said, "Junior brother, I went in from here, then went deep to the lowest level, and got that ball." Quote, "Go in and have a look." Yang Kai grinned, a man of high art and boldness. Not afraid at all, he took Shanning Shang's hand and dived into the cave. The cave is extremely dark and the air is quiet, but it is not humid but extremely dry. As soon as you entered the cave, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He felt the rich aura of heaven and earth from this cave. Of course, this kind of richness is only compared to other places in Tongshuan continent, and it cannot be compared with Gloom Star or other famous cultivation stars in the star field. However, this is also rare. And, the deeper you go down, the more abundant the aura will be. Yang Kai's expression cheered up, and he suddenly realized that his guess should be close to 10, and this abnormal aura is a reflection of it. This really belongs to the opportunity of the little senior sister. If the cloud of grey gas is handled well enough, it can definitely bring unimaginable benefits to Shanning Shang, allowing her to transform from a cocoon into a butterfly. The two held hands and walked deeper and deeper step by step. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to sense something and hurriedly stopped. At the same time, the little senior sister cheered happily, "It's here, I can feel it. It's coming." A group of mysterious energy is approaching from the front at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai searched with his spiritual sense and found that the fluctuation of this energy was exactly the same as the one he extracted from the body of his little senior sister a few days ago. The grey chi escaped into the ground, and it returned to its original position. Now that it sensed Shanning Shang's aura, it couldn't wait to show up. In a short time, the grey air has come to the front. It didn't dare to jump directly at Shanning Shang, but stopped 10 feet in front of Yang Kai. It felt threatened from Yang Kai. "Junior brother." Shanning Shang looked at him, asking for his opinion. "Take it away, I didn't want to scare it away that day, I just wanted to see what it is." Yang Kai turned his body sideways to get out of the way. Shanning Shang immediately called out with her mind, and the grey energy felt Shanning Shang's call, and with a slight sway, she passed Yang Kai's side, rushed directly to Shanning Shang, got into her body and disappeared. Shanning Shang's delicate body trembled, and she let out a moan. Yang Kai's left eye suddenly burst into golden light, and a narrow and majestic golden pupil appeared, staring at Shanning Shang. World exterminating demon eye. Under his spying, after the little senior sister absorbed the cloud of grey air, a layer of grey air invisible to the naked eye really permeated her body. This kind of aura is generally only possessed by those old people who will not live long. Once this kind of aura appears, it means that this person has a short lifespan. There is only one reason why the little senior sister is shrouded in this kind of aura, and that cloud of grey energy is at work. Yang Kai was not surprised, he seemed to have expected it, let alone be in a hurry. He just waved to the little senior sister, "Follow me." Shanning Chang nodded slightly, and followed behind Yang Kai step by step. The two continued to go deeper, and they didn't know how long it had passed, and they didn't know how far they had traveled. Yang Kai only felt that the aura of the surrounding world was getting stronger and stronger. But this rich aura didn't give Yang Kai any sense of comfort, instead it was somewhat desolate. When the spiritual energy of that day was almost comparable to that of the gloomy star, Yang Kai and Shanning Shang suddenly came to a huge underground cave. In front of him, there is a faint light shining in the deeper part of the ground, as if it is conveying some message. Shocking the sea of consciousness of the two, summoning the two to move forward. Being summoned by this, Shanning Shang's beautiful eyes became dazed, and her body moved forward uncontrollably, like a moth flying towards a flame. Without hesitation, Yang Kai's face sank, and a low drink came out of his mouth, and the tide of spiritual thoughts poured into Shanning Shang's sea of consciousness. The young senior sister's delicate body shook, her face turned pale slightly, and the blankness in her eyes disappeared after she regained her senses. It was replaced by infinite horror. Junior brother, Shanning Shang was a little at a loss. She didn't know what happened to her just now. She was dominated by a force in the dark. She couldn't think independently at all. Look over there. Yang Kai pointed in one direction. Shanning Shang looked over, her beautiful eyes trembling involuntarily. There were densely packed corpses sitting upright. Everyone's body was extremely dry, and some of them had already been weathered into ashes. However, from the traces in some of the corpses, it was not difficult to see that they seemed to have been drained of their bodies in an instant by some force. Essence of life. Fall here. Who are these people? Why are they all dying here? Shanning Shang leaned against Yang Kai, as if she wanted to find some sense of security. If I'm not mistaken, these people exist just like you. Same as me. Shanning Shang frowned. She was also a girl with a beautiful heart, and after thinking about it for a while, she understood. You mean, they have all had that cloud of shame before? Probably. Yang Kai chuckled. Then why are they? Shanning Shang only felt chills all over her body, and the thrilling scene just now reappeared in her mind, if Yang Kai hadn't woken herself up in time. I am sure that my fate is worrying, and I am afraid that I will end up like these people. Because the body of that cloud of gray gas wanted to get energy supplements, so it chose you and cultivated you. It made you stronger. The stronger you are, the better it is for it. Why did it do this? Shanning Shang was puzzled. It's about to die. Yang Kai replied, suddenly shrugging his shoulders again. These are all my guesses, whether it is true or not, just go and see. Saying so, Yang Kai held Shanning Shang's hand and walked forward step by step. Stepping on those white bones under their feet, there was a crackling sound, which made people shudder and shudder. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, looking at the faint light ahead. Not long after, the two came to the position where the light came from. This is the edge of the underground abyss, and the depth below is unknown, but when you look at it, you can suddenly find that there is a gray light below the abyss, burning like a huge lamp. The light was extremely dim, and the color was exactly the same as the gray air that Shanning Shang got. Sure enough, Yang Kai took a deep breath, and after seeing this huge gray light like a lamp, he immediately affirmed his previous guesses. Junior brother, what exactly is this? Shanning Shang looked suspiciously at the ashes, feeling that the ash in her body was closely related to it, as if it had been separated from the ashes. Oneness of existence. The origin of the stars. Yang murmured, his expression suddenly becoming extremely excited. The origin of the stars. Shanning Shang was at a loss. Any star of cultivation will have the original power. It is the life manifestation of a star. It is the key to the survival of this star, just like our heart. Yang Kai patted his chest and explained, it is precisely because of the star's origin that this star will have life. Without it, this star will become a dead star. There are countless such stars in the star field. Perhaps they all once gave birth to life, but as time passed, the passage of time, the demise of the star source, those vitality no longer exist. People die like a lamp is extinguished, and the stars are the same. If the source lamp in front of me is extinguished, the Tongshuan continent will be gone, and it will become a death star. Chapter 1558 Witness. Shanning Chong looked at Yang Kai with a look of shock. She never thought that the stars would also be born, old, sick and die. Yang Kai's words undoubtedly gave her a great impact. But since it was said from the mouth of her junior brother, she firmly believed it. Thinking of the entire Tongshuan continent being devastated and dead silent, Shanning Shang's tender body couldn't help but tremble. She couldn't imagine how many creatures would have suffered catastrophe if the Tongshuan continent was really like this. Life just vanished. She suddenly felt very sad. Junior brother, can you rekindle its lights? Shanning Shang asked suddenly. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and nodded slightly. How to do it? Junior brother, teach me, Shanning Shang said eagerly, biting her red lips. The key lies in you. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Although the origin of the stars has its own life, it has no consciousness. It is a combination of all kinds of magic. It chose you, although the original purpose was to absorb your life energy, replenish yourself, and delay the speed of extinction. But if you handle it well enough, it will not only revitalize Tongshuan continent, but also give you huge benefits. Shanning Shang's expression shook. Yang Kai turned his head, clicked his tongue, and looked at the huge gray fire below with great interest. The origin of the stars. Ever since he entered the star field, he would often hear about this thing, but he had never witnessed the original power of any star with his own eyes. It remains to be verified whether the mass of energy inside the suspended continent is the original source. It can be said that the huge ash fire in front of him was the first origin he saw. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The power of the source is terrifying. Anyone who wants to get close has to take a huge risk. Even the Void King realm powerhouses don't dare to approach the star source of any cultivation star at will. And to refine it, there are many difficulties. If one is not careful, it will be backlashed by the power of the source, and it will fall on the spot. Throughout the ages, many Void King realm powerhouses have been born in the star field, and many powerhouses of this level have fallen in the process of refining the origin of the stars. In today's star field, there are countless cultivation stars. However, there are only a handful of people who can refine the star origin of a certain cultivation star and become a star master. No Void King realm expert dares to make fun of his own life. They would rather practice hard. He didn't dare to refine the origin of the stars rashly. But there is such an opportunity in front of Shang. Compared with the origin of other cultivation stars, the original power of Tongshuan continent is undoubtedly old and dying. It was precisely because of this that Shang was possessed by a source of power. Occasionally feel tired, even too lazy to think, giving birth to the feeling of aging for no reason. It's not that she's aging, but that Yuan is aging and is heading towards extinction step by step. This source of power chose Shang and gave her the qualification to refine. Although Shang is only at the second level of Saint King and her cultivation base is insufficient, if she has enough perseverance and decisive courage, she may not have the opportunity to refine such a massive origin. Even Yang Kai is a little envious of her chance. Although it is a bit dangerous, but now the arrow is on the string and has to be launched. The power of origin is closely connected with Shang, and if it is destroyed, Shang will be buried with it. Only by refining it can we gain that chance of life. In the future, as Shang grows and becomes stronger, this huge group of ashes will have a chance to rekindle and revitalize the Tongshuan continent. Of course, the premise is that Shang is strong enough. After explaining the reason and the stakes, Shang nodded without hesitation and said, "I am willing to refine it." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, smiled and nodded. "Okay, you don't have to worry, little senior sister, since it chose you, there must be some reason, you just need to work hard, let it accept you, let yourself integrate with it. It's alright, once you succeed, you will never be separated from it, you will become the star master of Tongshuan continent, you will be the master of this place, the rise and fall of honor and disgrace here are only in your mind." Shang nodded heavily, and was not dazzled by Yang Kai's description of the bright future, but asked seriously, "But what should I do in order to refine it?" "Come on, let me teach you a set of exercises, this exercise is specially for refining the origin of stars." Yang Kai smiled slightly, and pulled Shang to sit down. Let her let go of the sea of consciousness defense. Yang Kai escaped the soul and body into her sea of consciousness, and began to teach a mysterious and unusual exercise. Star alchemy, what Yang Kai got from Emperor Garden. He originally thought that he would use it when he refines the origin of the stars, but he didn't want to let Shang benefit in advance. This set of exercises is hidden in a stone tablet. That day in the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai, Shan Qinglo and Shui Yu encountered each other. After a great battle, the stone tablet was broken, and a stone tablet popped out from the debris of the stone tablet, with 3 ancient characters on it. Shui Yu seemed to attach great importance to this stone tablet, begging Yang Kai to give her the stone tablet. Yang Kai almost did so. In the end, because of the closure of the Emperor Garden, Shui Yu and the stone tablet missed each other. After returning to Lingxiao sect, Yang Kai studied it carefully, and realized that the stone tablet contained a skill called star alchemy, and the 3 ancient characters on the stone tablet were the name of the skill. This exercise has no other purpose, it is used to refine the origin of the stars, it was passed down by Emperor Xingkong, it is profound and mysterious. Shang used it to refine the origin of the stars, and it will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. The teaching process was very fast, and within less than half a cup of tea, Yang Kai had already engraved the entire star refining art in Shang's mind, which also contained his own experience of comprehension. Withdrawing the spirit body from her sea of consciousness, Yang Kai waited quietly. Shang needs to study and comprehend this star refining art, she needs time. The sun was rising and the moon was hidden outside, and the cave was quiet and silent. After a full month, Shang suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, exhaled lightly, her pretty face seemed a little tired, but her beautiful eyes were full of excitement. "Brother, I'm ready, then let's start." Yang Kai looked at her with burning eyes. Shang nodded slightly, got up, and walked towards the abyss. When she came to the edge of the abyss, She stared at the huge ash fire jumping below, and opened her mouth lightly, as if she was talking to herself, and seemed to be communicating with the source. If I give my life, I can make you change again. To get the light, so that the whole continent will not die, then I am willing to do so. But if you can't, please accept me, integrate with me, and let you and I fight side by side. I will work hard to cultivate and become stronger as soon as possible, so that you can regain your vitality. The huge gray fire below remained motionless, without any reaction. But soon there was a loud sneer, and the ash fire swayed from side to side, and as it swayed, the huge ash fire slowly bloomed in the surroundings like a flower bud, as if opening its arms to Shanning Shang. A smile appeared on Shanning Shang's face, and she said softly, "Thank you." After the words fell, he suddenly jumped down. Yang Kai's complexion changed drastically. This result was completely beyond his expectation. He didn't expect the little senior sister to be so decisive. By the time he reacted and wanted to stop it, it was too late. Running to the edge of the abyss, looking around, the huge ash fire has closed, completely submerging the figure of the little senior sister. An unimaginable force gushed out from below, sending Yang Kai flying out and hitting the rock wall. Even if it is the original power of the declining Qixin, it is not something that Yang Kai can approach. It obviously doesn't want Yang Kai to interfere with the whole process. Yang Kai got up from the ground, his face was uncertain, but fortunately he could feel the aura of the little senior sister floating deep below. He waited anxiously. Now he can't interfere with anything, he can only wait for the results to appear. Slowly, a trace of magic suddenly diffused from the underground abyss, making Yang Kai's irritable mood suddenly calm down. He frowned, silently feeling the magic. He seemed to see something. He quickly closed his eyes and looked carefully. The vast star field, the darkness is boundless, and there is no light at all. This seems to be an era without light and life. This is an extremely ancient era, an era that cannot be traced back. Yang Kai looked around, but couldn't see anything, and couldn't even perceive his own existence. Time is spent in this barren and lonely little by little. I don't know how many tens of thousands of years have passed. In the dark and boundless star field, a little light suddenly burst out. The light was very small at first, but soon spread like a spark, spreading towards the surroundings. The entire star field was in turmoil, being impacted by the huge energy. Pieces of meteorites, large or small, impacted in all directions, they gathered together, and under the fusion of a magical force, they became one. Gradually, a star appeared in the star field. This is a newly born star, without energy fluctuations, and the surroundings are still dark. It drifts with the current, like a helpless child, wandering in the vast star field, without an end, and forgetting where he came from. Millions of years have passed, and it suddenly came to a bright world. This world has a huge sun star, which emits a warm and full of heat all the time. It stopped and began to spin around the sun star. Gradually, everything began to recover, and some green plants and flowers grew on its land. After several million years of evolution, finally, some intelligent creatures began to appear on this star. They are the oldest group of creatures and the oldest race. They are eager to learn, grow, and become stronger in their daily lives. They branched out, and different races were born one by one. Humans, monsters, demons, and even many other races with strange shapes. No longer satisfied with a simple life, they began to fight for various resources, they figured out a way to make themselves stronger, and they began to practice. Some races perished, while others became stronger. To be continued. Chapter 1559 Master. Over time, with the evolution and evolution of the races, this star gradually became colorful and full of energy, the major races prospered, and the entire continent prospered. All living beings are wantonly absorbing energy from the mainland, obtaining all kinds of things that are beneficial to themselves without restraint. I don't know when it started, but it suddenly became old. It no longer has so much energy for those creatures to cultivate and breathe, and it no longer has excess energy to breed a large amount of precious and rare cultivation materials. It began to become barren, it was powerless, looking at the countless creatures living on its own land, helpless. The prosperity of ancient times gradually faded, the aura of heaven and earth became thinner day by day, and the cultivation realm of warriors also became lower and lower with the passage of time. No one can explore the higher heaven in martial arts. It is really old, like a kind father, a loving mother, who has worked hard to bring up the children and bring them up, letting them ask for everything they want without complaint. But it couldn't have done more for the kids. It has been youthful and full of vitality, but now, it can only linger on, waiting for the day of extinction. Its children call it Tongshuan continent. Yang Kai woke up from that mysterious state, his eyes vicissitudes. He witnessed with his own eyes the birth, prosperity, decline, and gradual extinction of a star of cultivation. Like this star of cultivation, he has spent hundreds of millions of years, and suddenly he felt an indescribable feeling. The cultivation base of his state of mind increased at a crazy speed. At this moment, he understood a lot, just like a wise man who has lived for countless years, his eyes are shining with wisdom and fullness. He felt that if he allowed himself to break through to the Void King realm now, there would be no flaws in his state of mind. His understanding of martial arts and heaven has far surpassed his own cultivation. The improvement of the state of mind originally requires the accumulation of time. Witnessing the evolution and development of things around him coincides with what Yang Kai has experienced just now. The cultivation base of the state of mind is unclear and unexplainable, but it really exists, and only Yang Kai himself can clearly feel it. He didn't expect that the little senior sister's refinement of the origin of the stars would benefit him. He really wanted to immerse himself in that wonderful atmosphere again, but no matter how hard he tried, he could no longer enter the spiritual world of the entire continent. This made him sigh a little. Slowly, Yang Kai seemed to have noticed something, his face sank, he quickly got up from the ground, and rushed towards the abyss. There seemed to be the groaning of the little senior sister from below, and that voice revealed a kind of hardship and pain. When he came to the edge, Yang Kai could only see the huge ash fire swaying, and the little senior sister was nowhere to be seen, but he could feel that Shang was wrapped in the ash fire, floating up and down. The spiritual energy of the surrounding world is frantically gathering towards the underground abyss, not only covering hundreds of miles, but even spreading to farther places. It seems that the aura of heaven and earth in the entire gloomy star has become a little disordered. The cultivation realm of the little senior sister is improving at a crazy and terrifying speed. Originally, she was only at the second level of the Holy King, but at this moment, she has reached the peak of the second level of the Holy King. After a while, he will directly break through to the third level of the Holy King. Did not stop, still climbing steadily. The pinnacle of the Holy King's third layer realm. It seems to have touched the threshold of the virtual return mirror. Yang Kai's eyes revealed a look of horror. Such an unrestrained improvement of cultivation would put a huge burden on the warrior's body, but with the aptitude of the little senior sister, it should be tolerable. What worries Yang Kai is not this, but the aura of the surrounding world. It seems that it is no longer surging here. The aura of heaven and earth gathered before has been consumed by Shang when she broke through the third layer of the Holy King and hit the void return mirror. There was Shang's aura in the huge ash fire, which showed that her fusion with the origin of the stars was very smooth, but it was precisely because of this smoothness that the little senior sister was caught in a dilemma. There is no more aura of heaven and earth for her to break through to the void return mirror, and there is not so much aura for her to be baptized by the energy of heaven and earth. This is a breakthrough in a big realm, and there is no room for sloppiness. If it fails, with Shang's current state of merging the origin of the stars, the ending will definitely not be much better. Yang Kai was secretly anxious. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he thought of a way. The aura of heaven and earth is insufficient, you can use holy crystals instead. I didn't use Saint Crystal when I broke through before, that's because the energy of Gloom Star is abundant, fully meeting my needs. Now that the energy of Tongshuan continent can't satisfy the little senior sister, Shengjing can just supplement it. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and flicked his ring, large pieces of holy crystals shining with white light, pouring down like a galaxy. Before falling to the bottom of the abyss, it was all turned into powder, and clusters of energy that could not be ignored burst out from the inside, and gathered towards the position where Shang and the huge grey fire were. Shang's painstaking moans disappeared, and the chaotic breath coming from below also showed signs of becoming stable, and even the swaying grey fire had stabilized a lot. Yang Kai's face showed joy, pouring more saint crystals down. For this voyage, he brought a lot of holy crystals, including the holy crystals looted from the main rudder of Lei Taizong that day, and part of the storage of Ling Shaozong. At this moment, the hundreds of millions of saint crystals were all thrown down by Yang Kai. The aura of heaven and earth gradually became stronger, the huge ash fire became stronger, the aura of the little senior sister was stable, and everything was developing in a good direction. Yang Kai felt that Shang's aura was rising rapidly, and soon broke through the shackles of the third layer Saint King. The baptism of heaven and earth energy will follow. The heaven and earth energy transformed from the holy crystal gathered into one after another, fierce and surging, like an ancient dragon, bombarded towards the little senior sister. In the dark, there is a pair of small hands shuttling through the ashes, pinching the complicated magic seal, guiding these energies of the heaven and earth, letting them flow into oneself, accepting the body baptism and spiritual sublimation when it is promoted to a great realm. The whole process was turbulent and magnificent, but there were no dangers. After the surging energy of heaven and earth calmed down, the huge ash fire below the abyss suddenly disappeared. The world returns to darkness. But the little senior sister's delicate body exudes a faint fluorescence, like a goddess descending to earth, solemn and inviolable. Yang Kai stood above the abyss, looking at her quietly, dazzled. Today's little senior sister is a real strong void-returning mirror. Although she is only at the first level, she possesses the star source of the Tongshuan continent and the holy physique of the medicine spirit, so she definitely has unlimited potential. This kind of terrifying potential, I am afraid that even Yang Kai will look up to it. He didn't feel any inferiority complex, he just felt that he would have to put in more effort in the future. Otherwise, one day, it would be a very hurtful thing for one's self-esteem to be overridden by one's own woman. The little senior sister didn't move, she just stood in the void, her eyes were tightly closed, her pretty face was full of mystery, as if she was silently comprehending something. After a long time, Shanning Shang suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, with a look full of harvest in her eyes, she flew upwards with joy. Yang Kai smiled, stretched out his hand to grab her, and dragged her to his side. Junior brother, I seem to have surpassed the Saint King realm. Shanning Shang said happily. Well, it's really surpassed. Yang Kai nodded slightly. What is this realm called? It feels amazing. Returning to the void mirror, I am also in this realm now. When I reach this realm, I need to condense my momentum. I will explain it to you when I have time. It is good. Let's go out first, we don't know how much time has passed, I'm afraid the people on the other side of the Holy Land should wait anxiously. Yang Kai suggested, saying so, he pulled Shanning Shang towards the layman. Let me do it, Shanning Shang stopped him, with an eager expression on her face. Yang Kai glanced at her, quickly understood, and nodded slightly. Only then did Shanning Shang stretch out a finger and lightly tap towards the front. The finger pointed by the beautiful and innocent beauty doesn't seem to contain any fireworks. A vortex suddenly appeared in front of him. Shanning Shang pulled Yang Kai into it. When the two reappeared, Yang Kai suddenly found that he was standing in the Nine Heavens Holy Land, in front of the secret room where Shanning Shang was retreating before. With one step, the barrier of 1,000,000 miles was crossed. Even Yang Kai, who has cultivated the power of space, cannot achieve this level. Junior brother, you are right. With the fusion of the stars, I feel like I have become the master of this continent. With a single thought, I can go to any place in the continent, and even mobilize the energy of the entire continent. Shanning Shang explained softly. This is the power of the Star Lord. Yang Kai smiled softly, that's why those Void King realm powerhouses want to refine the origin of the stars, because they can get unimaginable benefits and insights from it. Little senior sister, Tongshuan continent is inseparable from you now, and you are also the first person to refine the origin of the stars with the Saint King realm. In the future, the rise and fall of this continent will be closely related to your cultivation realm. Can you revitalize our homeland? It depends on your efforts. After being told by Yang Kai, Shanning Shang suddenly felt pressured like a mountain. It seemed that the future of hundreds of millions of souls in the entire continent rested on her shoulders. But soon, Shanning Shang recovered, nodded and said, I will definitely work hard, so that it won't go to waste. Let's go, many people are waiting for us. Yang Kai smiled slightly, pulling Shanning Shang towards one direction. In his perception, there are countless familiar breaths of life over there, waiting for his arrival. A hall in the Nine Heavens Holy Land was almost overcrowded. Here, the three tribes of humans, monsters and demons gather together. Almost all the respectable people in the entire continent are here. This is an extremely terrifying force. Although there were many people, the scene was extremely quiet, only from time to time someone cast their eyes outside the hall, as if they were waiting for someone to arrive. There is only one person in the entire continent who can bring together the three strong men of the human, monster, and demon races, and who has been waiting for many days. Lord of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1560 Firefighting. It's outrageous. Meng Wuya gritted his teeth, secretly resentful, and angrily patted the armrest of the chair. He thought that Yang Kai and Shanning Shang were in love with each other, and they forgot the time. It has been more than a month, and the two of them still haven't shown up, making people wait here boringly, and Meng Wuya feels ashamed of these visitors. He has guarded Shanning Shang for so many years, taught her carefully, and is Shanning Shang's only relative. But now, as soon as Yang Kai came back, he snatched the precious apprentice away from him. Meng Wuya knew that this time it was a real snatch, and in Shanning Shang's mind in the future, he might be relegated to the second line as a master, which made him feel a little sour. There is still some sweetness in the sourness. The apprentice has waited for 30 years alone, finally it was not in vain. Yang Kai, the bastard, finally came back. It felt quite strange. Meng Wuya shook his head, with mixed feelings in his heart, unable to explain clearly. The great masters of the monster race below and the demon generals of the demon race looked at each other across the air. The strong men of the two races sat on both sides, their eyes colliding with each other. The atmosphere was very delicate, and there seemed to be some faint smell of gunpowder. Although the three clans joined forces 30 years ago, there have been many frictions among the three clans in order to compete for those cultivation resources. Among them, the friction between the monster clan and the demon clan is the most serious. Fortunately, the great monarch of the monster race and the demon generals knew how to restrain themselves and did not act personally, otherwise the conflict would definitely escalate. It's all the boys below who are making a fuss, but it doesn't hurt much. But it's okay if we don't see each other on weekdays. Now we came to Nine Heaven's Holy Land together, and waited for more than a month bored. Feeling irritable, Meng Wuya felt that he couldn't suppress the two strong men's aim at each other up. If it wasn't for him and Ling Taishu, Chuling Xiao and the three top human beings at the Holy Realm sitting here, these wild guys would probably fight. Headache. That bastard boy fell into the gentle country, and he didn't care about the suffering of the old guys. At this moment, Meng Wuya scolded Yang Kai in his heart. Come here for whatever you are afraid of, and I don't know which great master from the demon clan or which demon general from the demon race got the wrong line, and there was a commotion below. At first, there were only two people fighting against each other, but the situation became more and more intense. He and the magic generals have exported to help their own people. The situation is a bit chaotic. In the end, even Thunder Dragon Lord and Mazan Zongyuan also wade into the muddy water. Thunder Dragon, if I have realized something in recent years of retreat, but I have never been able to find a suitable opportunity to verify the results. Why don't you take advantage of this precious place today? How about you and I compete? Zhang Yuan looked at the great Thunder Dragon with a smile. Those eyes were full of aggressive fighting intent. Okay, it just so happens that I have gained something in these years, and I am worried that I will not be able to find an opponent. I have heard for a long time that Brother Chang Yuan's Tianshuan seal is incomparably mysterious. Even Mr. Meng suffered a disadvantage back then. I really want to learn from it. Lei Long smiled slightly, happy and fearless. What are you doing with this old man? Meng Wuya suddenly became unhappy. Being hit by the demon lord Zhang Yuan with the Tianshuan seal, most of his cultivation was sealed, and he had to run to the central capital to avoid disaster. This matter was a shame in his life. Although it was Zhang Yuan who was able to defeat him with the help of formations at that time, Meng Wuya was the least willing to hear about this matter. Thunder Dragon Lord and Mazan Zhang Yuan below had already confronted each other, and the two didn't make much movement, they just released their consciousness and collided silently. But this kind of battle is more dangerous than conventional battles. If one is not careful, both sides will be hurt, and even their souls will be scattered. Everyone in the hall looked dignified, and the previous noise gradually subsided, and no one dared to disturb them anymore. They all stared nervously at the strong men of their own clan, fearing that any accident would happen. The power of the divine consciousness of the third level of the Holy Realm swept through the entire hall, and any strong person who felt the collision was stunned. The battle quickly became intense. Both Thunder Dragon and Chang Yuan tried their best, but the result was still evenly matched, only tied. But the faces of the two strong men gradually turned pale, fine sweat oozes from their foreheads, and their spiritual thoughts are entangled and collided with each other, extremely dangerous. Meng Wuya and the others looked serious and ugly. Now they can't even intervene if they want to. They can only quietly wait for the result of the battle between Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan. But judging from the current situation, the best result is that both sides will suffer. Once this kind of thing happens, I am afraid that the conflict will escalate. This is not what the strong on the human side want to see. Where did Yang Kai go? Ling Taishu asked anxiously. Meng Wuya shook his head, expressing that he didn't know at all. He went to Shanning Shang's closed room a few days ago, but found no trace of Yang Kai and his apprentice. No one knew where the two went. The situation is not good. Chuling Xiao, the lord of the heavenly firmament sect, frowned tightly. The development of the matter was beyond his expectation. At this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly came from outside the door. It's very lively, why did the fight start first? After the words fell, everyone saw only a flash of a figure outside the door, and Yang Kai and Sha Ning Chong, who was covered by a black veil, appeared in the field of vision. Everyone was attracted by the sound, looked up, and couldn't help being shocked. Many people heard about Yang Kai's return, but they still didn't believe it, until they saw his figure at this moment. But Meng Wuya looked at Sha Ning Sheng suspiciously. He suddenly had a very strange feeling, that is, he hadn't seen him for more than a month, and his apprentice seemed to have changed a little bit, making him feel a little bit uphill. Little martial nephew. There was a coquettish cry, and a beautiful figure rushed out of the hall, directly in front of Yang Kai, looked at him with a smile, clicked tut in his mouth, and nodded slightly after a while. Well, I haven't seen him for decades, and he has become more and more masculine, even my uncle is a little heartbroken. Yang Kai's face darkened, he glanced at Sha Ning Chong subconsciously, and said awkwardly, Uncle, can you be more dignified? When Martial Uncle Fei Yu heard the words, he immediately gave Yang Kai a blank look, and he was full of charm. She came with Chuling Xiao, and when she heard the message from Nine Heavens Holy Land that Yang Kai had returned, Chuling Xiao immediately rushed over with the 4 elders of the sect. As soon as we met now, Master Fei Yu was not serious. Yang Kai felt very warm. When he lived with Martial Uncle Fei Yu in Tianshaozong Shishou Peak, his uncle was like this, he often lay on the ground after getting drunk, his clothes were messy, and his spring was leaking out, and he didn't do anything to avoid the meaning of Yang Kai. Feeling the special enthusiasm of the uncle again after decades, Yang Kai suddenly felt as if he had passed away. Uncle, I am now in full bloom, so I won't grow old. Fei Yu snorted, then said with a smile, Kang Yan, Li Wan and Fei Jian are all here, as well as Master. Saying so, he looked into the hall. Yang Kai nodded lightly, stepped forward, first said a few words to Kang Yan and his senior uncles, and then came to Chuling Xiao with a solemn expression, and said in a deep voice, Disciple Yang Kai, I have seen my master, Master Lao has been waiting for a long time. Okay, there is no need to be too polite. Chuling Xiao nodded happily, released his divine sense, scanned Yang Kai's body, and found that, as Ling Taishu and others said, Yang Kai's current realm cultivation base is already unfathomable, is not what he can spy on. Realizing this, Chuling Xiao smiled more and more kindly, you are very good, very good. Sure enough, you have broken through a world. I am proud of you. I am afraid that the important task of revitalizing the sect will be entrusted to you in the future. Already. Master Zhu is absurdly praised. This disciple still has a lot of shortcomings, and needs more guidance from Master Zhu and Master. Good boy. Chuling Xiao laughed joyfully, and looked at Ling Taishu with great comfort. Master Patriarch, wait for a moment, these two friends have a bit of a temper, this disciple puts out the fire for them first. Yang Kai grinned and turned to look at Thunder Dragon Great Senior and Demon Venerable Zhang Yuan who were fighting for the power of their divine sense. Be careful, don't hurt them. Ling Taishu hastily urged. Don't worry, Master, it won't hurt you. Yang Kai looked proud, and the power of his consciousness burst out and poured into the void. The competition between the two holy third-layer divine senses, other people in the hall did not dare to intervene hastily, but to Yang Kai, the thrilling spiritual sense battle in the eyes of outsiders is as ridiculous as a child's play. There seemed to be a chi-chi sound in the void, Thunder Dragon and Chong Yuan were both shaken, and they all felt that the power of their spiritual consciousness entangled with each other was forcibly separated by a pair of invisible big hands. This kind of strength made them feel a sense of powerlessness, and they couldn't resist at all. Boom! A circle of halo exploded in all directions. Lei Tong and Zhang Yuan each took a few steps back, took a deep breath, and looked at Yang Kai in shock, their eyes filled with horror. He actually easily separated himself from his opponent. You two, it's my fault to keep you waiting for a long time. I did encounter some accidents, that's why I delayed for such a long time, but you don't have to be so tense as soon as you meet. Yang Kai looked at the two with a smile. Thunder Dragon took a deep breath, as if he hadn't calmed down the ups and downs of his mood, he pondered for a while, cupped his fists and said, I'm sorry. Zhang Yuan is not a small person, seeing Lei Long say so, he immediately chuckled, thank you Holy Master Yang, please forgive me if I offend you. That's right, we all live under a blue sky, why bother to fight and kill as soon as we meet? Yang Kai nodded lightly, very satisfied with the attitude of the two, seeing many people standing in place, looking at himself strangely, he stretched out his hand and said, sit down, you're welcome. I called you over today because I have something to discuss with you. After learning of the return of Holy Master Yang, I have traveled day and night from the devil capital to the Holy Land, but I don't know why Holy Master Yang summoned me to wait here. This is where the powerful people from the three races of humans, monsters and demons have gathered. I think the main thing Yang Sheng said is, it must be a big deal, right? Zhang Yuan seemed to ask casually, but there was deep fear in those eyes. Just now Yang Kai separated him from Thunder Dragon, although he didn't feel too much, but Zhang Yuan knew that the current Yang Kai was not comparable to him at all. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1561. No other idea. Does this kid want to dominate the entire continent? Let your own demons and monsters bow down. With this thought, Zhang Yuan's expression became more fearful and dignified. It's not that he has a small belly, on the contrary, Zhang Yuan is very arrogant. The personality of most demon and monster powerhouses is like this. It is really that he, as a demon, has to consider this aspect. Thunder Dragon also thought the same way. If that was the case, even if the two races of demons and monsters joined forces, they would not be able to resist, and could only let it go, otherwise it would be a catastrophe. Hearing his question, Yang Kai glanced at him thoughtfully, and said with a chuckle, "Don't think too much about Demon Venerable, I won't be here for long this time, I'm afraid I will leave soon." Leave soon? Zhang Yuan was stunned, and he and Lei Long exchanged glances, both extremely surprised. Yang Kai didn't have any ambitions. Yes, the splendor in the star field makes me linger, so I don't plan to stay here for a long time. Yang Kai laughed. Lei Long's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "Is the star field very exciting? If possible, can Holy Master Yang tell me?" The other powerhouses of the human, monster and demon tribes also stretched their heads, looking towards Yang Kai, with a serious listening appearance. "Yeah, let me tell you, the old man is also very curious." Chu Lingxiao said with a smile, although he heard a lot of news about the star field from Ling Taishu after he came here, but these news are also from Ling Taishu. What I heard here, but I didn't witness it with my own eyes, always lacked a little flavor. Now that Yang Kai himself is here, he naturally wants to check it out. The master has an order, so the disciple will naturally not refuse. Yang Kai laughed, pondered for a while, and then said calmly, "There are indeed many wonderful things in the star field, many things we have never thought of before." In the hall, everyone listened intently. Time passed by little, but everyone listened with relish, and their expressions gradually became excited. The vastness of the star field made them amazed again and again. The charming scenery and abundant cultivation materials in the star field made them yearn for it. Ashamed. They deeply understand the meaning of the word frog in a well. According to what Yang Kai said, most of the cultivation stars in the star field have extremely strong heaven and earth auras, and it is nothing to enter the holy state there. Wang Jing is the real big shot. Everyone's blood was burning and boiling, and there was a look of longing in their eyes. They are eager to have such a cultivation environment and abundant cultivation materials. They are eager to take a step forward in their own martial arts and become the legendary Saint King Realm, Void Return Mirror or even Void King Realm. Yang Kai didn't add any embellishments, but calmly told what he knew about the star territory and what he had seen and heard over the years. But this is enough. After he finished speaking, everyone's mood fluctuated, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. Yang Kai has seen all kinds of splendor and magic, but they are on the Tongshuan continent, fighting to the death for some star-field warriors who don't look at them at all, and even treat them as garbage. This discovery made everyone depressed, ashamed, and even deeply ashamed. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon, who were facing each other before, looked at each other and smiled wryly, suddenly felt that the previous fight was very naive, very naive. Well, the star field is so wonderful, I can't wait to go and see it. If I can experience all kinds of magic in my lifetime, I will have no regrets in this life. Chu Lingxiao took a deep breath. Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan opened their mouths, as if they wanted to say something, but they couldn't say it in the end. There was silence in the hall for a long time before Zhang Yuan sighed, and asked with some loss of interest, "Then why do you dare to ask Holy Master Yang to summon the powerful people of the three tribes of humans, monsters and demons here this time?" Hearing his question, Lei Long quickly cast his eyes on Yang Kai, very curious. Yang Kai responded with a smile, "Take you into the star field." A stone stirred up thousands of waves, and everyone's bodies were shocked, looking at Yang Kai with dull and excited eyes, as if they never thought that he would say such a thing. It is undeniable that Yang Kai's various descriptions before have aroused everyone's yearning and curiosity for the star territory, and they all wanted to see what the star territory looked like. But the star field is easy to advance. They don't have the ability to break into the star field, so they can only stare blankly, envious of Yang Kai's opportunity, and admire Yang Kai's courage and strength. But now, Yang Kai threw an olive branch to them. Everyone was stunned. Of course, I don't force you. This is just a proposal. I will leave in a few days. If you are willing to follow me, if you don't want to stay, I am coming back this time just for this matter. Yang Kai added. Is this true? Zhang Yuan suddenly stood up, looking at Yang Kai with burning eyes. Holy Master Yang isn't joking. Lei Long also had a puzzled expression on his face. Although they don't know what price to pay for bringing people into the star field, it will definitely not be too easy. If Yang Kai has this ability, he will definitely give priority to his relatives and friends on the human race. Now he has spread this favor to the monsters and monsters. Both Zhang Yuan and Lei Long couldn't believe it, and they were a little confused in their excitement. No kidding, Yang Kai replied seriously. After receiving his affirmative answer, Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon were both stunned. After a long time, Zhang Yuan asked solemnly, Dare to ask Holy Master Yang, what do we need to pay? Surrender to you, allegiance. Hee. Yang Kai grinned, with a mocking look on his face, and said lightly, What do I need your allegiance to do? Well, to put it bluntly, I am now, with one finger if I can wipe out the entire Tongshuan continent, if I want you to surrender and be loyal, there is no need to talk so much nonsense with you, just use force to suppress it. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon were drenched in sweat instantly. They don't think that Yang Kai is uttering wild words, they have already reached a higher realm of tyranny from Yang Kai's previous explanation, and that is really not something they can resist. This young man has already surpassed the legendary figure of that generation, and is regarded as the supreme demon god by the demon clan. He walks farther and stands taller. Even if the great demon god is resurrected, I'm afraid we can only look up to him. Then why Holy Master Yang? Thunder Dragon looked at Yang Kai hesitantly. We're all old friends, if you can help, just help, I have no other ideas. Yang Kai said lightly. Both Zhang Yuan and Lei Long felt ashamed, wishing they could find a hole in the ground and go down, never to come out to see anyone again. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan clasped his fist solemnly and said, Holy Master Yang is a man of integrity, it's because Zhang Yuan has treated the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a villain, please forgive me if I have offended you. Lei Long also quickly expressed his apology, his face full of sincerity. It doesn't matter, you are all the leaders of the clan, you should think more far-reaching. Yang Kai waved his hand lightly, indicating that he didn't care, and he would think about things like this when he was in the same place. Only then did the two strong men look better. There are many wonderful things in the star field, but there should be many dangers, right? If Holy Master Yang brings so many people into the star field, will he be able to protect the safety of those clansmen? Lei Long asked worriedly. There are definitely dangers, so whether you follow me or not is entirely voluntary, and it depends on your own choice. Of course, you can also choose to stay. Maybe Tongshuan continent will rejuvenate one day and become the same as the stars. Like other cultivating stars in the domain, they will be able to feel a deeper level of heavenly Tao and martial Tao at that time, but at this time, there is some uncertainty. Yang Kai smiled slightly, and looked at Shanning Shang meaningfully. Since refining the origin of the stars, becoming a star master, and breaking through to the void return mirror, Shanning Shang's aura has obviously improved a lot, and the gray layer that has been covering her body seems to have become much lighter. As long as she can continue to advance and break through at such a speed, one day she will be able to stand at the pinnacle of the star field, and at that time, even the entire Tongshuan continent will benefit. This matter is very important, please allow me to wait a few days, Holy Master Yang, I need to discuss it carefully with them. Zhang Yuan said with a frown. This is natural, Yang Kai nodded lightly, immediately ordered people to take the strong men of the monsters and monsters down to rest, and let them discuss the matter carefully. There is no need for discussion on the side of the human race. The relatives and friends of Nine Heavens Holy Land, Zongdu, and even Tian Shaozong have decided to follow Yang Kai into the star field. Of course, there are some disciples who are unwilling to leave their homes and stay in the sect. Just let it go and admit it. Not everyone has a fearless and adventurous spirit, and is willing to bet their lives for the illusory beauty, which requires great courage and yearning for a higher martial arts. But generally speaking, there are not many such people, and each sect probably accounts for about 30% of them. Everyone has dispersed, and there are still many things to deal with. Soon, the hall was empty, and Yang Kai smiled and walked towards a pair of women who seemed to be twin sisters. As Yang Kai approached, the breathing of the two women seemed to be slightly rapid, as if they were very excited. Zhao Er, Mayor, long time no see. Yang Kai greeted with a smile. There were too many people just now, and he didn't have time to catch up with the Hu family sisters. Now that he has free time, he naturally wants to talk to them. Moreover, they seem to be waiting for themselves here. The two women on the opposite side smiled slightly and said in unison, "Long time no see, how are you?" "Very good." Yang Kai nodded, brows slightly wrinkled, a little dazed. His eyes kept turning back and forth on the two girls, but he still couldn't tell which one was Hu Jiaoer and which one was Hu Meyer. This discovery made him scratch his head. After they have practiced the same Qi Liangji magical skill, not only their slightly different appearances have become exactly the same, but even their own temperament and the breath of life in their bodies are the same. They stood there as if they were alone. Moreover, their cultivation has unexpectedly reached the level of the second-level sainthood, not just becoming a saint as the elder Shu Wei reported at the beginning. This cultivation speed is a bit terrifying. Yang Kai was secretly speechless. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1562 Arrangement. Although the little senior sister has been promoted to the Void Returning Mirror, her cultivation level is much higher than that of the sisters of the Hu family, but she was able to do it because she obtained a great opportunity to refine the origin of the stars. The Hu family sisters certainly did not have such a heaven-defying chance. On this continent with barren land and thin aura, they reached this level through their own efforts, which shows that their aptitude is indeed extraordinary. Seeing Yang Kai's suspicious face, the woman on the left pursed her lips and said, "I'm Jiaoer." "I'm Meyer." The woman on the right added. "The sound is crisp and soft, and it is extremely beautiful." The temperament and demeanor of the two seem to be quite different from before, combining the boldness of the elder sister and the shyness and reserve of the younger sister. Now they are of the same mind and look even more attractive. "If you don't tell me, I really can't see it." Yang Kai scratched his head. This somewhat childish action made the two girls chuckle. "Few people can see it." Hu Jiaoer pursed her lips and smiled coquettishly, "Even daddy often confuses us." Yang Kai nodded lightly, even Hu Man couldn't tell his two daughters apart, so it's not surprising that he couldn't recognize them. "By the way, you've heard what happened just now, do you want to stay, or let's go with you?" Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, the two women replied in unison, as if they had a good understanding, and there was no need to discuss anything. "Since this is the case, then you should also prepare. I don't plan to wait too long. I will set off in half a month." "Okay, let's go see daddy first, and also send a message to the master." Hu Jiaoer said without delay, and immediately left hand in hand with Hu Meyer. However, it seemed a little reluctant. Having not seen each other for so many years, they really wanted to have more conversations with Yang Kai, but when they thought of meeting each other often in the future, they were not in a hurry. When they passed by Shaningshang's side, the two girls nodded slightly, their beautiful eyes bursting with envy. Shaningshang can naturally accompany Yang Kai. They can't. "Senior sister, take advantage of this half-month to teach you something." After all the people in the hall were gone, Yang Kai quickly walked towards Shaningshang, pulling her towards the secret room. What Yang Kai wants to teach Shaningshang is naturally the tricks of condensing his own strength and the points that need to be paid attention to. He condensed his own momentum with the help of the power of the Emperor's prestige emitted by the Emperor Garden. It was a tricky method. Although the effect was amazing, it was not suitable for Shaningshang. But this understanding of potential, perception and experience, but it is universal. What's more, he also learned a lot of valuable experience from Qiantong and others. Now they are also taught to Shaningshang. In addition to this, Yang Kai also passed on the true solution of alchemy. The little senior sister has a special physique like the holy physique of the medicine spirit, so she knows how to refine the elixir by nature. There is no need for others to teach, the truth of alchemy is profound, and it is very mysterious. Shaningshang can definitely learn useful information from it, and then improve her alchemy skills. Half a month, neither long nor short. Yang Kai and Shaningshang did not leave the secret room. Naturally, there will be some wind, flowers, snow and moon in the middle, the beautiful spring scenery, the thunder from the sky, the fire from the sky, the rain and the clouds. Yang Kai set foot in the star field. She has never been close to a woman, but now, once she sees her again, the love is deep, like a beast that has escaped from the trap, and it is brave. Shaningshang's complexion is getting better and better. Even the already fair skin gradually became crystal clear, as if it could be broken with a single blow. Beautiful flowers need to be watered by rain and dew after all. Half a month later, Yang Kai and Shanning Shang went out together. In just half a month, Shanning Shang naturally couldn't condense her own momentum, but after gaining the experience imparted by Yang Kai, she also understood what is called momentum, and she already had a little experience with this magical power. Now it's just a matter of cultivating by yourself. It is also effortless for her to study Dan Dao's true understanding, and the various techniques and spiritual formations recorded in it often make her eyes shine and touch her deeply. The Nine Heavens Holy Land is now crowded with people, nearly 10,000 people from 3 tribes of humans, demons and monsters gathered here. Among these 10,000 people, there are 2,000 disciples from the Holy Land, 3 to 4,000 people from Zhongdu, more than 1,000 from the Demon Clan, and 2,000 from the Demon Clan. Such a huge number gathered here, but the scene was extremely quiet. No one was making any noise, not even whispering to each other. Everyone was just waiting quietly, waiting for Yang Kai's arrival. They really want to know what method Yang Kai will use to bring so many people into the star field at once. A flash of brilliance flashed by, and Yang Kai appeared. Tens of thousands of eyes all stared at him. Glanced at the bottom, Yang Kai nodded lightly. Since everyone is here, let's start. Yang Kai, what do we need to do? Just give us an order. Thunder Dragon yelled from below. Yes, we will fully cooperate. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. It's nothing, just relax, don't resist. Yang Kai smiled slightly, and opened his mouth to spit out a seemingly inconspicuous bead, which was suspended in front of him, attracting everyone's attention. They don't know what is so mysterious about this bead, and they don't even know what Yang Kai wants to do with this bead at this time. The answer was soon revealed. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, pointed at the bead and flicked it with his fingers, and the bead flew out like an arrow from the string, directly above the place where thousands of people gathered. There was a soft pop, and there seemed to be a bursting sound from inside the bead, and a magical force swept out. Everyone who felt this force felt a sense of being bound. Out of trust in Yang Kai, they did not use the power in their bodies to resist. There was a blur in front of them, and after they regained their senses, everyone suddenly found that they had come to a completely strange place. This is not the Nine Heavens Holy Land at all, but the scenery is beautiful. Moreover, the aura of heaven and earth seems to be extremely rich, more than 100 times higher than the aura in Tongshuan continent. This discovery shocked everyone. Hey, what's that? A Mozu seemed to have discovered a new continent, looking at a certain place and shouting loudly. Following his gaze, everyone immediately found a jet black, long spindle-shaped thing that was more than 10 feet long, quietly suspended in midair. Battleship. Ma Zhenchang Yuan let out a low voice, his eyes showing horror. Although he had obtained the news that Yang Kai had a complete battleship from the demon general Meng Jie before, he had never seen it with his own eyes, and he didn't know if it was true or not. Now that the battleship appeared in front of him, he immediately understood that the news it is true. There is a warship like this in the underground of the demon city, but it is tattered. Moreover, it seems that it is not even worthy of carrying shoes for the one in front of it in terms of grade. After all, Zhang Yuan has some foresight, and he can see the extraordinary of this intact battleship at a glance. What surprised him even more was that there were some people standing under the battleship. When these people looked at him and the others, they all showed surprise and pointed curiously. Zhang Yuan habitually let out his divine sense to sweep over those warriors. His expression changed leisurely. He found that the cultivation realm of each of these people was much higher than him. Although he didn't have the sense of oppression Yang Kai gave him, he was definitely in the legendary Saint King realm. Could it be that he has already reached the star field? These people are warriors in the star field. A trace of suspicion flashed in Zhang Yuan's heart, and this thought flashed in many people's minds. Don't be nervous. Yang Kai's voice came from a certain place, and he came to those Saint King realm warriors and explained, "These are my disciples." Disciples see the suzerain. Those existences that made all the warriors in Tongshuan continent feel unattainable, all rushed to salute Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and said to the leader among them, "Lu Ping, these are my relatives and friends in my hometown. I will take them back to Gloom Star, and I will stay here for a while. You take good care of them." Yes, the disciple named Lu Ping quickly agreed. Yang Kai came to Chu Lingxiao, Ling Taishu and others again, bowed and said, "Master Patriarch, this is a mysterious small world. Although it is not very big, it is enough to accommodate 10,000 people. You stay here, it will be very safe, and I will let you out when I get to the place. Disciple Bukai has established the Lingxiao sect in a place called Gloomy Star, and you two need to go to sit in the town. Well, the journey will probably be a bit far, so it will take some time, maybe several years. If you don't understand anything, you can ask these disciples and they will fully cooperate." Okay, go do your own work, don't worry here. Chu Lingxiao smiled kindly. He didn't know how precious the mysterious boundary bead, the Zhuang-class battleship, was against the sky. If he knew, he would definitely not be in such a peaceful state of mind. The disciple is going out first, and I will come to visit you when I have time. Yang Kai said, and left this mysterious small world. After Yang Kai left, the disciple named Lu Ping ran over immediately, wooing Ling Taishu, Chu Lingxiao and others. Just now he heard clearly, Yang Kai called these two old men Master Patriarch, although his cultivation base is much higher than the two, but he did not dare to neglect the slightest. Hold the ceremony of the younger generation, very respectful. Seeing that this kid was so upbeat, Chu Lingxiao and Ling Taishu were not polite immediately, and asked Lu Ping about the situation of Yu Yingxing and Ling Xiaozong over there. After the gloomy star, they are all very relieved and proud. For more than 30 years, Yang Kai has used his own strength to make a star of cultivation submit to obedience. This is simply not something human can do. They suddenly have a new understanding of Yang Kai's ability. Immediately began to inquire about more news. There was peace in the mysterious boundary bead. Yang Kai put it away, and scanned the empty Nine Heavens Holy Land with his divine sense, put away the slightest nostalgia in his eyes, and said to Shaning Shang who was waiting by the side, "Senior sister, help me. I'm looking for someone." Chapter 1563 Returning to the Spider Mother Lair. Shaning Shang didn't enter the mysterious boundary bead, she is now at the first level of void return, and will not hold back Yang Kai, and just broke through. There are many things to learn. Yang Kai let her follow him, it is also convenient for teaching. What's more, traveling with the United States is a very pleasing thing. Hearing what Yang Kai said, she immediately asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Old Li." Yang Kai looked at her. Shaning Shang immediately understood, nodded slightly, closed her beautiful eyes, and began to investigate. Now she is the Star Master of Tongshuan continent, she has refined the origin of the stars, and can travel back and forth anywhere in the continent with a single thought, here, she is the master. It was still easy for her to find someone. She communicated with the origin of the stars in Tongshuan continent with her heart and mind, and sensed the messages from the flowers, plants and trees on the continent, and discerned the traces of the person she was looking for. In less than half a day, she opened her beautiful eyes leisurely, and said softly, "Found it." Yang Kai's spirit was shocked, he stepped forward and took Shaning Shang's little hand, "Take me to visit." Shaning Shang nodded lightly, stretched out her jade hand, and pointed forward. In the void, a dark vortex immediately appeared, which seemed to swallow everything. The two of them got into it and disappeared in an instant. On an unnamed barren mountain, barren and desolate, several thatched huts stand on the top of the mountain. No one would have thought that this was actually the hermitage of Li Rui, the old Tianzang who was famous throughout the continent. Yang Kai respected Mr. Li very much, not only because he was the longest-lived wise man in the entire continent, having lived for thousands of years with the cultivation base of the Saint Realm. It is also because of his generous teaching to himself back then. Back then when the bone race recovered, Elder Li once came to the Nine Heavens Holy Land, and with his great reputation, he called on the entire human race to unite and helped Yang Kai a lot. When returning to Nine Heavens Holy Land this time, Yang Kai did not find any trace of old Li and his apprentice Di Yao. Thinking about it, with Mr. Li's wild temperament, it would be impossible for him to stay in one place for a long time, so he left Nine Heavens Holy Land. Now that Yang Kai is going to the star field again, he certainly wants old Li to be with him. This is it, Shaning Shang brought Yang Kai to this barren mountain that was less than 1,000 feet high, and Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Shaning Shang lightly nodded. "But I didn't notice Mr. Li's aura. Only senior brother Jai's." Hearing what she said, a bad feeling suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's heart. He raised his head and looked forward, and saw those simple thatched huts. In front of the thatched cottage, there are also a few medicine fields. However, what is planted is not the spiritual herbs used in cultivation, but some ordinary medicinal materials. These medicinal materials are effective in treating diseases for ordinary people, but they are of no use to cultivation. There is one person, in the middle of the medicine field, he is taking care of the herbs, watering and fertilizing, repeating monotonous actions with a meticulous expression. Yang Kai stepped towards him. "Need to see a doctor?" The man who was watering the water asked casually without raising his head. "Brother Di, it's been a long time." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and greeted him. Di Yao's movements paused, as if he realized something, he slowly straightened up, looked up at Yang Kai, and after seeing Yang Kai's face clearly, he couldn't help grinning. A mouthful of bright white teeth, matched with his flowery and jade-like face that almost makes women jealous. The afterglow of the setting sun behind him poured down on him, splashing a golden halo. The boy is still handsome and rotten. Di Yao took 2 steps forward and hugged Yang Kai fiercely. Brother Yang, when did you come back? He didn't seem surprised at all, as if he knew that Yang Kai would return safely. Almost 2 months. Di Yao nodded lightly, shook the dirt off his hands, and greeted enthusiastically, "Come on, let's talk and drink today." "Okay," Yang Kai responded readily. In front of the thatched hut, the two sat on the ground, without delicacies. The twinkling stars in the sky and the breeze blowing in the face were the appetizers. Shanning Shang sat on the side, holding the jug in her hand, and gave Yang Kai and Di Yao pour wine. The sky is full of stars, and in front of the thatched cottage, it is very pleasant to have friends coming from afar. "Master, he passed away more than 20 years ago," Di Yao suddenly said without thinking. Although he had already guessed in his heart, when Yang Kai heard the news, the big hand holding the wine glass still shook slightly. Di Yao grinned and said, "He walked very peacefully. Master has already reached this age. Living for thousands of years with the cultivation base of entering the holy realm is simply not something that others can do. Mr. Li is proficient in medicine, and he can live so long by using elixir to regulate his body. Brother Jai's condolences." Yang Kai thought for a while, but didn't know what to say. Di Yao said with a smile, "The mantle of the master is still there, the master lives in my heart." Yang Kai looked at him and laughed, feeling relieved. "Brother Yang is here this time, is there anything you can do with master?" Di Yao asked. "It's nothing, it's just that I'm leaving again, and I want Mr. Li and Brother Jai to join me." "Enter the star field." Di Yao narrowed his eyes. "Not bad." Yang Kai nodded. Di Yao fell silent for a while, then shook his head and said, "Master raised me and taught me, and treated me with great kindness. I can't let him here alone." Yang Kai opened his mouth, and before he could persuade him, Di Yao smiled and said, "Brother Yang, you don't need to say any more, I've made up my mind." Seeing him so persistent, Yang Kai could only sigh. "Have wine, binge, get drunk." As the dawn came, Di Yao lay sprawled on the ground, sound asleep. Yang Kai and Shanning Shang found a simple tomb on the top of the mountain, worshipped it devoutly, and left Di Yao with some cultivation skills. After retrieving the resources, he silently said goodbye. "Are you really leaving senior brother Jai there alone?" Shanning Shang was still a little uneasy. "His own decision," Yang Kai responded lightly, but Shanning Shang seemed to want to say something else. "It's not necessarily a bad thing. When you succeed in cultivation one day, the mainland will be rejuvenated. It doesn't matter if Brother Jai leaves or not." Shanning Shang nodded, expressing that she knew. She thought for a while and asked, "Where are we going now?" "Over there in the central capital, there should be a shortcut to the star field, just find someone you and I know." Yang Kai smiled slightly. After a while, the two came to the site of the free and unfettered God sect, and through the void corridor, they entered a place not far from the Ling Xiao pavilion. After the seal set by the great demon god was lifted, the Tongshuan continent and the Zongdu world were connected, and the void tunnel has always existed on the original territory of the free and unfettered god sect. Yang Kai is no stranger to this. The world here in Zongdu is the starting point of his life. After arriving, Yang Kai's spiritual sense scanned it, and immediately noticed that there were many more people in the original High Heaven pavilion, and he didn't know which family or small sect occupied it. It felt quite prosperous. Yang Kai didn't bother them. Now the warriors here are as weak as children to him. He didn't go to Zongdu either. The original Zongdu 8 great masters. The 3 families that are close to him are all in the mysterious boundary pearl, and the remaining 5 families are now thriving in the center. Yang Kai doesn't bother to pay attention. He took his little sister with him. Flew directly towards Kengyunxiadi. Although the little senior sister is the star master of the Tongshuan continent, in the world of Zongdu, she can't travel thousands of miles in a blink of an eye. Here there is its own law of the world, and it is a separate world. Yang Kai originally didn't know how this world was formed, but after witnessing the Tongshuan continent from its birth to prosperity to its decline, he vaguely felt that the central capital world should be related to the ancient powerful warriors. Perhaps, it is not necessarily those strong men who have cultivated against the sky, and it is not necessarily the ones that have been developed. The Kangyun evil land is as chaotic as ever. In the past, several evil kings ruled and suppressed it. Although this land is dirty and evil, there are still some rules that need to be followed. But ever since those great evil kings died and disappeared, the Kangyun evil land has completely become a chaotic and sinful place. There are 3 religions and 9 streams, there are all kinds of people, burning, killing, looting, everything will happen. Here, there is no reason at all, big fists or reason. The two of them traveled all the way, and what they saw and heard was full of insane and outrageous things. Yang Kai was still able to calm down, but the little senior sister couldn't help it, and severely punished a few guys who shamelessly bullied others, which can be regarded as calming down a cavity of anger. Piaoshan City was originally a city under the jurisdiction of the seductive Queen Shan Qinglo, and it was also the last piece of pure land in Kenyan Evil Land. But since Shan Qinglo disappeared, this last piece of pure land has also been polluted, and the city is in darkness and chaos. When passing by here, Yang Kai naturally couldn't help remembering it. Back then, he and the demon girl were acquainted with each other in this land, but after Yang Kai returned from Tongshuan continent, he never saw her again. He thought that it would be impossible for him to meet Shan Qinglo again in this lifetime. I don't want to find out about her whereabouts in Diwan and his party, and even meet and fight side by side. Yang Kai was a little hard to forget about this extremely charming demon girl. The place he was going this trip was the Spider Mother's lair. According to what Shan Qingluo's personal maid Bai Luo said that day, she and Shan Qingluo were sent to the Demon Star Emperor because they accidentally opened the altar in the Spider Mother's lair. Chen's went directly to the star field. So Yang Kai also wants to use that altar. If successful, not only can he stop by to see how the demon girl is doing, but also save a lot of time. He didn't want to spend several years on the battleship just to hurry. The Spider Mother's lair is not too far away from Floating Fragrance City, only tens of thousands of miles away. With Yang Kai's current speed, he can reach it in just half a cup of tea. The Spider Mother's lair was as dilapidated as ever. After it collapsed that year, no one cares about this place. After arriving here, Yang Kai entered the huge spider statue with ease, and found a weird altar with ease. The altar was only about 1 person tall, but there were many intricate and complex lines engraved on the altar, as if it was a wonderful formation, and some of them looked like ancient characters. Yang Kai released his spiritual perception, and didn't notice any abnormalities from it. On the altar, however, there were still some dark traces left. That was the blood that Shan Qingluo shed that day. To be continued. Chapter 1564 Demon Star Emperor Chen. Junior brother, what is this for? Shan Ningsheng poked her head aside and asked suspiciously. This is the shortcut, Yang Kai smiled and explained to her carefully. Hearing that Shan Qingluo and Bai Luo directly entered the star field from here, Shan Ningsheng was immediately curious. She also finally knew who Yang Kai said he was going to meet. She couldn't help but pursed her lips and snickered, and glanced at Yang Kai with a pair of clear big eyes from time to time, which was very meaningful. Well, it's not what you think. Yang Kai defended weakly, forget it, I'll study this thing, you can do whatever you want. Shan Ningsheng nodded, found a clean place nearby and sat down, while comprehending the true solution of alchemy, while trying to condense her own momentum. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to caress the strange patterns on the altar in front of him, savoring it carefully with his spiritual thoughts. Since both Shan Qingluo and Bai Luo can go to the Demon Star Emperor Chen from here, it means that this altar has the magic of opening up the two ends of the space barrier. This is more profound than the most powerful space magic circle. Yang Kai knows that there are some of the oldest space magic circles in the star field that can transport warriors from one star of cultivation to another, and can span hundreds of millions of miles, but such space magic circles are rare to the extreme. Not only are they rare, but most of them are damaged, and it takes a great risk to use them. Maybe people like Zhan Tianmeng Mo Shaosheng can repair ordinary space magic circles, but he is absolutely powerless against this special space magic circle. So generally speaking, even if the power with this special space magic circle is not a last resort, they will not use it easily. They would rather take a battleship, sail slowly, and spend a lot of time going to their destination. He didn't dare to take his own life as a joke. The best way to activate the altar in front of you is Shan Qingluo's blood. Back then, she and Bai Luo accidentally opened the altar with their own blood. But Yang Kai can't borrow this method. His golden blood is powerful, but it doesn't have the effect of Fan Qingluo's blood. He can only rely on his own profound knowledge of space power. One by one, the ancient words were silent under his inspection, without any response. Yang Kai is not in a hurry. Instead, he immerses his mind more and more in it. Gradually, he felt a sense of wonder. Those ancient characters seem to have their own lives, and they all have subtle connections with each other. If Yang Kai has realized something, he tried it over and over again. Little by little, he felt that he had gained something, but after careful investigation, he found nothing. Time passed by little, and the little senior sister sat quietly on the side, not disturbing Yongkai, and now she is immersed in the process of condensing the situation and comprehending the true solution of the alchemy, and she is completely unaware of the movement around her. A certain day, Yongkai suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes burst out with light, as if he had gained something. He mobilized his own power of space, allowing this magical power to shuttle across the ancient altar, connecting those complicated words together. Like threading a needle, these words are getting more and more closely connected with each other, until inseparable. When the power of space penetrated the last word, the pattern on the altar suddenly burst into light, as if it had been endowed with new life. It actually floated out of the altar. They swim in the void like fish, rearranging and reorganizing. Finally, a phantom of a gate was constructed in front of Yongkai. "Little senior sister," Yongkai shouted. Sha Ningqiang quickly restrained her mind, and with a sway of her delicate body, she came to Yongkai's side and held Yongkai's big hand. She knew the time had come. Yongkai didn't delay, staring intently at the phantom of the closed door, with a seriousness on his face that he had never seen before. Although he successfully understood the mysteries of the altar and made the phantom of the gate take shape with his knowledge of the power of space, he did not have the key to open the gate. Shan Qingluo's blood is the key to this door. But Yongkai has his own method. He concentrated the power of space on his fingertips, pointed forward slowly, and then slashed down fiercely. The void seemed to tremble, and a crack suddenly appeared in the closed door. At first, the crack was very small, almost imperceptible, but it was expanding at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed the door, revealing a dark passage. It connects the void corridor that separates the two ends of the space separated by hundreds of millions of miles. The interior is nothingness and chaos, like the mouth of a beast, enough to swallow everything in the world. Sha Ningqiang's tender body couldn't help but tense, and she held Yongkai's big hand even tighter. Yongkai didn't hesitate, he pulled Sha Ningqiang into it, and when the figures of the two disappeared, the dark corridor closed again and then disappeared. The surroundings were quiet. Here, there was no sound, no light. Sha Ningqiang and Yongkai saw darkness in front of them. But in the dark, Sha Ningqiang could feel that there was a kind of magical power flowing beside her. This kind of power was like a long river panting and rushing, trying to submerge her. Yongkai protected her. This is a crack in space, a mysterious and unknowable place that is difficult for ordinary people to reach, and a forbidden area where everything is difficult to survive. Any strong person may get lost in it, perish in this magical world, and eventually his body and mind will be swallowed by darkness, and he will never be able to stand up again. Even Yongkai, walking here, has brought up the spirit of 120,000 points, and his spiritual senses carefully checking the surroundings all the time, leading Sha Ningqiang to avoid those murderous intentions from the void. This weird place seems to be able to affect the thinking of living beings and the feeling of time. Yongkai can only desperately mobilize the space power to resist interference from all directions. Shan Qingluo and Bai Luo used the altar to enter the Demon Star Emperor Chen back then, and there would not be too much danger. That is because her bloodlines were compatible, but Yongkai used special means to forcibly open the altar, and the risks he had to bear were compared to the seductive queen, I don't know how many times stronger. Fortunately, his attainments in the power of space are really good. Even if he is walking on thin ice, he can barely handle it. I don't know how long it took, but Yongkai suddenly got a shock, and rushed towards a certain direction with Sha Ningqiang. After arriving there, he stretched out his hand and slashed forward, tearing apart the space, and Sha Ningqiang and the two came out of this mysterious place. Unknowable fell out. The little senior sister didn't come back to her senses until now, and her bewildered beautiful eyes finally gradually became clear. She thought it was just a moment, but she didn't know that Yongkai took her struggling and wandering in the space crack for many days. That mysterious place affected Sha Ningqiang's judgment on the passage of time. This place should be an underground cave, damp and dark, but there are some white skeletons scattered in front of it. Judging from the size of the skeleton, this skeleton must have been a colossal monster during its lifetime. This is... Sha Ningqiang looked around with a dazed expression. Yongkai stepped forward, reached out to pick up a piece of bone, and examined it carefully. After a while, he grinned. Here we are, this is Monster Star Emperor Chen. The Demon Star Emperor Chen? Sha Ningqiang murmured, is it the star where the queen's sister is? Yongkai nodded. He was able to make this judgment because of the white bones on the ground. If he guessed correctly, this white skeleton should be the skeleton of the ancient alien Sky Moon Demon Spider. Shan Qingluo and Baluo wandered here back then, and the first thing they encountered was the skeleton of the Sky Moon Demon Spider. Shan Qinglo absorbed the origin of this ancient alien species, so he was favored by Lord Qiyu and accepted as righteousness as a girl. She was able to thrive on Dichen star. Otherwise, with her human identity, how could she gain a foothold on this demon star? And it is even more impossible for her to reach the terrifying state of the third layer void return realm in just a few decades. The original power of the Sky Moon Demon Spider helped Shan Qinglo a lot. Her bloodline already had some traces of the Sky Moon Demon Spider, that's why she was able to open the altar and get the opportunity that belongs to her alone. Chance is such a mysterious thing. Yang Kai has worked so hard these years, and his luck is not bad. He just broke through to the void return second layer, but Shan Qinglo has already walked in front of him. Yang Kai pondered, recalling all the information that Bai Luo had revealed to him in the Emperor Garden that day. He didn't know much about the demon star Dichen, he only knew that it was a cultivating star dominated by monster races. Although there were also humans on Dichen star, they were just a foil for the demon race. The human race has the advantage of the human race. Although the monster race is powerful, they did not kill all humans, but let them go. Unless the human race emerges some strong men who threaten the dominance of the monster race, only the masters of the monster race will shoot and kill them. On Dichen star, the human race has no status. Those 10 lords are the masters of Dikengsheng, each of whom is a Void King realm powerhouse. Lord Qiyu, who took Shan Qinglo as his adopted daughter, was one of them. Yang Kai thought about it, and the information he got was only a little bit, which made him feel a little overwhelmed. Let's go out and talk about it first. Yang Kai greeted Shaningshang and took her away from the underground cave. When he came outside, Yang Kai suddenly found that this place is a mountain, majestic and precipitous. The world is rich in aura, but it is full of thick monster aura. In the mountains and fields, the roars and battles of ferocious monsters could be heard from time to time. I really don't know how Shan Qinglo left this place safely back then, presumably he suffered a lot. Gathering his mind, Yang Kai sacrificed his star shuttle, and brought Sha Ningchong swaggeringly across the jungle. This place may be extremely dangerous to other people, but it is nothing to Yang Kai. Under the Void King realm, he is not afraid of anyone, even if it is a general Void King realm, he can face it calmly. After cultivating the power of space, it is rare for someone to push him to a desperate situation, unless he is dragged into a small closed space like Qi Tianch, the master of the Xingdi mountain sect back then. This alone is not enough, and absolute force is needed to suppress him. Qi Tianch didn't have the ability, so he died. Chapter 1565 Hazuki Castle. What Yang Kai needs to do most now is to inquire about the information. It should be easy to find out where Shan Qinglo is. Since she is Lord Qiyu's adoptive daughter, she must be staying with Lord Qiyu. When Emperor Yuan parted, Shan Qingluo's heart-piercing shouts still echoed in Yang Kai's ears. Since the demon star Emperor Chen came, he naturally wanted to see if the demon girl had a healthy life. In a few days, Yang Kai and Sha Ningshang flew out of the deep mountains and old forests, but along the way, although Yang Kai encountered many creatures, they were all uncivilized monsters, and he couldn't find anything from them, which made him very helpless. He can only pin his hopes on the front. While flying aimlessly with Sha Ningshang, Yang Kai released his spiritual mind to search around. Yudi, as if he had discovered something, pointed in a direction and said, "There is some movement over there, let's go and have a look." Okay, Sha Ningshang naturally had no objection. The two fell down and walked side by side in the direction Yang Kai had just pointed at. After a while, a group of about a dozen warriors came into view. These warriors exude a wild aura, which is very different from the energy reaction in the body of normal human warriors, and each of them has more or less physical characteristics of some monsters. This team of more than a dozen warriors is clearly a demon clan. They are riding a wolf-shaped monster with sharp golden armor on their crotches, and they look majestic. They are riding the mounts on their crotches and galloping wildly. Although there are only a dozen or so, they are like a torrent of steel, with great momentum. Divine sense swept over them, and Yang Kai found that the highest cultivation level of these monster warriors was only at the second level of Saint King, so there was nothing to be afraid of. So he took Sha Ningshang to greet her generously. "I'm sorry to bother you all." When he got closer, he cupped his fists at the leader of the demon clan, with a warm smile on his face. The other party had obviously discovered him a long time ago, riding the wolf-shaped monster and leaping in front of him, looking down at him from above, with a natural sense of contempt and scrutiny in those slightly white eyes. The monster beast under him was panting, and sprayed the unpleasant breath on Yang Kai's face, and seemed to want to stick his head over, sniffing whether Yang Kai was delicious. Yang Kai smiled, unmoved. This is Emperor Chengxing, the world of the Yaozu, so when the Yaozu faces the creatures of other races, they all have a natural sense of superiority. They feel that no race can be compared with the supreme Yaozu. In front of the Yaozu, they can only bow their heads and profess their ministers, and serve as slaves. Human, the leader of the monster race squinted at Yang Kai, and recognized his identity at a glance. The wolf-shaped monster under him snorted, as if sensing the displeasure in his master's heart. It circled around Yang Kai and Shanning Shang. After returning to the position just now, the monster warrior snorted coldly, "What are you two humans doing here?" "Hee, I accidentally lost my way. Excuse me, what is this place?" "This is the Qiyu Lord." The monster warrior replied proudly, "It is the area under the jurisdiction of the great Qiyu Lord. You don't know where it is, so you came here." I know this is Lord Qiyu's territory." Yang Kai chuckled, "What I want to ask is, where is the nearest city? If it is convenient, can you tell me that Lord Qiyu's palace is where? Do you want to inquire about the location of the Lord's palace?" Hearing this, the monster warrior's expression turned cold, and he looked at Yang Kai more and more unkindly. "What are you doing asking about this?" "It's nothing, I have a friend in Lord Qiyu's palace, I want to visit her." Yang Kai replied casually. "Friend?" The Yaozu warrior froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. The laughter was full of ridicule, and even other Yaozu warriors also laughed. "Humans, I advise you to give up your mind. No one is allowed to approach the palace of the Lord without being summoned, even my monster race, not to mention you humans. But don't worry, the Lord has always treated human beings. It's kind, your friend is working as a servant in the palace, so he should be living well." He subconsciously thought that the friend Yang spoke of was just an insignificant person in Lord Qiyu's palace. This is normal. The human beings in the Lord's palace are all selected beauties and handsome men, and they do nothing else, they are just some handymen. In the territory of the monster clan, human beings have always had no status. "Well, thank you for reminding me, I still want to know the location of Senior Kaiyu's palace." Yang Kai insisted. "Human beings are as arrogant as you, so I don't like it." The monster warrior snorted coldly, and said arrogantly, "It's okay to tell you, but I can't tell you for nothing. Let's exchange things." "Yes." Yang Kai nodded, throwing out a bag of Saint Crystal. The monster warrior took it, opened it, and suddenly became ecstatic, and exclaimed, "Top-grade holy crystal." As soon as the words came out, many Yaozu warriors showed greedy expressions, looked at the package, and then looked at Yang Kai and Shanning Shang. There are malicious eyes among them. "Can we talk now?" Yang Kai looked at the other party with a smile. "Well, you human beings are quite smart, I'll tell you." The monster warrior pondered for a while, his expression gradually calmed down, and he began to tell Yang Kai the information he needed. After a while, Yang Kai clasped his fists at the group of warriors, and took Shanning Shang away calmly. "My lord, these human beings are very rich at first glance, why let them go?" A young-looking Yaozu warrior approached the leader and asked suspiciously. "HMPH, do you think I can't see his wealth? Then why don't we keep them here? It's in the wilderness here, even if Lord Qiyu doesn't let us kill humans, no one will know if we do it here." "Idiot, if we really do something, I'm afraid it won't be the two of them who will die, but us." My lord, can't you?" The young man of the Yaozu was a little unbelieving. "There is nothing wrong with him. He is so rich, but when facing so many of our companions, did he ever show a little bit of fear? Even the human woman next to him didn't panic at all. What does this mean? It means that the two of them you don't care about us at all. You idiot only sees the light of the Saint Crystal, but ignores their strength. It is because this is the wilderness here that I dare not act rashly, otherwise." Hearing what he said, the Yaozu young man couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. He watched Yang Kai and Shanning Shang leave with some reluctance, and sighed, "That woman has delicate skin and tender flesh, if she can take a bite." Some of the warriors in the monster clan are transformed from monsters, so they still maintain the habit of drinking blood like hair when they were monsters. But generally speaking, there are not many such warriors. More monster warriors are born in human form, but they still retain some traces of monsters. This young man from the monster race, it seems that he came from the incarnation of a monster, so he was not interested in Shanning Shang's face hidden under the black veil, but rather coveted her fair skin and crystal clear flesh and blood. Human flesh and blood have always been delicious, especially the flesh and blood of young human women. "Don't talk nonsense, Lord Qianyan's young master should be on his way, we need to find out his whereabouts, and then send a message back, the Lord will send someone to meet him, this is the task of our trip, I can't tolerate any mistakes." The monster warrior said in a deep voice, but soon, there was another layer of haze between his brows, and he gritted his teeth secretly. I don't know how many women in the territory will be poisoned by this young master. Hearing them talk about the young master of Lord Thousand Eyes, all the monster warriors fell silent, as if they were very afraid of that guy. Junior brother, what should we do now? Shanning Shang asked softly, following closely behind Yang Kai. Let's go to the nearest city first. Yang Kai sighed, although he easily inquired about the location of Lord Chiyu's palace from the Yaozu warrior, but it was impossible to go there to find Shan Qinglo of. The warrior said very clearly that no one is allowed to approach the Lord's palace without being summoned, otherwise he will be killed without mercy. Even the Yaozu dare not overstep, let alone Yang Kai and Shanning Shang are still humans. Kai Yu, one of the top 10 lords on Emperor Chen Star, was in that palace. No matter how confident Yang Kai was, he would not dare to make trouble in front of her. Layers. If you rush over rashly, you must die. You have to think of a way. The best is to send a message to Shan Qinglo, let her come out to see him. Yang Kai fell into deep thought. A day later, he and Shanning Shang arrived in front of a city of the Yaozu. Weiyu City is somewhat different from the cities Yang Kai has seen before. The buildings in this city show the rough and wild style of the monster race. They are not exquisite, but they give people a rather grand impression. Naturally, not all monsters in the city, there are also figures of humans coming and going. Lord Chiyu has done better than other lords in this point, that is, in her territory, no monster race can kill humans innocently. Although human beings are low in status, human beings have their own advantages. Chiyu is exactly only after taking a fancy to the advantages of human beings can we give human beings a living space. The other 9 lords are not as far-sighted as she is. Especially the most bloodthirsty lord of the wild lion. On his 1/3 of an acre of land, there is no trace of human existence at all. Eat it. As a result, the human beings that originally existed in his territory have all scattered and fled, pouring into the Chiyu territory, which is a relatively safe area for human beings. Generally speaking, the human and monster races in Weiyu City live in harmony. Of course, the status of human beings is always inferior. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to subscribe to the original version, vote for recommendations, and monthly tickets. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 1566 Pointing. Just like entering this Weiyu City, Yaozu warriors only need to pay 3 middle-grade Saint Crystals to enter, but Yang Kai needs to pay 1 top-grade Saint Crystal to enter. Regarding this, Yang Kai had no complaints, and after paying 2 Saint Crystals, he entered the city with Shanning Shang. The extremely spacious street is enough to accommodate several 4-horse carts driving side by side. On both sides of the street, there are a variety of shops, which make people dizzy. Look busy. The owners of those shops also catered very closely to solicit business for their shops. Yang Kai traveled all the way and found that most of the shops were opened by humans, but there were very few shops of the monster race. In terms of business, humans are obviously more talented than monsters. Looking at the flowers all the way, Yang Kai's eyes gradually brightened. He found that there are many cultivation materials that are not available on the gloomy star on the Dichen star. This is also a normal thing. Every different place or region has its own unique products. And the monster star Emperor Chen is the cultivation star dominated by the monster clan. Here, the most common goods in the market are naturally the body materials and inner alchemy of monsters. When he discovered this, Yang Kai was taken aback. He didn't expect that in the monster clan city, everyone was blatantly doing business with monsters. This made him very puzzled. After all, many members of the monster race were transformed from monsters. Don't they feel any rejection? For example, in the city of Gloom Star, if someone sells human limbs or internal organs, no one will patronize. But after thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai was relieved again. The existence is reasonable, since the business of monster beasts in this place is so hot. I think everyone has become accustomed to it, not to mention, not all the people in the monster clan came from the incarnation of monster beasts. Even those warriors transformed from monsters, when they were monsters, they would kill other weaker ones, eat their flesh and blood, devour their inner alchemy, and strengthen themselves. Yang Kai waited and watched with great interest. Junior brother, there are a lot of high-end materials here. Shanning Shang's eyes were already shining. On the Tongshuan continent, she was restricted by the level of materials produced in the mainland, so she couldn't refine higher-level pills, but once she came to Dichen, it was like entering a huge treasure house. The dazzling array of high-grade materials made her I can't wait to buy them all, and then go back to refine the elixir. Now that she has refined the origin of the stars, the prosperity and decline of Tongshuan continent is closely related to her, so Shang can't wait to improve her own strength. For her, alchemy is cultivation, and she can improve her cultivation at an abnormal speed by refining elixir. Well, it's a pity that we don't have many saint crystals left. Yang Kai also had a headache. Shang took a fancy to these materials, why didn't he? However, most of the saint crystals she carried had been used up when Shang was refining the origin of the stars, and the rest could only be used as spares, and could not be purchased in large quantities. Looking at Chang's disappointed eyes, Yang Kai smiled slightly, but it's okay to buy some. The little senior sister suddenly laughed, her eyes bent into a beautiful crescent shape. The two immediately walked into a shop, began to inspect the goods, and bargained with the owner of the shop. Half a day later, Shang's interspatial ring contained a lot of alchemy materials. There are still a lot of Yang Kai's space rings, all of which are medicinal materials obtained in the Hanging Continent and the Emperor Garden, and the other ones are bought on the Gloomy Star. If so, many ancient alchemy recipes on the true explanation of alchemy can be used. Yang Kai has not been able to get the materials needed for these ancient alchemy recipes, most of them need the inner alchemy of monsters as materials. On the Gloom Star, the number of powerful monsters is rare, and Yang Kai is also a clever woman who can't cook without rice. But this Emperor Chen Xing greatly satisfied his requirements. There are not many other things in this place, but the body materials of monsters are innumerable. He is already thinking about whether he should stay in this place for a while and search for it. In addition to alchemy materials, he also needs the spirit of monsters to cultivate blood beasts, and he also needs to refine Void King level pills. But, not having Saint Crystal is still the biggest problem. After buying the materials, Yang Kai took Shang to the nearest inn and asked for a good room. Although the architectural style of Weiyu City is very rough, the wing room where Yang Kai and his two lived was carefully maintained, not to mention the environmental conditions of the wing room are excellent, and there are restrictions around the wing room which can block the consciousness of others snooping. This is also to protect the privacy of the guests. The owner of the inn is a Yaozu warrior, but he is not as domineering as other Yaozu. On the contrary, the old man is very amiable. He warmly received Yang Kai's brother and sister, which slightly changed his bad impression of Yaozu. After arranging Shang to stay, Yang Kai left the inn and began to search for available information in Weiyu City. He didn't forget that this trip was mainly to see Shan Qinglo. How to get close to Lord Qiyu's palace is the biggest problem he has to face now. After staying in Weiyu City for several days, Yang Kai was helpless about this matter. Instead, he used the limited holy crystals in his hand to buy some precious monster materials. Young man, you seem to have something on your mind. On this day, Yang Kai was drinking and meditating in the inn. The owner of the inn walked over with a smile, offered to add a side dish to Yang Kai, and sat opposite him. I see that you have been looking for people to inquire about the Lord's palace these few days, but do you want to see the Lord? The old man of the monster race looked friendly. He looked about 50 or 60 years old, his waist was a little hunched. In the past few days, he has also taken good care of Yang Kai, and tried his best to satisfy every request. Seeing him sitting down, Yang Kai chuckled and said, "To tell you the truth, old man, I inquired about Lord's palace, not to ask to see Lord. Oh, the owner of the inn looked at him with interest. Then what do you want to do? You know that you have already attracted the attention of many people because of your inquiring, and the monster race is not very friendly to humans." I understand. Yang Kai nodded lightly. When he was looking for people to inquire these days, he really felt this. Those Yaozu warriors either sneered at him, or dismissed him, and even spoke viciously, threatening him. If it weren't for Kai Yueling's many rules, I'm afraid some monster warriors would attack him. A mere human dared to wantonly inquire about the Lord's palace. You didn't ask to see the Lord, so what's the matter? Asked the innkeeper. To be honest, I have a friend who should be in the Lord's palace. I haven't seen her for decades. The last time I saw her was a hasty farewell. I didn't even have time to say goodbye, so I want to visit her. Yang Kai answered honestly. Friend, woman. The innkeeper smiled a little strangely, with an expression on his face that I knew everything about people who came here. Yang Kai laughed dryly. That woman likes you? The innkeeper asked again. Old man, you are so gossip. Yang Kai blushed. The old man smiled slightly, but he didn't bother about this issue, but said with emotion, Young man, you are so lucky. I think the woman who came with you is also a good girl. She lives in seclusion, and there are women outside who miss you. Well, the old man is envious. After changing the subject, the old man said, "Actually, it's very easy to inquire about the affairs in the palace." "Oh, I also ask the old gentleman to enlighten me." Yang Kai immediately regained his energy and asked humbly for advice. "The people in the Xingang will probably go out to buy some supplies every month or so. Our Weiyu city is not too far from the Xingang, and it is also considered prosperous, so they are generally regarded as the primary target by them. Every month there are people in the Xingang. Someone came here. You only need to wait a few days before you can see the maid in the palace, and if you are lucky, you might be able to meet that woman directly." He was obviously the same as the first Yaozu warrior Yang Kai saw before, thinking that Yang Kai's friend was a maidservant in the palace. After all, human beings can enter the palace of the Lord, and this is the status. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. Although the owner of the inn misunderstood Shan Qingluo's identity, this might as well be a solution. If the maid who came out of the palace can send a message to Shan Qingluo, then all the problems will be solved. "Thank you for your guidance, Mr." Yang Kai clasped his fists happily. "It's okay, I didn't do anything, old man, no need to thank you." "Old Mr." Yang Kai looked at him with a light smile. "I feel that your attitude towards humans is very different from other monster races, don't you reject humans?" "Rejection? Why do you want to reject it?" The innkeeper looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Human beings are very good. The old man also knew a very special human being when he was young. Yang Kai clearly saw a trace of rich and almost indelible tenderness in his eyes. He suddenly understood something. "Forget it, don't talk about it, young man, take it easy, the old man is getting old, go and lie down for a while." The owner of the inn suddenly lost interest, and stood up while talking, his waist seemed to be even more stooped. Yang Kai sighed silently. From the looks of it, the owner of the inn seemed to be a woman who liked humans when she was young. Interracial love and union, this kind of thing is not easily tolerated in any place, not to mention, here is the emperor of the monster race, and human beings have no status at all. However, it is precisely because of this kind of disapproval that in many places, interracial love and union ended up being separated, or even both died in love, which is an epic legend. Yang Kai didn't think about it, drank a few glasses of wine, returned to the wing room, and after exhorting Shanning Shang who was refining alchemy, he went straight to the city gate. According to the owner of the inn, these days are the days when the maids in the palace are purchasing supplies, and Yang Kai is going to squat to see if he can find a suitable candidate and ask her to send a message to Shan Qingluo. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wei Hai Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please to read. Chapter 1567 The Commotion at the City Gate. Not far from the gate of Weiyu City, there is a tea house. The location is good, just enough to see the warriors coming in and out of the city gate. Yang Kai left early and returned late, squatting in this tea house for several days, but did not see any maids in the palace. On this day, when he was bored and sipping fragrant tea, there was a sudden commotion at the city gate. Those warriors who were waiting in line to enter the city actually parted on both sides of the road, as if they were going to give way to some important person, and there were some shouts in the crowd, and Yang Kai vaguely heard something, come here, and so on. Is the maid from the palace here? Yang Kai's spirit shook, and he took it for granted. The turmoil at the city gate was also transmitted to the tea house. The warriors who were drinking tea in the tea house also walked out of the tea house and gathered on the street. After a while, the spacious street was full of people standing on both sides. They all looked towards the city gate. Although there were many people, they were silent and seemed very quiet. Yang Kai also came out from the tea house, crowded in the crowd, looked towards the city gate, looking expectant, ready to find a suitable candidate, explain his request carefully, and let her deliver the message for him. The ground trembled slightly, and the solid ground transmitted vibrations from afar, as if thousands of troops were rushing here. Yang Kai frowned, and suddenly realized that things seemed a little different from what he thought. After all, if it was just the palace maids who went out to purchase supplies, there shouldn't be such a big momentum. What's more, since those maid servants come out once a month, the residents and warriors of Weiyu City should be no stranger to this. It is absolutely impossible to watch like this. Realizing this, he was a little disappointed. It seemed that it wasn't the palace maid who came. However, he was very curious as to who came to this Weiyu City to interest so many warriors. In a short while, a majestic wolf-shaped monster suddenly flew in from the outside, and on the monster's body, there was a monster race warrior who Yang Kai looked quite familiar. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The monster warrior stepped into Weiyu City. Then he shouted loudly, waving a long whip in his hand, and drove the surrounding warriors further away, giving way to a wider street. Followed closely behind him, more than a dozen wolf-shaped monsters of similar size appeared. Each monster has a monster warrior riding on it. They consciously dispersed to both sides, waiting in line. Isn't this the Yaozu team I asked a few days ago? Yang Kai looked at the leading martial artist and quickly remembered. My friend, which big man came to Weiyu City? Why is there such a big show? A voice of inquiry suddenly came from the side. Obviously, the owner of this voice was also confused and was asking others for information. I don't know. The person being questioned looked out with his head, also very curious. I don't know what you came to see. The person who asked the question suddenly became unhappy. I just came to see it without knowing it, don't you too? Ahem. Just when everyone was wondering, whispering, and discussing the truth, two huge heads suddenly popped out from the city gate. There was a single horn on the two heads, which were pitch black, and the heads were covered with hard scales. The snake pupils emitted bursts of cold light, which made people shudder. This is, the knowledgeable person exclaimed immediately. He had already seen the origin of these two monsters. The whole picture of the two monsters was soon printed in everyone's field of vision. Apart from the huge head, these two monsters had wings on their backs, their bodies were covered with things like dragon scales, and their long tails were behind them. Shake it casually, full of explosive power. 9th rank monster Thunder Flame Flying Lizard. Not all monsters have the ability to transform into humans. Some monsters will maintain their body throughout their lives. This 9th level monster Lion Flying Lizard is obviously one of them. Among the 9th level monsters, it is also a famous existence. Shi Leihuo's temper is violent and cruel, and even warriors who have returned to the 2nd level of the void will have to run away when they encounter it. There are really not many strong people who can subdue this kind of monster. But now, these two thunder flame flying lizards have become beasts pulling carts, tied around their necks by the reins, and following behind them, a luxuriously decorated vehicle slowly enters Weiyu City. The carriage is very close to all the luxury, and it is beautifully decorated. With the rotation of the wheels, there is a crisp sound of jingling bells in the carriage, which is extremely pleasant. The carriage is wide open, without doors and windows, only some pink curtains hang around. It seems that the owner of this animal carriage likes to be noticed by others. There were 3 people sitting in the carriage, but almost everyone's eyes were on one person at this moment. It was a man in a clean white gown, sitting on a soft couch. He was born like a jade tree facing the wind, and he looked dignified. He just sat there so casually, but his whole body exuded a luxurious aura, which made people unconscious. The ground felt short. The first time I saw him, I only felt that this person was very handsome. If I saw him for the second time, I would be fascinated by his eyes. His eyes are very bright, very energetic, and seem to exude a strange power. Any woman who sees these eyes will lose herself unconsciously, just like a moth seeing a flickering light. She will be desperate, pounced on. On the man's lap, there was a stunning woman lying halfway there. The man's slender and beautiful hands were gently stroking the woman's black hair. The woman's eyes were slightly squinted, showing a look of extreme enjoyment and indulging, as if she was a pet, enjoying the caress of the master. There was another woman lying in the man's arms, with the same dazed expression. Her pretty face was rosy, as if she had just been moistened by rain and dew. Panting slightly, her red lips exuded a glamorous radiance. Although he was surrounded by countless people, the man still had a smile on his mouth, and his eyes full of evil power looked around without a trace. Any woman who met his gaze would be overjoyed, wishing to rush into the beast cart now, be by his side and dedicate your body and mind to him. I know who he is now. He is Sheyan Guangxiao. He is the young master of Thousand Eyes Lord, Mission. A voice of exclamation came from the crowd, revealing the noble identity of the man sitting on the beast cart. Many people recognized it. The complexions of many men suddenly changed, and the eyes they looked at Mitn gradually changed, becoming extremely jealous. Without him, this evil-eyed mad young Mission's reputation on Dichen is really bad. It is rumored that there are 800 women who died in his hands, and these women were not killed by him by force or by himself. Instead, these women volunteered their lives for him. It is rumored that Mitn has practiced a secret technique, which has the taste of picking up yin and nourishing yang, and if he has a good night with him, no matter how outstanding a woman is, she will disappear. Even so, there were still more women who threw themselves into Mitn's embrace without hesitation. The most hateful thing is this Mitn, no matter if she is a woman from the human race or the monster race, she wantonly touches her. Many women were poisoned by him in this way, so generally speaking, no matter where this Mitn went, those men would not let their women come out to show their faces, and tried their best to avoid the women and their relatives from meeting him. No one had heard that Immortal would come to Weiyu City before, so no one was on guard. If they had known earlier, they would have avoided it. How could they have greeted him like this? But now, the beast carts pulled by 2 9th-level monster beasts lay in flying lizard appeared, and Immortal had already appeared in front of him. How could he just leave? It's over. Quite a few warriors looked at the loving women beside them, seeing the admiration and love for Immortal in their eyes, wishing they could rush up and tear this bastard into pieces. But this is just a thought. Not to mention that Immortal himself is a strong man in the Void Return 3rd layer. There are very few people who are his opponents, even the 2 9th-level monsters pulling the cart are not easy to provoke. What's more, there is a huge backer behind Immortal. Lord of Thousand Eyes. That is a real powerful party, a Void King Realm powerhouse, who would dare to attack his son. Lord Thousand Eyes loves his son very much, otherwise he wouldn't let Lion Flying Lizard be used as a cart puller for him. Yongkai, who was standing in the crowd, also learned the identity of this guy from the exclamations and comments of the people around him, and he was a little strange in his heart. The young master of the Thousand-Eyed Lord's family rushed to Chiyu to do something. As far as he knows, the relationship between the top 10 lords on Dichen Star is not too harmonious. But he wasn't just surprised, he didn't think about it. After he learned that the person who caused the commotion was not the palace maid he was waiting for, he didn't want to watch the excitement anymore. He doesn't like this evil-eyed madman's eyes very much, it is a kind of arrogance that all women in the world belong to me. He wanted to turn around and leave, but when he recovered, he couldn't help being stunned. Because the martial artists who were originally standing on both sides of the street were all kneeling on the ground at this moment, welcoming Immortal into the city with a respectful gesture. Yongkai turned his head and looked around, frowning. He suddenly realized that he stood out from the crowd. There are countless people onlookers, all half kneeling on the ground at this moment, only Yongkai standing there alone. Of course it looks particularly dazzling. Immortal looked at this side, his chin raised slightly, even though he was only sitting on the beast cart. He also looked down at Yongkai in a posture of overlooking, and there was an oppressive atmosphere in his eyes. Bold! An angry shout came from the side, and the monster warrior who was riding a wolf-shaped monster to lead mission into the city pulled the reins, and the mount under his crotch rushed in front of Yongkai, waving a long whip, and reprimanded, not kneeling yet. Saying so, he wanted to draw towards Yongkai, as if he wanted to teach him a lesson. Yongkai looked at him indifferently. The monster race warrior was startled, and suddenly recognized Yongkai's face. Isn't this guy the human race warrior who asked him for directions a few days ago? At that time, I felt that he was a little unfathomable. To be continued. Chapter 1568. Do you dare to kneel down? Thinking so in his heart, the Yaozu warrior's wrist shook slightly, and the long whip that was originally thrown at Yongkai also deviated from the direction, hitting the void, and there was a crisp sound. He couldn't figure out the depth of Yongkai, so he didn't dare to make a mistake, but on the other side, the face of young Master Immortal had to be maintained by him. After all, even so many monster clan powerhouses gave Immortal a salute, and a mere human was standing here. It's really outrageous. This is contempt for Immortal and an insult to the Yaozu as a whole. So for a while, this Yaozu warrior was a little at a loss, not knowing what to do. He cast his eyes on Immortal for help. Human beings are so bold, how dare you not kneel down when you see me? Immortal smiled lightly, as if humans and animals were harmless, but anyone could hear the contempt in his words. Immortal's noble status and extraordinary strength made him qualified to say such words. This human being is miserable. Many martial artists had this idea in their hearts, and looked at Yongkai with expressions full of sympathy. But more is gloating, with Yongkai attracting Immortal's attention, then this evil-eyed crazy young man with a very bad reputation probably won't have the extra energy to pay attention to the beautiful woman in Weiyu City. Thinking of this, many people felt grateful to Yongkai, and quietly pressed the head of the pretty woman beside him, preventing her from revealing her full face. Kneel down, Yongkai chuckled, colliding with Immortal's gaze without fear. Why? A demon clan, actually boasting so much that he wants to kneel down by himself. Yongkai was amused by his rampant words. To be honest, he doesn't want to cause trouble on this Dichen Star. If Immortal pretends that he didn't see him, then this matter will be over, and no one will say anything. But now, the conflict seems somewhat inevitable, and Yongkai naturally has to stand up to meet it. Just because you are human. Immortal sneered, still full of momentum. Human beings must kneel down when they see me. As if feeling his anger, the two thunder flame flying lizards pulling the cart also became manic, turned their heads, and cast their gazes at where Yongkai was. Hot air was sprayed from their nostrils, and the animal pupils emitted a bloodthirsty and cruel light. The faces of the people around Yongkai changed greatly. Without any hesitation, they dispersed one after another, not daring to stay with Yongkai anymore. They were afraid that the city gate would catch fire and harm the fish in the pond. In an instant, with Yongkai as the center, within a radius of more than 10 feet, he was the only one left. Yongkai became more and more conspicuous. Humans, on Emperor Chen's star, you'd better not be so presumptuous, otherwise, you will pay a heavy price. Mitn looked at Yongkai indifferently, and even brought the two stunning women beside him to Yongkai. Stare, it seems that Yongkai is an extremely rude person. Dianfeng is the territory of my demon clan. You are a human being. Well, it is better to be a human being obediently with your tail between your legs. I am not a stingy person. If you miss your first offense, you can pretend that you didn't see it. Kneel down, Ben young master, you will not die. Mitn stretched out a finger, and nodded downward, with an air of domineering. If I don't, Yongkai's eyes flickered coldly, and he looked at Mitn with a smile. That's up to you, Mitn snorted coldly. After the words fell, the thunder flame flying lizard on the left suddenly opened its mouth, and a group of flames flickering with electric arcs suddenly formed, directly bombarding Yongkai, with an astonishing momentum. Feeling the overwhelming enthusiasm and the terrifying damage contained in the fireball, many warriors showed a look of horror. Although most of them have heard about the terror of the thunder flame flying lizard for a long time, they have never seen it with their own eyes, and today is an eye-opening experience. It's no wonder that warriors at the second level of Void Return have to run away when encountering the thunder flame flying lizard. This fireball alone cannot be resisted by ordinary Void Return mirrors. The terrifying fireball rushed towards his face, but Yongkai stood there, as if he didn't realize the danger, until the fireball came close. He suddenly opened his hand and grabbed it. Looking for death, many warriors who saw this scene had such thoughts in their hearts. How could the thunder flame flying lizard's attack be so easily deflected? This kid looked a little out of his mind, and he actually tried to fight with his body. No wonder he dared to charge Mitn. A scene that surprised them appeared. When Yongkai's big hand grabbed the fireball, he was not directly burned to ashes as everyone expected, but the fireball made a soft sound in his hand. A wave of extremely mysterious power was transmitted, and it disappeared in a flash. The terrifying fireball was like a deflated ball, shrinking at an extremely fast speed, and finally disappeared. Yongkai was unharmed. There was a sound of gasping for air. Mitn also finally sat up straight slowly, pushed away the woman who was half lying on his lap, and there was a message in his eyes called to look squarely. Okay, return to the second level of the void. Mitn grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. No wonder you dare to be so rampant, it turns out you have some skills. The moment he shot Yongkai, he saw Yongkai's cultivation realm. Returning to the second level of the void, he is no longer weak on the Dianfeng star, not to mention, he is still a human being. Dianfeng is the only one of the monster race. Although there are plenty of supplies and the aura of heaven and earth is strong, there are very few human races who can emerge as strong as the Void Return Mirror. Those who have such aptitude have long been strangled in the cradle. It is impossible for the monster race to let the human race grow up. They left the human race to survive in the cracks, but they just took a fancy to the various unique talents of the human race. So after realizing that Yongkai was a Void Return 2-layer martial artist, Mitn suddenly became interested, stood on the beast cart, waved his hand, and snorted coldly, "Kill him." The two 9th-level monsters immediately went berserk. They stood upright and opened their mouths wide, with flames and lightning jumping hidden in their mouths. There was a commotion at the city gate, and most warriors quickly scattered and fled. Yongkai laughed loudly. Two beasts dare to be presumptuous. The golden light flickered, and under Yongkai's control, two golden blood threads shot towards the thunder flame flying lizard like arrows from a string. Two pillars of fire spewed out from the mouth of the thunder flame flying lizard one after another, meeting the golden blood thread, but they still couldn't stop the speed of the golden blood thread's advance. The flames that changed color by anyone's smell didn't cause any harm to the golden blood thread at all. In the blink of an eye, the golden blood shot into the mouth of the thunder flame flying lizard. The next moment, the two 9th-level monsters let out a roar similar to mourning, and their huge bodies swayed to and fro, colliding with the nearby houses and collapsing them to pieces. Under Yongkai's control, the golden blood threads rushing into their stomachs were cutting wantonly in their bodies, causing unimaginable damage to them. Yongkai wasn't idle either, his figure flickered, the person had already rushed out, and soon came to the head of the thunder flame flying lizard, punching the back of its head with a punch. It seemed to be a light punch, but it was hard to see what kind of strength was hidden. But when that fist hit Lei Yan flying lizard's head, everyone could clearly see that the huge monster's body stopped, and its head seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer. Then it fell like a meteor, hitting the ground with a bang. The earth shakes and the mountains shake. A big pit immediately appeared on the ground, and the thunder flame flying lizard's head sank into it. As expected of a ninth-order monster, although there were golden blood threads in its body, and it was hit on the back of the head by Yongkai, it still didn't die, but it aroused its ferocity even more. During the roar, the wide fleshy wings stirred up, want to get rid of Yongkai from it. Yongkai turned around and came directly in front of the thunder flame flying lizard, with his feet on its lower jaw, his hands held up to the sky, holding the upper jaw that the thunder flame flying lizard was about to bite off. What is he going to do? The onlookers were all stunned, looking at Yongkai in shock. He put on this posture, as if he wanted to tear this ninth-level monster alive, but the tiny body of a human was in sharp contrast to the thunder flame flying lizard's bloody mouth. It seemed that the thunder flame flying lizard could wrap this human into its belly with just a single bite. Yongkai's body was bent into a shrimp shape, and his exposed muscles were raised high, as if he contained unimaginable power. He and the thunder flame flying lizard are colliding and competing for strength. Everyone thought Yongkai was crazy. As we all know, in terms of strength, the monster race is born with unimaginable advantages, let alone a huge ninth-level monster like the thunder flame flying lizard, especially its bite force is extremely amazing. Yongkai took the initiative to get close to the monster's mouth, almost challenging the most powerful and tough body part of the thunder flame flying lizard. Is this guy out of his mind? This idea popped up in many people's minds. But the result made them stare all over the place, and the result came so quickly. At the moment when they suspected that Yongkai had some mental problems, his originally bent body like a shrimp suddenly straightened. If it has the violent power that can run through the entire star field, the thunder flame flying lizard's bloody mouth can't stop Yongkai's body from stretching. The huge mouth showed an extremely exaggerated bouncing arc, the upper palate flew up suddenly, and the lower jaw fell downward. Stab! The sky was filled with blood, and the head of the thunder flame flying lizard was completely torn apart. The muscles and tendons on the head were pulled by a powerful force, all torn apart, and exposed to everyone's vision. Everyone in the audience was stunned, and they all looked at Yongkai with strange eyes, as if they couldn't turn their heads for a while. If someone said that Yongkai is a powerful monster known for his strength, then there is a reasonable explanation for the scene in front of him, but he is just a human being. Can a human being have such terrifying power? With a bang, the huge body of the thunder flame flying lizard fell to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. Yongkai stood in midair covered in blood, his murderous aura rising like a god of killing from ancient times, making people shudder. He turned his head, looked at the thunder flame flying lizard that was rushing towards him on the other side, and grinned ferociously. Although the thunder flame flying lizard didn't turn into a human being, it still developed a sense of wisdom. Seeing that its companion was killed by the human in an unimaginable way, how could it dare to get closer? With a low growl in his throat, his wings flapped violently, trying to stop his pace. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Weihai Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please to read. Chapter 1569 Abnormal Brain. It was too late. Yongkai strode like flying, rushed to the second thunder flame flying lizard, twisted his body, and got in directly from its wide-open mouth. The next moment, a terrifying, scalp-numbing sound came from inside the thunder flame flying lizard. Visible to the naked eye, circles of burst energy fluctuations spread from its neck all the way down, and finally disappeared in its abdomen. Boom! A big hole exploded in the thunder flame flying lizard's abdomen, and Yongkai's figure sprang out from it. The second thunder flame flying lizard crashed to the ground, completely out of breath. Everything happened between lightning and flint, from Mitn ordered to kill Yongkai, to Yongkai shot back and killed two thunder flame flying lizards. It took only 3 breaths of time. This change happened so quickly that it was almost impossible for the thinking of the onlookers to follow. It wasn't until Yongkai sprang out from the belly of the second thunder flame flying lizard that they suddenly came back to their senses. 2 powerful 9th-level monsters died just like that. Is this still the thunder flame flying lizard? Could this be some weak monster, but it looks a bit like the thunder flame flying lizard? Everyone had this idea in their hearts, and looked at Yang Kai in shock and bewilderment. That violent and brutal fighting style made everyone dazzled and terrified. The battles of the Yaozu are known for being brutal and violent, and the Yaozu has always been proud of it. They feel that the battle of their own clan is the real battle, and as for humans, they are too flamboyant. However, the human being in front of him, who had bumped into Master Mitn, perfectly interpreted what is called real brutality in a way that shocked the soul and eyeballs even more. The audience was silent, even Mitn looked at Yang Kai solemnly. He finally discovered that this human being seems a bit difficult to mess with. Although the two thunder flame flying lizards used to pull the cart lost some wildness due to domestication since childhood, they were not comparable to the native monsters of the same race outside, but they were not just killed at the second level of void return. In front of him, the monsters pulling the cart had no strength to resist, and they both died. Mitn asked himself that he might not be able to do it. He released his divine sense suspiciously, checked Yang Kai's body, and found that this human being was indeed a void return 2-layer cultivation realm, and he didn't hide anything. Mitn squinted his eyes, his pupils flickered with an extremely strange look, inexplicably, the blood in his body suddenly boiled. Monster races are all warlike. Mitn, as the young master of the Lord of Thousand Eyes, has a noble status, but the bloodthirsty and madness in his bones have not been reduced because of his status. He felt that Yang Kai must be a good opponent. Maybe you can let yourself go and have a good fight. Cha-cha-cha. A slight abnormal sound suddenly came from Mitn's body, almost imperceptible, every part of his body trembled in an extremely subtle range. That's a sign of excitement. What happened? At this moment, several rays of light flew from far and near, and before the person arrived, an angry shout came over. Immediately, those rays of light fell in front of people, and after seeing the corpses of monsters and the tense atmosphere in front of the city gate, they couldn't help being stunned. Lord Magna, the monster warrior who was riding a wolf-shaped monster, rushed to the visitor and saluted respectfully. The city lord of Weiyu City, Magna, the strong demon clan, as the lord of the city, naturally has the cultivation level of the void return 3rd layer. But even though he is the lord of Weiyu City, he knows nothing about the affairs here, not even the arrival of Mitn. It's not that Magna's news is not well informed, it's just that Mitn is too unreasonable to play cards. Originally, the team of warriors riding wolf-shaped monsters was only responsible for inquiring about Mitn's whereabouts and reporting back. Those who come to greet him with their hands will directly welcome him to the palace. How could he know that Mitn didn't let the Yaozu warrior send a message at all? Instead, after reuniting with him, he threatened them and asked them to bring him directly to Weiyu City. He obviously also knows that he has a bad reputation, and he is not very popular wherever he goes, so as not to leak the news, causing the residents of Weiyu City to prepare and hide the beauties. He did not let anyone inform the mayor of Weiyu City. Just came here directly, ready to explore some novelty first, and then go to Lord Chiyu's palace. The idea is very good, but as soon as he entered the city, Yang Kai, a human being, provoked his authority, and even killed the 2 9th order monsters used to pull the cart. Young Master Mitn. Magna recognized Mitn's identity at a glance, his face darkened. He did not welcome this Mitn to come to his city to make trouble from the bottom of his heart. Mitn met Senior Magna, and Mitn came here uninvited, and please Senior don't take offense. Mitn smiled and clasped his fists, still so gentle, with a bright smile, which fascinated countless women. What's going on here? Magna looked sullenly, looking at the monster warrior riding on the wolf-shaped monster. The monster clan warrior was sweating profusely, knowing that the city lord was very unhappy, but he didn't dare to hide anything, so he quickly explained everything briefly. Presumptuous. When he heard that Yang Kai had actually killed the overwhelming cart-pulling monster, Magna snarled and stared sharply at Yang Kai. Although he doesn't like Mitn messing with flowers and grass on his own territory, it is definitely not something he can tolerate for a human being who dares to challenge the noble character of the monster race. I don't feel disgusted anymore. But who is this human being who can kill 2 9th level monsters in such a short period of time? His strength is quite extraordinary. He looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, and couldn't think of any place where such a master appeared in the human race. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to him, but felt silently for a moment, and suddenly moved his hand. 2 golden lights flew out from the dead thunder flame flying lizard's body, entwined around Yang Kai's fingertips like spirituality, wandering indefinitely. Looking at these 2 golden blood threads mixed with gold and red, Yang Kai showed a satisfied smile. He was looking at not being able to find a suitable monster to condense his blood beast secret technique, but he didn't expect to pick up 2 ready-made ones here, so after the conflict with Mitn, he did not hesitate to make a move. The Blood Beast secret art condensed from the souls of 2 9th-level monsters and the essence of flesh and blood is not bad. After he took back the golden blood thread, the body of the thunder flame flying lizard that died on the ground suddenly shriveled, like a deflated ball. The essence of the whole body was sucked out in that instant. Huh, Mitn's eyes lit up. What kind of secret technique is this? He seemed to be interested, his eyes showed surprise. He looked at the 2 golden bloodshots between Yonkai's fingers, his eyes didn't blink. Although he is a noble figure in the monster clan, K-Mission is very interested in various secret arts of human beings. Human beings are not comparable to the monster clan in terms of physical strength and power, but in the field of creating secret arts, it is the monster clan. It is also difficult to flatter a horse. Both races have their own advantages. Mitn is well aware of this, so he is different from many Yaozu powerhouses. He does not reject the secret technique that despises human beings, he does not think it is a trick, but he is willing to calm down to study and comprehend. With the strong physical body of the monster race, combined with the ever-changing, mysterious and impermanent secret arts of human beings, Mitn believes that one day he will be able to create a school that will go farther than his father, Lord Thousand Eyes, and stand at the end of the Demon Star Emperor Chen. At the top, become the top 10 lords. This position has been vacant for a long time. Now he is very interested in Yonkai's golden blood thread secret technique. He has studied many secret arts of the human race, so he is very discerning, and he can see at a glance that the 2 golden blood threads are extraordinary, and after flying out of the thunder flame flying lizard's body, the 2 golden blood threads seem to have spirituality. Get it? Immediately, this domineering thought flashed through Mitn's mind, and he pointed at Yonkai as a matter of course and said, "Human, hand over the things in your hands to me, and I can forget about the past." Yonkai looked up at him, curled his lips and smiled, and with a thought, the 2 golden blood threads wrapped around his fingertips disappeared, and he said concisely, "No." Mitn frowned, looked at him strangely, and said with a chuckle, "Human, are you out of your mind? Do you think that you can easily be kind after killing my 2 card monsters? Do you think you still leave Weiyu City alive? If you want to survive, just cooperate with me obediently, I can let you go. You don't want to toast or eat fine wine." When he was speaking, the city lord of Weiyu City, Magna, and the void-returning mirror powerhouses around him also stared at Yonkai, ready to teach him a lesson at any time. In terms of attitude towards Yonkai, Magna is unconditionally on the side of Mitn. So he looked at Yonkai with a bad expression, and said coldly, "Don't be ungrateful, kid, in my Weiyu City, you can't tolerate your presumptuousness." Presumptuous. Yonkai squinted at him, full of arrogance and unruly, showing no sign of giving him face. "Aggressive, what's wrong with me being presumptuous? Are you biting me?" Rampant. Magna was furious. He has lived for so many years, and he has never seen such an arrogant human being. Looking at the entire Emperor Star, is there any human being who is as ignorant as he is? No matter how powerful a human being is, he has to be polite when he sees the monster race, not to mention that he is the lord of a city. He glanced at Mitn, and Mitn happened to be looking this way too. The eyes of the 2 met, and they both saw each other's thoughts. Join hands to kill or capture this human being, otherwise the Yaozu will not have any face to speak of. But before they could make a move, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly came from a certain place in Weiyu City. Mitn and Magna were both masters of the Void Return 3 layer, so naturally they noticed it immediately. What puzzled them was that they couldn't judge what caused the energy fluctuation. Yonkai's expression was stunned. He looked up at the position where the energy fluctuations came from, frowned and pondered for a while, and soon, as if he remembered something, he rushed there in a flash. The speed is amazing. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wei Hai Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please to read. Chapter 1570 Vision. Leave it to me. Magna was furious, and at the moment Yonkai made a move, he punched hard and intercepted Yonkai in the direction he was going. With a flash of purple light, Yonkai took out his purple shield and easily blocked the blow. Without stopping, he rushed over there in a hurry. He has a bad feeling, why would he waste time here? As his figure swayed, the fluctuations of space power surged out of his body, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Magna and Mitn were stunned on the spot. They didn't see how Yonkai left just now, their eyes and divine sense were locked on this human being, but the other party easily got rid of it. The two monster clan powerhouses couldn't help but look dignified. After looking at each other again, they rushed towards the location of the energy source. They also wanted to know what happened there, and why there was such a strange energy fluctuation. In Weiyu City, in front of a certain inn, many warriors had already gathered. These warriors were attracted by the weirdness of this place. There are both human and monster races. At this moment, they all stood on the street in front of the inn, pointing at the other side. Pointing and whispering in groups. When Yongkai rushed here, he looked up at the sky, showing a helpless and wry smile. His bad feeling was confirmed. The owner of the inn was also standing in front of the inn, with his waist bent and his hands folded in his sleeves. Like most people, he looked up at the sky with a complex expression and twinkling eyes, as if he was discerning something. When Yongkai arrived here, he immediately noticed it. He quickly waved to Yongkai. "Young man, come here." Yongkai glanced at him, rushed to his side, and said apologetically, "Old mister, I'm afraid I will cause you trouble." The old man chuckled, shook his head and said, "The old man's troubles are nothing, but your troubles may be serious." Saying so, he glanced lightly at the two monster powerhouses, City Master Magna and Mitn, who came after him, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Added, "It seems that your troubles are not limited to the one in the inn." Hee. Yongkai smiled dryly, not knowing what to say. If it was just the targets of Magna and Mitn, Yongkai would not be afraid at all. At worst, he would use the space secret technique and take his little senior sister to pat his ass and leave. The monster star Emperor Chen is so big, there is no place for them to hide. What's more, under the Void King realm, he is not afraid of anyone. If there is a fight, Yongkai dares to turn the entire Weiyu city upside down. But now, the vision in front of him gave him an extremely headache. After coming here, he could tell at a glance that the vision was caused by the little senior sister. Shang lived in the inn these days. Living in seclusion, he has been using various materials to refine panacea to improve his own cultivation. Yongkai didn't bother her either. How did I know that in this kind of place, the little senior sister actually refined an incredible panacea? Yongkai had such experience, so he could tell the difference. This kind of vision is clearly a sign before the pill gives birth to the pill cloud. Back in Yupixing, when he refined a fire attribute elixir with pill clouds to heal Shuiyu who was injured by Xuanian sunflower water, this scene appeared, very similar to the scene in front of him. Yongkai has practiced alchemy so far. Only that one spirit pill had ever given birth to a pill cloud, and he knew it. Things like Danyan are truly rare. Unlike the pill pattern, with his alchemy skills, he can more or less control the formation of the pill pattern. But how to make the pill produce pill cloud, he has no idea at all. The little senior sister has a special physique, and she has the talents of heaven, so it is only natural that she can get to this step. But this is the demon star Emperor Chen, and this is Weiyu City. Once the spirit pill is born, it will definitely attract the attention of countless powerhouses, especially Magna and Mitn, who just had a conflict with Yongkai, will definitely not let go of that spirit pill. He won't even let Shang go. An alchemist who can refine alchemy clouds is obviously at the peak of his fortune, worthy of the title of master. Such a talent against the sky, how could the Yaozu let him go? Yongkai's expression flickered, and various thoughts flashed across his mind like lightning, considering the stakes. It is impossible for him to stop Shang now. Alchemy is all about comprehension and chance. The little senior sister can take this step, which will have a great effect on her growth. Stopping it now is equivalent to destroying her understanding this time. Maybe it will affect her future achievements. She can only be allowed to refine the panacea. It looks like, the next step will be really troublesome. After making up his mind, Yongkai's eyes became sharp, as cold as a blade. At this moment, Magna and Mitn were staring at the sky blankly. Right above the inn, a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth gathered, as if attracted by something. A small vortex was formed visible to the naked eye, and that vortex was in the during the rotation, he was still absorbing and devouring more aura of heaven and earth to strengthen himself. Senior Magna, what is this? Is the birth of a strange treasure? Although Mitn has good eyesight, he has not seen the scene of Danyan's birth, so he is at a loss about this, and has to act like the older Magna. Regards. Magna frowned, focused on the sky, and was trying to figure out what caused the vision. Hearing this, he shook his head slowly and said, I can't figure it out either. You can't even recognize the senior. Mitn was surprised. The world is so big, there are no surprises, and it's not surprising that the city lord can't recognize it. Well, who of you can judge what caused this vision? Magna turned his head and asked the other void return mirrors. Everyone shook their heads one after another, expressing that they had never heard of it or seen it. That's interesting. Mitn smiled brightly. His smile is very charming, and he can always show his white and flawless teeth just right. With his somewhat evil face, he can be very attractive, which makes many people secretly smile. The woman who followed him was dazzled. Looking at it like this, it doesn't look like someone has been promoted or practiced secret arts, nor is it like the birth of a strange treasure. What caused it? It's easy to know, just look at it. A void return 2-layer powerhouse next to Magna yelled, speaking like this, unscrupulously released his divine thoughts, and peeked into the inn. But before his divine thoughts extended towards the inn, he suddenly felt a dangerous aura attacking him, and the divine thoughts he extended sent back a scalding heat, as if a fire was burning. The screams came out, and the strong man of the monster clan couldn't help but backed up a few steps, clutching his headache was about to split, and his face was pale. In an instant, all warriors turned their attention to Yongkai. They could feel that it was Yongkai who had released the power of his consciousness just now, forcing back his own clan and hurting him. Magna's face was as gloomy as water, and he smiled playfully. This is just a warning, whoever dares to spy again, don't blame me for being rude. Yongkai stood alone in front of everyone, his voice cold and cold. Now is the critical moment for the little senior sister to refine the elixir, even he dare not disturb. How can these monster clan warriors use their spiritual thoughts to spy on it? What if it interferes with Shaning Shang's alchemy? They are also in the void return 2-layer realm, but in the competition of divine sense, the warriors on Yaozu's side seem a bit vulnerable, which makes Magna and Mitn, who already value Yongkai, look even more serious. Boy, Magna's low voice sounded, are you determined to fight against my demon clan? I have courage, but I just feel a little overwhelmed. Mitn chuckled lightly and sarcastically. Yongkai didn't speak, just looked at them coldly. No one dared to doubt Yongkai's determination. Those monster race powerhouses who were still a little ready to move, wanting to release their divine sense to spy, couldn't help but extinguish their hearts at this moment. Thoughts, fear in the eyes. Obviously this human being does not have a burly body comparable to the monster race, but standing there, all the monster race feel like they are facing a solid and tall mountain, blocking all wind and rain for the inn behind them. Inexplicably, while some monster races were afraid of Yongkai, they actually gave birth to a hint of admiration. Not every human being is so kind, who dares to use his own strength to face so many monster clan powerhouses and still not change his expression. Okay, boy, you have repeatedly disregarded this city lord, my monster race, and even contradicted Mr. Mission. Today is your place of burial. I hope you have prepared yourself mentally. Prepare. Magna couldn't bear it anymore. He was already dissatisfied with Yongkai, but now that Yongkai's attitude is so bad and tough, how can he compromise? I just plan to kill this human boy first. As for the mystery hidden in the inn, it will not be too late to find out at that time. Boy, you are finished. Mitn gloated at Yongkai and smiled, with murderous intent in his eyes. He seemed to be acting free and easy, but Yongkai killed the 2 9th order monsters he used to pull the cart. How could he bear this kind of thing? Now it happens to join forces with Magna to fight against the enemy. All the void returning mirrors secretly stimulated the energy in the body, ready to attack Yongkai at any time. If you want my life, let's see if you have the ability. Yongkai snorted coldly, an invisible force suddenly centered on him, and suddenly spread around. All warriors wrapped by this force couldn't help but there was an illusion of falling into the mud. The Sheng Yuan was not working properly, and the meridians were blocked. Potential. As soon as Yongkai's momentum came out, Magna couldn't help but suddenly changed color. He was shocked to find that even he was somewhat inferior to this human youth in terms of attainments. How is this possible? I am at the 3rd level of returning to the void, and the opponent is only at the 2nd level. Although there is only a small level difference in the realm, but this small level should be a world of difference. Why is his power stronger than his own? All the warriors of the monster race have already displayed their own strengths to fight against Yongkai, but even so, they are still completely unable to erase the influence of the invisible forces around them. Not only that, every monster warrior has noticed that there seems to be some special power mixed in the momentum of this human youth. This kind of power makes them feel as if they are falling into an ice cellar, and they are silent like cicadas, as if as long as they move this side, they will be able to move. It looks like it will fall on the spot in a moment. Chapter 1571 Bay. Yongkai's momentum is mixed with his comprehension of space power. This is his big trump card. He didn't expose it when he was forced to, but the monster clan powerhouse who was shrouded by his momentum still can feel the strange murderous intent from it. Magna's face was ashen, and Mitn's expression was equally dignified. Neither of the two monster race powerhouses expected that Yonkai's attainments in power would be so deep. Thinking about the stalwart combat power and terrifying spiritual power shown by this human being before, he didn't dare to act rashly for a while. Up. On the contrary, the owner of the inn slowly opened his lowered eyelids, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he stared at Yonkai in surprise. Immediately, he raised his head again, carefully looked at the vision in the sky, his nose fluttered slightly. Soon, as if he had discovered something, an astonishing divine light bloomed in his eyes. "Stop," he snarled, "everyone, please be safe and don't be impatient." Yonkai glanced at him with a strange expression. Magna frowned, and a look of displeasure flashed across his face. After all, he was also the city lord of Weiyu City. When would it be someone else's turn to tell him what to do, not to mention, this old guy is still in the inn business. The divine sense swept over him and found that the other party had no trace of cultivation at all, which made Magna even more upset. "Old guy, there's no room for you to talk here, step aside." Mitn snorted coldly. Hee. The owner of the inn showed no fear at all, just chuckled lightly, and gave Mitn a meaningful look. Mitn frowned, secretly feeling that something was wrong. I looked suspiciously at the owner of the inn, and said hesitantly, "Did I meet you somewhere? How do I feel that you are kind? You can see some clues to this." As expected of Lord Qianyun's son, his eyesight is really extraordinary. The owner of the inn applauded, praising the younger generation in the tone of an elder. This made Mitn's face darken, and he said in a low voice, "Who the hell are you?" Magna was also stunned. He never thought about being the owner of an unknown inn in his own city. It seems that some have a lot of background. If it wasn't for his respected status, how dare he talk to Mitn like this? Yonkai glanced at this and that, his eyeballs rolling around. Suddenly he grinned. Being disturbed by the owner of the inn. All attention was diverted from himself. This is of course what he likes. However, he was also very curious about the origin of this inn owner, since there was obviously no energy fluctuation in his body. But to be able to talk freely in front of Magna and Mitn without fear, this is not something that ordinary monsters can do. The old man was still smiling lightly, but under the watchful eyes of everyone, his body shape suddenly underwent a jaw-dropping change. The original rickety waist straightened slowly, and the short body was also raised. The dry and wrinkled skin disappeared, replaced by a rosy and healthy complexion, and all the wrinkles on the face were smoothed out. It seemed that at this moment, he became decades younger, from an old man to a middle-aged man with extraordinary bearing. Not only that, but with the change of his body shape, his aura also changed drastically. Originally, when anyone's divine sense swept over him, they would not be able to detect any energy fluctuations, and they would think that he was an uncultivated monster race, but at this moment, extremely strong energy fluctuations appeared in his body, and the fluctuations are still gradually increasing, until the peak of the third layer void return realm. Compared with Magna and Mitn, they are both stronger. Yonkai was stunned, staring blankly at the owner of the inn, almost unable to believe his eyes. Magna and Mitn were also stunned. They never expected that someone in this world could hide themselves so deeply. If the owner of the inn didn't take the initiative to expose him, no one present would be able to discover his depth. You are Lord Bei." Magna looked at the face of the innkeeper carefully, and suddenly called out in shock. After the owner of the inn changed his face, Magna recognized him immediately, his voice trembling and his expression frightened. "What? He is actually Master Bahi? No way, didn't you say that Master Bei was shot dead by the Lord himself? Why is he still in this world?" "That's right, he is Lord Bei. 200 years ago, when the city lord and I went to the palace to meet the Lord, I met him once. At that time, he was still the #1 general under the Lord." Tisk tisk, how could it be Lord Bei? This is really interesting. All kinds of yells came from all around, and Yonkai heard it with a strange expression. He could vaguely see that the owner of the inn seemed to have a good reputation, and even Magna felt a little jealous and respectful towards him. Who the hell is this guy? Why did others say that he was the #1 general under Lord Qiyu, and that he was shot dead by Lord Qiyu? What is the situation? Yonkai was at a loss and couldn't figure it out. So it's Senior Bahi. Mitn took a deep breath. No wonder it looks familiar, Mitn has seen Senior Bahi before. They are both in the third level of returning to the void, but Bei's seniority is higher than that of any monster race present. Even Mitn, who is the young master of the thousand-eyed lord, does not dare to neglect etiquette. Hee, you don't need to be too polite, Mr. Mission, you are also a rising star of my monster clan, and you have a great chance to be promoted to the Void King realm in the future. Bahi praised. But Mitn smiled slightly, and said to himself, Senior Bahi is wrong. I don't have a great chance, but I will definitely be promoted. It's just a matter of time. The boy is very rampant. Yang Kai glanced at him and secretly smiled in his heart. But it is undeniable that he does have the capital of such rampant self-confidence. Bahi nodded lightly. Well, then I wish you the best of luck. Lord Bei. Magna's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He looked at this famous man who had disappeared for almost 200 years, and then at the vision in the sky, and said, what the hell is going on here? Condition. What's the situation? Bei pondered for a while, and said, I don't know what the situation is, but now you all stay calm and don't disturb the inside. The old man is the owner of this inn, so I have protection to stay here. It is the responsibility of the inn's guests to be safe, and I ask you to show this old man some face. Since Lord Bei said so, let's wait. Magna nodded. In front of Bahi, he really didn't dare to be presumptuous. What about this human being? Mitn suddenly looked at Yang Kai, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Does Senior Bahi also want to protect his safety? Of course, this young man is also my guest. Bahi replied naturally. Hee, then Mitn will give the senior face, but it is only limited to the senior. He killed my two monsters pulling the cart, and this account will be settled sooner or later. Mitn chuckled, looking aggressively. Shang Yang Kai provocatively said, Human, don't let me find a chance, otherwise. Yang Kai curled his lips and didn't care about his threats. Now, for him, not letting people disturb Shang is the top priority, and everything else is second. To calm down such a storm, no matter who is involved in it, everything he expected to see. But, what exactly does this Bahi want to do? Yang Kai's playful eyes turned on the owner of the inn. From the crowd of onlookers just now, he vaguely heard some secrets. He knew that this Bahi had been hiding his name for 200 years, but now he suddenly revealed his identity and was still there. Protect yourself and Shang. What is his intention? Yang Kai didn't believe that he was really just protecting his guests. He is old and refined, he is not so high-spirited. Hey, what kind of smell is this? Suddenly, there was an exclamation from the crowd. It's so fragrant, it seems to be the smell of panacea. Is there a top-grade panacea born? Could it be that this vision was caused by alchemy? One word stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, and everyone shouted loudly. Shang's refinement of elixirs caused extremely conspicuous and grand phenomena. In the early stage, not many people may be able to distinguish them. Even powerful people with extensive knowledge like Magna and Mitn couldn't distinguish them. However, as time goes by, when the strong aroma of medicine began to permeate, the secrets hidden in the inn could not be concealed. As the fragrance increased and passed, almost everyone turned their fiery eyes on the inn. They have already identified that this aroma comes from that seemingly simple inn. Almost every martial artist has an intoxicated and relaxed look on his face. Just smelling the aroma of this medicine will make people feel a little enlightened. If they eat that medicine, what effect will it have? What kind of panacea can produce such a strange fragrance and vision? The eyes of many warriors gradually became hot and greedy. If not for Bahi, Magna and other powerhouses standing in front of the inn, I am afraid that this small inn will be crushed by the crazy flow of people immediately. Master Mission, after judging that the vision in front of him was indeed caused by alchemy, Magna quietly looked at Mission and transmitted his spiritual thoughts. Bahi, this old guy, seems to want to monopolize the panacea. No wonder he has been hiding it for more than 200 years, but he is willing to reveal his identity today. Thinking about it this way, the panacea must be very important, but I don't know which human alchemist is here. There is alchemy inside, Mitn replied with a cold snort. Then if he wants to monopolize it, it depends on whether he has the ability. 200 years ago, he had a very unpleasant quarrel with Lord Chiyu, and he didn't know what kind of tricks he used to escape from Master Chiyu. Today, since if it is exposed, then his good life will come to an end, presumably even if we kill him, Master Kaiyu will not blame him. Well then, just listen to Mitn. Magna replied, although he didn't like Mitn's style, but it is undeniable that joining forces with him is the best choice now. After all, Bahi's prestige is too strong, he really left him alone, he didn't have the guts to fight against Bahi. As for the elixir, this is Weiyu City, his territory, how can Mitn compete with him? To be continued. Chapter 1572. Pay attention. The two powerhouses of the Yaozu secretly communicated with each other, and decided to wait until the elixir was ready to act immediately. No matter what, they had to grab the elixir. How can the panacea that even a strong man like Bahi covet is so bad? Maybe he can use it to break through to the third level of Void Returning Realm and promote to the level of Void King Realm. After all, Bei had already reached the third level Void Return Realm more than 200 years ago, and he was the existence with the most potential to be promoted to the Lord level in the entire Demon Star Emperor Chen. Just as Magna and Mitn were secretly communicating via sound transmission, Bahi glanced at them intentionally or unintentionally, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. "Young man, don't you want to go to the palace to visit your old friend?" Bahi suddenly sent a voice transmission to Yang Kai. "Yeah, old man. Well, do you have any advice for Senior Bahi?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously, not knowing why the other party suddenly mentioned this matter. "I don't dare to advise you, but the old man does have a way to ensure that you can enter the palace safely." "Really?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Not bad, but this method is a bit risky. If you believe the old man, I will let it go. If you don't believe it, just pretend that the old man didn't say it. Hehe, the kid and Senior just met by chance, so don't mention it if you believe it or not." Yang Kai is not a fledgling young man, so how can he easily trust someone he doesn't know well? You should have such concerns, but to be honest, this method also has certain risks for the old man. If you can join hands with the old man can promise that as long as I live, you will be fine. Quote. Yang Kai frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, "Senior, can you explain carefully?" "No problem." Bahi was very forthright, and he didn't make a fuss, and bluntly explained his plan to Yang Kai. After Yang Kai listened, his brows were tightly frowned. It is indeed a bit risky, but Senior made a good plan, and if you do it like this, how can my senior sister and brother have any freedom? Then you refused? Bahi asked with some disappointment. No, I agree. Senior let it go. Yang Kai grinned. Bahi glanced at him in astonishment, as if he didn't expect Yang Kai to be so bold. Speaking of which, he doesn't have to worry about failure in this strategy. He can guarantee that Yang Kai will be sent to Lord Chiyu's palace and be taken seriously, but this method may not be a good thing for Yang Kai and the woman who made alchemy in the inn. He was mentally prepared to be rejected. Yang Kai agreed. Bahi looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression, secretly felt that this human being was a bit fearless. He was too brave, but since he had already agreed, he had nothing to worry about. Thinking in this way, Bahi smiled slightly, and said, "The vision is already so grand before the panacea is finished. I think it must be an excellent medicine pill, and judging from the richness of the fragrance, it may be an elixir above the void level." What Master Bahi said is true. Magna echoed casually, not knowing what trick Bahi wanted to play. Such a panacea, I'm afraid only the Lord is qualified to possess it. Magna, don't you think so? Bahi looked at the other party with a smile. Not bad. Magna frowned even more, and he faintly felt something was wrong. The alchemist who refined this panacea must also be a master-level figure. Magna nodded, with even worse feelings lingering in his heart. He suddenly understood what Bahi was planning. The Lord has always looked at these human beings with special talents differently. Over the years, the palace has also been recruiting talents. Now such a talent has appeared in Weiyu City. Magna, you are lucky. With your intelligence, you must know what to do next. Bahi looked at Magna with a smile. The latter looked solemn, and said in a loud voice, "Thank you, my lord, for your guidance." Magna understands. After the master has refined the elixir, Magna will escort him to the palace. The lord will definitely appreciate him. When Lord is happy, you will get a lot of rewards. Bahi laughed. Hearing this, Magna's eyes lit up, and he smiled more happily, and quickly clasped his fists and said, "It's all thanks to the protection of my lord." After finishing speaking, he shouted in a deep voice, "Come on." A group of monster clan powerhouses agreed one after another. Get rid of all the idlers and others. Anyone who dares to approach the inn within a radius of 50 feet will be killed without interfering with the alchemy master inside. Yes, Mitn stood aside, dumbfounded. The agreement he had secretly reached with Magna just now was breached by Bahi in a few words. Not only that, Magna also directly fell to Bahi's side, and offered to provide manpower to protect the safety of the alchemist in the inn. Bahi had no intention of monopolizing the panacea at all. On the contrary, he seemed to have the intention of sending that alchemy master to the palace. Monster races are not good at alchemy, this is common knowledge of many weeks. On the contrary, the weak human race on Dichen Star often emerge as masters who are proficient in alchemy. Lord Chiyu gives human beings room to live, and strictly prohibits killing indiscriminately on Chiyu collar humans because they want to protect those humans with special talents. For example, alchemists, weapon refiners, etc. Even every 10 years, some alchemy competitions will be held on the Chiyu collar, and the human beings who stand out from it can get rid of their lowly status, live in the palace, and serve the Lord. The Chiyu Palace has recruited talents over the years, and alchemy masters who can refine the panacea that can produce visions will also be favored by the Lord Chiyu. In other words, the master in the inn now seems to have been labeled as the Lord of Chiyu. No matter how courageous Mitn is, he will not dare to fight against the Lord in the Chiyu territory. He is now a spectator. Mitn felt as disgusted as eating a dead fly. Looking at the many monster clan powerhouses from Weiyu City who surrounded the inn, Yongkai laughed. He is not afraid of going to the palace, even if Lord Chiyu is a strong man in the Void King realm, as long as he is given a chance. With his attainments in space power, he can leave calmly, not to mention, he is also a master of alchemy. His current alchemy skills are even better than Shaning Shang's, and he can refine a king-level elixir. If this kind of ability is leaked out, the leader of Kaiyu may regard him as a guest of honor. After all, Void King-level alchemists are too rare, they are rare in the entire star field, and the demon star Dichen has never appeared. Young man, this old man can only help you here. How to act in the palace depends on your own means, but I have to warn you in advance that if you want to survive, it is best not to be too presumptuous in the palace. Bahi looked at Yongkai and quietly transmitted his voice. Yongkai was noncommittal, but asked with great interest. Mr. Bahi did not hesitate to expose his identity this time, not only to help our seniors, but what is your purpose? If it is convenient, can you tell me? Quote. Of course it's not just to help you guys. Well, I just want to take this opportunity to return to the palace and ask the Lord for forgiveness. A look of loneliness flashed across Bahi's face. Yongkai raised his brows. He suddenly remembered that the demon clan who had been watching just now said that Bahi seemed to have been shot to death by the Lord himself 200 years ago. But for some unknown reason, he lived in this world well. It seems that there is indeed something between Bei and Lord Chiyu. At least, the rumors are wrong. Bei was not killed by Lord Chiyu. Maybe Chiyu let him go. However, he didn't bother to take care of other people's affairs, so he nodded and said, if that's the case, then we can be regarded as cooperating with each other. Cough. Besides going back to the palace, there is actually one more thing I want to ask you for help. Bahi suddenly felt embarrassed. What? I want to ask your senior sister to help me make alchemy. Bahi bluntly said, and then quickly added, don't worry, I have all the materials and so on. As long as the refining is done, there will be serious problems when the time comes. Thank you so much. Let's talk about it at that time. Depending on how the senior sister is in a good mood, maybe she will be willing to help you. Yongkai grinned. This bastard boy feels like crossing a river and tearing down bridges. Bahi couldn't help but roll his eyes. The vision in the sky became more and more powerful, and as time passed, the vortex also covered the sky, and the aura of heaven and earth gathered together made people feel horrified. Such a vision is no worse than the baptism of heaven and earth that appears in the void return mirror when a warrior is promoted, or even worse. No matter who it is, they have never thought that such a thing can be caused by mere alchemy. So everyone became even more curious, wanting to know what kind of elixir the master inside was refining. However, the strong medicinal aroma made them judge that it would definitely not be lower than the virtual level. There are more than a dozen Shu-level alchemists on Yaoxing Dichen, and the most powerful one is Shu-level top-grade alchemist, who declared that even though he is a human being, no monster race would dare not respect him. The status of the human race on this star of cultivation is low, but those who are truly talented can be valued, and the polarization is very serious. All this is due to Lord Chiyu's wise leadership. If she hadn't devoted herself to recruiting those talented humans, Chiyu would not be so powerful. Among the 10 territories of Emperor Chen, Chiyu could definitely be ranked first top 3. You know, thousands of years ago, Chiyu territory was the weakest territory on Dichen Star. Such a change can be achieved in 1,000 years, and the Lord Chiyu has contributed a lot. It is conceivable that in time, the Chiyu territory will become the most powerful territory in the entire Demon Star. Different from those monster races watching the excitement around, Yongkai is also an alchemist. He can judge the progress of the little senior sister from the vision of heaven and earth and the fragrance of the medicine. Nervous. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Weihai Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please to read. Chapter 1573 Dan Chang. This is Shaning Shang's first time refining a spirit pill that was born with a pill cloud. If she succeeds, her alchemy skills will grow by leaps and bounds. With her special physique, this time the special perception of alchemy will be a shining light in her martial arts. A bright light on the way to heaven. This insight and experience is of great significance to the little senior sister. Yang Kai paid more attention to it than anyone else, so his divine sense enveloped the inn all the time to prevent anyone from plotting to do something wrong. Fortunately, with the protection of strong men like Bahi and Magna, and many monster masters of void returning mirror guarding around, no one dared to make a mistake. The fragrance of this medicine seems to be much stronger. Could it be that it is about to become a pill? Tisk tisk, what kind of panacea is this? Why does the bottleneck feel a little loose just after taking a sip of the medicine? The warriors watching around were still talking about it, but no one could understand the type of the panacea. At this moment, the swirling vortex in the sky suddenly changed again, as if an inexplicable attraction came from the inn, sucking the condensed spiritual energy of heaven and earth madly there. And that huge vortex is also spinning, in the shape of an inverted funnel, pouring down. In just half a cup of tea, the vortex disappeared, and the spiritual energy gathered from heaven and earth disappeared without a trace. Even the scent of medicine that had been lingering at the tip of everyone's noses suddenly faded. Inside the inn, there was silence. Did it work? Still failed. Countless warriors stretched their necks to look around, wanting to know the final result of the master's alchemy in the inn this time. They didn't know whether the master was old or young, male or female, but somehow, they were looking forward to this alchemy and nervous. It's not just ordinary warriors, Magna, Bahi, Mitn, all of them are like this. No matter how plain their performance is, the change of expression in their eyes is obvious. Only Yang Kai, after silently perceiving for a moment, smiled slightly. It worked. With the alchemy talent of the little senior sister, it is natural to refine such a panacea without distraction, but she should be immersed in the realization and harvest now, so it will take some time. Yang Kai didn't make it clear, but waited while guarding the surroundings. 1 day passed, 2 days passed. Many martial artists who watched the excitement couldn't bear the loneliness, they could not wait for the result, and they had already dispersed quietly. Only the strong men who were somewhat related to this matter were still waiting. Bahi cast his eyes on Yang Kai from time to time, as if he wanted to get some clues or answers from him, but to his disappointment, Yang Kai's expression was impeccable, and he couldn't deduce anything, so he could only wait patiently. In a flash, it was 5 days. There was still no movement in the inn. No matter who it is, it will get impatient after waiting so long. Enough. Mitn snorted. It seems that the alchemist in the inn must have failed in refining, so he dare not come out to meet people. Senior Magna, order to arrest them. Arrest? Who are you arresting? Yang Kai squinted at him and shouted ferociously, who dares to arrest someone? Mitn sneered and said, human, what do you think this place is, and you are the one to tell me what to do. Senior Magna, this person is so presumptuous, and he doesn't take you seriously at all. If you don't do anything, then my son I just shot, just to settle the previous grievances with him. Magna frowned, and he didn't know what to do, so he couldn't help turning his consulting eyes to Bahi. Bahi said indifferently, even if this master failed in refining this time, he must be a remarkable person who can make such a big noise in alchemy. Your lord welcomes such talents very much. Hearing what he said, Magna came back to his senses, and nodded again and again. Master Bahi is right, this city lord has never seen anyone who can make alchemy so powerful, this talent must be offered intact. To the lord. While a few people were talking, there was a slight sound of footsteps from the inn. Everyone's expressions changed, and Chi-Chi cast their eyes over. Yang Kai greeted him with a smile and walked quickly. After a while, a beautiful figure walked out of the inn, with a graceful figure, a graceful waist and flawless limbs, slender jade fingers, and the skin on the back of the hand seemed to be easily broken. Mitn was originally very hostile to the so-called master in the inn, and wished to kill him quickly, but when he saw this figure, he suddenly looked startled, and began to examine him with burning eyes. As the young master of the thousand-eyed lord, he was born with a respected status, and because he practiced sorcery, there is no shortage of women around Mitn, let alone beauties. But when he saw this figure, it still made his eyes light up. It's just a mere figure, Mitn really wants to know what this woman looks like. Looking up, Mitn couldn't help frowning. This woman actually covered her face with a black veil, so that he couldn't see her true face clearly, but her pair of clear and flawless eyes were as magnificent as the purest gemstones in the world, which instantly attracted his attention. There is also a sapphire dotted on this woman's white forehead, which makes her look even more glamorous. Clean. This was Mitn's first impression of Shanning Chong. It is as clean as a clear spring in a mountain stream, which makes Mitn feel a little eager to move, wishing to defile this purity and satisfy his blasphemous desire. Looking again, Mitn suddenly found that the black veil that covered her face was no longer so obtrusive, but it was like a magic pen, sublimating her pure and flawless to a supreme level. If there is no cover of this layer of veil, without this kind of obscurity, then this pure beauty will probably be discounted. It is precisely because of this barrier-like obscurity that people can be more interested in her. Mitn suddenly became interested, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and a strange light burst out from his eyes. Junior brother, I'm sorry. Shanning Shang seemed a little embarrassed, and apologized softly. She noticed some movement outside the inn when she was concocting alchemy, but she was too distracted to spy carefully, and she didn't really know what happened until the alchemy was over. Making such a big battle by refining pills by oneself will definitely attract the attention of many people. Now seeing so many people outside, including Yang Kai, she immediately understood how much pressure Yang Kai had endured for her during the alchemy process. What are you talking about? Thanks to senior sister, we can enter the palace soon. Yang Kai grinned, grabbed her little hand, and led her towards Bei. The corner of Mitn's eyes twitched, and the gaze towards Yang Kai became more and more hostile. It was as if someone had touched his forbidden limbs. Woman. Magna was dumbfounded. The moment Shanning Shang showed up, countless warriors from the Yaozu were dumbfounded. They never expected that the alchemy master in the inn was actually a woman, and such a beautiful and pure woman. Still so young. In their imagination, the person who can be honored as a master and achieve that kind of momentum in alchemy must be an octogenarian, and the worst is also an elderly person. How did they know that there is such a big gap between reality and imagination? Magna couldn't believe his eyes, and couldn't help turning his gaze to Bahi. There is no doubt, she is the master in the inn, she came with that human kid. Bahi said lightly. Hearing what he said, Magna became convinced, stepped forward 2 steps quickly, clasped his fists and said, Magna, the lord of Weiyu City, has seen this master has worked hard. He had a kind smile on his face, looking very kind. Shanning Shang flustered for a moment, but soon calmed down. Ying Ying returned a salute, and said softly, My lord, the city lord, is serious, the name of the master, the little girl is really ashamed of it. The sound was crisp and sweet, making countless monster races dazzled. So pure and charming, with such a nice voice, and proficient in alchemy, such a human being. Don't mention the difference in status between the 2 races, I am willing to pursue it even if I put my life on the line. It's a pity. Looking at Yang Kai who was holding Shanning Shang's little hand, every monster clan shot out their jealous eyes, as if they wished to turn into thousands of sharp arrows, poke Yang Kai full of holes, and solve it all at once. Hatred. Shanning Shang's humility made Magna laugh heartily, and said hastily, By the way, this girl, let me introduce you, this is the #1 strongest person under the Void King realm of my monster race. Well, once Lord Chiyu Lord the #1 general under your seat, Master Bahi. I have seen Senior Bahi. Shanning Shang saluted again. Bahi laughed and said, Girl, you don't need to be too polite. It is my honor, Bahi, to witness such a grand event. He also asked Shanning Shang, but he really didn't dare to put his posture too high. This is the young master of Lord Thousand Eyes, Master Mission. Magna pointed to Mission again and introduced. Mitn took a step forward, with a gentle and elegant appearance, and behaved politely. Mitn is really lucky to be able to see the girl Tianyan. Shanning Chong nodded lightly, but didn't say much. For some reason, she felt that although this Mitn performed perfectly in front of her, it made her feel vigilant. Yang Kai sneered on the sidelines. Girl, you refined the panacea a few days ago, but you don't know about the panacea. Magna looked at Shanning Shang expectantly, wondering if she had successfully refined it. Bahi also paid attention to her. Shanning Chong frowned and looked at Yang Kai. She didn't want to show the results of her hard work to everyone. Take it out, it depends on the panacea if you can proceed to the palace. Yang Kai whispered in her ear. This intimate move made the little senior sister's delicate body tremble, and her delicate earlobes immediately turned pink. But since Yang Kai said so, of course she wouldn't hide anything anymore. With a small hand, a jade bottle appeared on the palm of her hand. Yang Kai picked up the jade bottle, didn't look at it, and threw it to Bahi directly. The elixir is here, senior can take a closer look. Bahi's expression straightened, he carefully held the jade bottle, and slowly opened the mouth of the bottle, revealing an elixir from inside. When that elixir came into view, Bahi couldn't help exclaiming, Danyan. You come to vote for recommendation votes and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to read. Chapter 1574 Hanjitsuyama. With a single word, the stone broke the sky. Magna almost popped his eyeballs out, his gaze fixed on that elixir like a leech. On the surface of the elixir, there is a cloud-like thing covering it, like a cloud, which makes the elixir look like aura. It was indeed pill cloud, although none of the strong monsters present had ever seen a pill with pill cloud, but when this pill caught their eyes, they could immediately tell that it was like a cloud of mist. The thing is indeed the legendary Danyan. Because the spiritual energy of the surrounding world is slowly and steadily gathering towards this panacea. In time, the medicinal effects contained in this elixir will be astonishing and terrifying. Of course, it will take a lot of time to accumulate. If so, such a panacea is already of inestimable value. Master Bahi, is this a void-grade pill? Magna leaned closer and asked in a trembling voice. That's right, it's indeed a void-grade pill. Bahi nodded solemnly, the shock on his face still lingering. The higher the level of the pill, the harder it is to produce such things as pill patterns and pill clouds. If an outstanding alchemist is lucky enough, there are still some subtle opportunities for refining some low-level pills such as earth-level heaven-level pills give birth to Danyan. But Bahi had never heard of any alchemist who produced pill patterns when refining virtual-grade pills, let alone pill clouds above the pill patterns. This kind of thing, even the most outstanding human alchemist on Dechen Star, has not done it, you know. That person is a top-rank alchemist of virtual level. How high is this human woman's attainment in alchemy? Is it a coincidence of luck or really has this ability? Actually let a void-level pill give birth to a pill cloud. Bahi was beyond shocked. It wasn't until this moment that he finally understood what was the cause of the vision in the sky before. It wasn't because of the high grade of the elixir, but because of the generation of pill clouds, which were even more valuable than high-grade elixirs. It can be said that with this one pill, this human woman is enough to look down on the entire Emperor Chengsheng. She deserves the title of master. Bahi looked in awe and looked at Sha Ning Chong. He said to Magna solemnly, moreover, this is still a congealing void pill. Magna gasped. Although the congealing void pill is only a void-level low-grade pill, in terms of the difficulty of refining it, it is even more difficult than some void-level mid-grade pills. Because of this elixir, it is used for warriors when they break through the void return mirror. It is helpful to break through the bottleneck effect. There is such a congealing void pill. It can be said that any third-level Saint King can break through to the void return mirror without any hindrance, and there is no need to worry about the danger of failure. So, this master is at least a mid-level alchemist at the virtual level. Magna asked quietly. I can't stop. Bahi didn't dare to be too judgmental, and carefully put the elixir into the jade bottle, and carefully put it into his space ring. No matter what, this master must be escorted to Shingang, you should understand exactly how to do it. I know, don't worry, Master Bei. Magna nodded solemnly. The Lord has been recruiting special talents from the human race for so many years. People like this human woman are the Lord's favorite category. How could Magna not do his best? After confirming the grade and value of the panacea, Magna's attitude towards Sha Ningsheng became more and more friendly, and he strongly invited Sha Ningsheng to rest in the city lord's mansion. Sha Ningchong felt wronged. The first spirit pill with pill cloud she refined was actually taken away by the strong monster clan. Yang Kai comforted her a few words, which made her feel better. Magna invited, and Yang Kai knew what he was planning, so he naturally wouldn't refuse, and agreed instead of Sha Ningsheng. It was only then that Magna understood that Yang Kai was the one who could really control Sha Ningsheng. Out of respect for Sha Ningsheng, his attitude towards Yang Kai also changed, and he never mentioned the trouble in Weiyu City, warmly greeted the two seniors, sisters and brothers to the city lord's mansion, and treated them well. Those who entered the city lord's mansion together naturally had mitn. As the young master of the thousand-eyed lord, he should have been the focus of everyone's attention no matter where he went, but this time in Weiyu City, Sha Ningsheng completely overshadowed him. Regarding this, he has nothing to be jealous and angry about. After all, she is a beautiful woman, and sooner or later she will be her own, so naturally mitn won't care too much about it. He took it for granted. Stayed in the city lord's mansion for 2 days. In the past 2 days, Yang Kai and Sha Ningsheng stayed at home, discussing the way of alchemy in the room that Magna arranged for them, and jointly comprehended the true solution of alchemy. After refining a Ningshu pill with pill clouds, Shanning Shang's understanding of pill Dao really improved by leaps and bounds, and Yang Kai also benefited from many places. 2 days later, Magna personally came to invite Yang Kai and Shanning Shang, saying that everything was ready, and they could leave for the Lord's palace just waiting for the two of them. Yang Kai and Shanning Shang had nothing to delay, and followed Magna out of the City Lord's mansion. Outside the City Lord's mansion, at least 30 masters of the Void Return Mirror were waiting in formation. All of them looked solemn, as if a big battle was about to break out. In fact, they were only responsible for escorting Shanning Shang to safety on the road. For a talent like Shanning Shang, Magna didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, and directly transferred most of the experts in Weiyu City. Accompanying him is a strong man like Bahi, and even more powerful. It is estimated that there will be no short-sighted guy who dares to provoke him at will. Magna is very good at doing things, and arranged a gorgeous beast cart for Shanning Shang. Although the two monsters pulling the cart are not as good as the Thunder Flame Flying Lizard before Mitn, they are still 8th order monsters. Under Magna's strong request, Shanning Shang boarded the beast cart very embarrassedly. A group of more than a dozen wolf riders cleared the way in front, and a dozen void returning mirrors followed behind, and many strong men were hiding around, responsible for dispersing the idlers, etc., left Weiyu City with great momentum. Although with the cultivation level of these people, it might be faster to send the Star Shuttle flying over directly, but Magna still made such a big show in order to show the importance he attaches to Shanning Shang. Yang Kai followed Zongguang and sat on the beast cart with Shanning Shang. In fact, he didn't want to be so ostentatious, but the little senior sister seemed very helpless by herself. She had never been so focused on. As a last resort, Yang Kai could only accompany him. Mitn rode a wolf-shaped monster and followed behind, his eyes almost spitting fire. Such an outstanding woman can only be matched by someone like him. What kind of human being is Yang Kai? The intimate demeanor of the two on the beast cart almost blinded the evil eyes of the sky. You wait, the account of killing my two cart monsters will be settled sooner or later. Mitn secretly felt ruthless in his heart. The whole journey was smooth and the sea was calm. This is the Chiyu caller. The city lord of Weiyu City brought a large number of void returning mirrors to escort a human alchemy master to the palace. Although the news spread, but on the Chiyu caller, no monster race dared to make trouble. The speed of the beast car is extremely fast, almost comparable to flying in the sky. It took only 5 days before and after, and a large group of majestic buildings appeared in the distance. There are many palaces, pavilions and pavilions. The palace of Lord Chiyu is built on a big mountain. From the bottom of the mountain all the way up, neat palaces and passages of different widths can be seen everywhere. Banyu Mountain, this is the palace of Lord Chiyu. It is also a holy place in the minds of all the monster races in the Chiyu territory. Their spiritual leader, Lord Chiyu, lives here all year round. Yang Kai stood on the beast cart, looking ahead with deep eyes. Is Sister Qinglo in there? Shanning Shang asked softly. It should be. Yang Kai nodded slightly. I don't know how she is now, she must be more beautiful. Shanning Shang murmured. She had met Shan Qinglo before, even though she had only met Shan Qinglo a few times back then, that seductive woman still left a deep impression on her. Shanning Shang had never seen such a flirtatious woman, even she couldn't help but be moved by her charm. She seems to be born to be charming. Shanning Shang wonders if there is any man in this world who can resist Shan Qingluo's dazzling charm. You'll know later. Yang Kai patted the back of Shanning Shang's hand, wrapped her arms around her waist, and with a little step, flew off the beast cart lightly. Lord Chiyu's palace is really extraordinary. I have admired it for a long time, and now I finally got what I wanted. Mitn didn't want to see the intimacy between Yang Kai and Shanning Shang, he couldn't see it, and yelled at the palace emotion. Let's go, we have to walk when we get here, the Lord should have gotten the news, and someone will come to welcome us. Magna waved his hand and told the other monsters to stay where they were and wait, leading Yang Kai and others. People go forward. Lord Kaiyu had indeed received the news a long time ago, and someone was waiting at the foot of the mountain. When Magna and the others arrived here, the monster warrior who was waiting here glanced at Shanning Shang lightly, and nodded lightly. Thanks for your hard work, the Lord has an order, and Magna has served as an escort. Please go to the post house to rest and wait. Magna smiled and quickly thanked him. The warrior nodded slightly, then suddenly cast his eyes on Bei, and sternly shouted, "Take it down for me." Suddenly several monster warriors sprang out from all around, and they all rushed towards Bei. Bei stood there, showing no intention of resisting. Are all sealed? It's been so long since I've seen you, Winter Lion, you are still so ruthless. Ba He chuckled. You still have the face to come back, this time you won't walk out of Banyu Mountain alive. The monster warrior named Dongshi snorted coldly. Whether you can live or not depends entirely on the Lord's will. Winter Lion, you and I have been friends for so many years. Will you say something nice to me later? You are wishful thinking. Winter Lion squinted at him, but don't worry, as long as the Lord orders you to be killed, I will personally send you on your way. You are really ruthless. To be continued. Chapter 1575 turns out to be a little boy. Ba He was detained. Such a result made Yang Kai dumbfounded, but seeing Ba He's confident appearance, Yang Kai estimated that he would not have any worries about his life. Mitn was also warmly entertained to the side, while Yang Kai and Shanning Shang were introduced to Banyu Mountain by a monster woman, passing through the neat mountain road, all the way up. The monster woman walking in front doesn't know what kind of monster blood she has. She is petite, but her figure is extremely vigorous. She has the cultivation base of returning to the void, and her ears are not like human ears, but somewhat like cat ears, short and delicate. Yang Kai was not surprised, he looked all the way around the scenery of the Holy Land in the Scarlet Moon territory. The aura of heaven and earth around is very strong, there should be a good ground line under the Banyu Mountain, otherwise it would not be able to meet the needs of a large number of monster warriors here. Girl, are we going to see Master Caillou now? Yang Kai asked after walking for a long time. My lord has something important to do, so I won't see you for the time being, but someone else will receive the two of you. The monster woman in front of her replied calmly without turning her head. Understood. Yang Kai nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Although Shanning Shang's performance in Weiyu City was shocking enough, Chiyu was one of the top 10 lords after all, and she was a Void King realm expert, so she wouldn't receive Shanning Shang in person, but it made sense. However, she would not underestimate Shanning Shang too much, she should arrange for a competent person to receive her, to show her importance to Shanning Shang. Yang Kai came here just to see that demon girl Shan Qinglo, it doesn't matter to him whether she can get Caillou's interview or not. It might be better not to see Caillou, after all, facing a Void King realm, Yang Kai is somewhat stressed. Now hearing from the Yaozu woman that someone else is receiving her, it suits his mind. Following her all the way, Yang Kai was already thinking about how to find Shan Qinglo. In this kind of place, he didn't dare to use his divine sense to search too presumptuously. If he really did, it would very likely cause trouble. After walking for about half an hour, the Yaozu woman brought Yang Kai's sister and brother to a magnificent palace, and she walked straight in. Inside the palace, spacious and bright, many Yaozu warriors lined up on both sides, all looking curiously at the door. They all got the news that a human had refined a panacea with pill clouds in Weiyu City, and Magna, the city lord of Weiyu City, would escort her to the palace to serve the lord in the near future. They are naturally curious about what kind of human beings have such great alchemy skills. And above those Yaozu, there are two strong men who have reached the third layer void returning realm and sit at the top. One on the left, he is tall and strong. Like an iron tower, it looks hideous and terrifying. The one on the right is tall and tall. Her eyebrows are picturesque, and there seem to be thousands of amorous feelings in her eyes. She is already beautiful, but now she is set off by the hideous and ugly man on the left, making her look more and more like a woman in the world. Many of the Yaozu warriors waiting below sneaked a glance at the woman from time to time, but quickly turned away their eyes, as if they were afraid that they would fall into her charm if they watched for a long time. At this moment, the face of the strong iron tower man on the left twitched slightly, as if he was impatiently waiting, and his buttocks twisted around, looking very uncomfortable. On the contrary, it was the woman on the right. Her black eyebrows were slightly frowned, her face was full of suspicion, her beautiful eyes were cast outside the hall, as if she was going to pass through the barrier of space, and look to a very far place. As time went by, the woman's expression began to change, she gradually became joyful and excited, her originally lazy figure gradually straightened up, and her delicate body couldn't help trembling slightly. Her beautiful eyes burst out with astonishing splendor, and she bit her red lips lightly, a look of anticipation appeared on her pretty face, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The many strong monster clans below saw this scene in their eyes, only felt a burst of violent heartbeats in their chests, and their mouths were dry. They have never seen this adult show such a smile that can turn all living beings upside down. For a while, they couldn't get rid of the temptation brought by that smile. They wished to immerse their minds in it and let it sink. Even if they were bound by darkness, they would never see the light also without hesitation. A muffled groan sounded, and many Yaozu powerhouses sensed that something was wrong, and hurriedly circulated the Saint Yuan to attack their minds, and they would rather self-mutilate than quickly regain their senses. If I sink any further, I'm afraid it's really doomed. What a disaster! The adoptive daughter that the Lord accepted back then was indeed a disaster. Even the most famous fox woman in the monster clan is 3 points weaker than her in terms of coquettishness and charm. Just a human being, why can he have such a style? Many Yaozu powerhouses can't figure it out even if they want to break their heads. With such an existence, even the best disciple of the Yaozu would not be worthy of her. Why haven't you come yet? My uncle is dying of anxiety. A thunderous explosion echoed in the palace, waking up the minds of the monster warriors, and they all raised their heads to look at the strong man in the iron tower. The big man was sitting on pins and needles, scratching his head with his thick palm, turned his head to look at the coquettish woman next to him, put on a fawning look, with an ugly smile on his face, and buzzed, "Little sister, why don't you wait here? Brother, go to your own business first." The flirtatious woman glanced at him, pursed her lips and said with a light smile, "Yu Shang, this is what the stepmother ordered. The person here is a master of alchemy, so you must be courteous. If you run away, let the stepmother know about it. Well, being a younger sister won't speak well for you." Cough. Yu Shang smiled mischievously, thinking of the horror of his adoptive mother. He couldn't help but shudder. His tall and strong body seemed to be suddenly shorter. "I just said it casually, don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously." Quote. As soon as Yu Shang's words fell, a girl from the Yao clan walked in from outside the door, walked to the nave, bowed gracefully, opened her lips lightly and said, "My lords, you have already brought them here." "It's finally here." Yu Shang snorted coldly, with an unhappy expression on his face. "I want to see if the master of alchemy is really capable. Don't blame me for being rude and dismantling her into pieces. Because Chiyu attaches great importance to humans with special talents. Therefore, in Chiyu territory, many human beings dream of being appreciated by the Lord and living in Banyu Mountain. However, there are some people who are obviously incompetent, but brag about how great they are, and try to make up for it. These people, without exception, were all brutally killed by Yu Shang. So this time, Yu Shang didn't really believe that there are really human beings who can refine virtual level pills born with pill clouds. Most of them are boasted by the city lord of Weiyu City and want to benefit from it. "Come in, please." The flirtatious woman above suppressed her excitement. "Trembling and drinking." "Yes," the monster woman replied. Turning around and looking back, he waved over there. A man and a woman walked over there side by side. The man's figure was stalwart. The woman is petite and exquisite. The eyes of the two casually turned around in the hall. Then Chi fixed on the flirtatious woman. Yang Kai grinned and smiled. Shanning Shang also pursed her lips and laughed lightly. The flirtatious woman above trembled slightly, and there was a misty mist in her beautiful eyes, but fortunately, her mind was recovering well. In this large crowd, he didn't lose his composure too much. Taking a few deep breaths, calming down the excitement, her clean chin slightly raised, her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai, her eyes flashed with a look of love and hate. No one noticed, her silver teeth were biting lightly. There was a slight sound. "My lords, you've arrived," the monster girl reported respectfully. "Hey, didn't you say that only women are alchemy masters? What does this man do?" Yu Shang looked at Yang Kai curiously. The Yaozu woman replied, "These two seem to be brothers and sisters from the same sect, and they came together." "So it's a little boy." Yu Shang sneered, "I look down on this kind of person the most." He subconsciously regarded Yang Kai as someone who relied on Shanning Shang to make a living. Yang Kai didn't care about his evaluation, still staring at the coquettish woman above, with a playful smile on his face, as if he couldn't bear Yang Kai's aggressive and unflinching gaze. The flirtatious woman gouged him out viciously, her beautiful eyes filled with resentment. "This big crowd, bold man, why don't you show respect when you see two adults?" There was an angry shout suddenly from the monster clan on both sides. Kai Yu led so many people, and even received two respected adults in person, which was enough to give the alchemy master face. In terms of emotion and reason, these two human beings shouldn't be foolish here. You have to show your humility. But they stood here without moving, they took themselves too seriously. Without the appreciation of the Lord, human beings are nothing. It's just an accessory when the Yaozu is strong. What made those monster races even more unbearable was that since entering the main hall, that little boy had cast his eyes on the Lord without blinking his eyes, as if he wanted to devour that Lord alive. How rude. Even if that Lord is extremely charming, a mere human should not be so presumptuous. How can this Lord be blasphemed by a human? Many Yaozu glared at Yang Kai at this moment. You little white face, where are you looking? Yu Shang also found out that something was wrong, stood up suddenly, stared at Yang Kai, and said viciously, do you believe that the old man dug your eyeballs out? Human beings, there are some people you can't see, just feel at ease and be your little boy. A strong monster from the monster race teased from the side. This human being is too dissatisfied. Although the woman next to him can't see her true face clearly, but just by looking at her figure and complexion, she knows that she must be a rare beauty. He cast his eyes on the Lord, really not knowing what to say. This human woman is also blind, how could she be with such a man? Such an outstanding alchemy master is only worthy of the elite children of the Yaozu. To be continued. P.S. I recommend a book, Supreme Martial Arts, ISBN 3123416. When he was 5 years old, Tong Chen was rumored to be an ominous person because of the apocalypse, so he had to leave his hometown and embark on a journey of escape. A few years later, the boy became an adult, stirring up the wind and thunder in the 5 regions, and embarked on the road of rising against the sky. Those who are interested can go and have a look. Chapter 1576, A Model Among Boyfriends. Humans, Master Yu Shang has a bad temper. If you want to survive, quickly admit your mistake and apologize, kowtow and salute, maybe you can save your life. Some monsters shouted, as if they wanted to give Yang Kai some advice. The charm of that adult is obvious to all, and it is not all his fault that this human race man lost his composure. Apologize for your mistake, kowtow to salute. Yang Kai rubbed his chin, with a look of ignorance, still staring at the coquettish woman with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Beauty, are you sure you want me to do this? As soon as he said it, everyone in the audience was shocked. Everyone's eyes turned to Yang Kai, revealing expressions of disbelief. This human, actually called that adult a beauty. This is not just rude, but molestation, blatant molestation. Although that lord was originally a human being, she was adopted as a foster daughter by the lord for a special reason. She has been taught and cultivated over the years, and her excellence is well known to the world. You have to be humble, careful, and respectful. A human, under the watchful eyes of everyone, actually blatantly molested this lord. Did he never die? Bold, a strong man from the Yaozu yelled, his face full of anger. Molesting that lord is tantamount to insulting the Yaozu and Lord Chiyu. No monster clan could tolerate Yang Kai's presumptuousness, and for a while, the heroes in the hall were furious, and every trace of murderous intent spread. Yu Shang was stunned for a moment, as if he hadn't recovered, and it took a while before he burst out laughing. Pointing at Yang Kai, he said to the coquettish woman, "Little sister, this little boy actually calls you a beauty. Aren't I?" The flirtatious woman glanced at Yu Shang lightly, her phoenix eyes slightly narrowed. Yu Shang's loud laughter immediately stuck in his throat, his head shrank, and he quickly said, "Of course it doesn't mean that, it's just that I've never heard anyone call you that, so I was surprised for a while." "Well, this little white face is too shameless, do you want to teach my brother a lesson?" Saying so, he looked at Yang Kai viciously. On Chiyu collar, Yu Shang can be said to be under one person. More than 10,000 people, he is also the adoptive son of Lord Chiyu. His strength and status are not comparable to that of ordinary monsters. And his temper is upright and tough, fearless. Only 2 people can make him subdue. One is naturally Lord Chiyu, and the other is the flirtatious woman sitting on his right hand. It would be good to say that he is in awe of Lord Chiyu. Then he admires his little sister, he admires the other party's aptitude and cultivation speed, which he will never be able to match. Mother-in-law once said, "Apart from Bahi, the little girl is the most promising existence in Kaiyu's leadership to advance to the Void King realm. He can't compare to this." No need. The coquettish woman rejected Yu Shang's proposal. Just let him go like this. That's too cheap for him, he has to pay the price for his frivolity. Yu Shang shook his head, a little unhappy. The coquettish woman smiled slightly, stood up from the chair, walked slowly down, and said with a light smile, "Let him go. Naturally, there is no such cheap thing. Such a shameless, promiscuous guy, of course, can't just let him go. However, I will personally teach him a lesson." "Ah, that's fine." Yu Shang nodded, looked at Yang Kai gloatingly, and said with a grin, "Little white face, you are finished. If I take action, I can give you a good time, but if the younger sister takes action, hee. The monster clan powerhouses lined up on both sides heard that the lord was going to personally teach the little boy a lesson. They immediately cheered up and secretly looked forward to the good show. But then again, to be taught a lesson by this lord himself, This little boy is really blessed. Many monster races actually showed envious expressions. After a while, the coquettish woman came to Yang Kai, her smooth and white chin still slightly raised, her noble and inviolable appearance, revealing her white and slender neck, which made people dazzled. Yang Kai was not afraid, and looked at her with a smile. The woman gritted her silver teeth, slowly stretched out a hand, and poked her jade finger towards Yang Kai's chest. Yu Shang watched cheerfully, expecting that the little girl would use some inhumane and heinous way to torture this shameless guy. Many monster races also stretched their necks, with happy faces. Yu pointed at Yang Kai's chest, and the flirtatious woman gritted her teeth and said, "Say, should I dig out your heart, or take out your liver, or just cut you open? Look at you, is it black or white inside? You hate me that much?" Yang Kai rubbed his nose. "Yes." The flirtatious woman raised her chin a little more. "I hate you to the bone, I can't wait to tear you to pieces, I can't wait to crush you to ashes." Hee hee. Yang Kai laughed dryly. As the coquettish woman spoke, she tapped her jade finger on Yang Kai's chest, her silver teeth gritted loudly, as if she had some deep hatred with Yang Kai. Excited light flashed on Yu Shang's face, secretly paying attention to Yang Kai's reaction. The little girl didn't seem to use too harsh methods, but with her ability, it should be easy for this little boy to suffer hidden injuries. I don't know if the viscera of this little boy will turn into puddles of pus after being poked a few times by the little girl. But, why do you feel the little girl's tone is so sad? Yu Shang scratched his head, puzzled. Don't make trouble. Yang Kai showed a helpless look, and grabbed the flirtatious woman's little hand, and the other party pulled hard, but couldn't pull it out. A group of Yaozu powerhouses were immediately filled with righteous indignation, and their eyes almost burst into flames. Daredevil! This guy not only dared to tease that adult, but now he is wanton and frivolous, how can they bear it? They were about to rush out to teach Yang Kai a good lesson, but they saw a shy look on the adult's face, his pure white cheeks were flushed, even his neck became pink, and his raised chin had lowered at some point. Hanging down, the haughty temperament also became gentle and pleasant at this moment. What's happening here? Why do adults react like this? A group of monsters were stunned. You bastard! The flirtatious woman cursed softly, with a look of grievance in her beautiful eyes. Didn't I tell you that I'm indigent? Why didn't you come to see me until now? I can't help it. Starfield voyage, I didn't come here when I wanted to. Yang Kai explained helplessly, it's really luck to be able to come this time. Didn't I come now? Qing Luo, don't be angry, it was a joke. They have been watching jokes for a long time. Shan Qinglo gave Yang Kai a look. You just want to turn the situation into this, right? Are you satisfied now? Hee hee. Yang Kai grinned. Actually, I didn't expect you to come to meet me and my little senior sister. You're wronging me by saying that. If that's the case, then I won't argue with you. Shan Qinglo snorted lightly. The two of them are here to flirt with each other with deep affection, but the eyes of many monster races in the hall become dull. Up to now, they still don't know that their adult and this little boy seem to have known each other for a long time, and the relationship is still very close, otherwise there would be such flirting scenes. This makes them almost unacceptable. Yu Shang was also dumbfounded, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had never seen his little sister treat any man so amiably. When talking to that boy, the little sister actually showed an extremely contented and happy expression. Yu Shang has seen her little sister lonely more than once when she was alone, but now, her satisfaction is in stark contrast to her previous loneliness. Your status here seems to be very high. Yang Kai asked softly. To be honest, seeing Shan Qinglo sitting high above here really surprised him a bit, even though he already knew that Shan Qinglo was adopted as a righteous daughter by Lord Qiyu, but after all the races were different, he thought that Shan Qinglo Luo had a hard life here, but now that she saw her, he realized that he was wrong. Well, stepmother thinks highly of me, so those monster races don't dare to disrespect me. Shan Qinglo replied softly. Who is that guy? He seems to be in the same position as you. Yang Kai looked up at Yu Shang. Like me, he was taken in by his adoptive mother. He is my eldest brother in name, but he is an orthodox monster clan. Shan Qinglo explained softly. The hostility suddenly disappeared. This discovery made her heart leap with joy. Everyone knows what it means for a man to be jealous of a woman. Brother uncle, hello. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and smiled at Yu Shang, and greeted him loudly. Yu Shang's eyeballs instantly hit the ground. If it was said that Yu Shang had some guesses when he saw the little girl's intimate actions with this little white face just now, then Yang Kai's address now confirmed his guess. The little girl and this boy actually have that kind of relationship. Is this possible? Yu Shang looked at Shan Qinglo in disbelief, and suddenly found that the little girl didn't mean to deny it, but smiled shyly. Yu Shang seemed to have heard a broken sound, and couldn't help but glanced at the other monster races in the hall, and suddenly found that those guys looked sad and angry, showing heart-wrenching expressions, staring at Yang Kai with fire, as if he wished he could turn his gaze into a sharp arrow and kill this little boy on the spot. Yu Shang couldn't turn his head, and he didn't know what to say to Yang Kai. He suddenly glanced at Shanning Shang, who had been standing quietly beside Yang Kai, and asked in a buzzing voice, "Then this girl, what does it have to do with you?" "Little senior sister is my woman." Yang Kai smiled, reaching out to wrap Shanning Shang's waist, and with the other hand, Shan Qinglo was also embraced. Shan Qinglo struggled a little, but complied with Yang Kai's intention, and leaned into Yang Kai's arms with a reddish face. Yu Shang opened his mouth wide, looking stupidly at the little white face of the human being with a bright smile on his left and right arms. A sense of admiration spontaneously arose, and he gave a thumbs up fiercely. This is the winner in life. It is a model among the little boys. To be continued. Chapter 1577. Yang Kai and Shanning Shang lived safely in the palace. After such a farce in the hall, everyone knew about the close relationship between Yang Kai and Shan Qinglo, which made the monster clan powerhouses envious and jealous, and at the same time cursed Yang Kai's yanfu as not shallow. In the guest room, Shan Qinglo brought Bai Luo to visit Yang Kai's brother and sister. There were too many people just now, so she didn't say much. Now that she has the opportunity, she naturally wants to express her heart. Although in the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai already knew a lot of things from Bai Luo, but Yang Kai didn't understand the details very clearly. After talking with Shan Qinglo, he realized that this demon girl was living in the Emperor Garden. After Chen Xing, he did suffer a lot. She was already extremely beautiful and naturally charming, but when she came to Dianfeng Star, her relative strength was not high, so she would naturally be targeted by many men with ulterior motives. If he hadn't met the Lord Qiyu, got her insight and knowledge, and accepted her as a foster daughter, Shan Qinglo couldn't believe what his fate would be now. So to a certain extent, she is very grateful to Lord Qiyu. Moreover, since accepting her as a righteous daughter, Lord Qiyu regards her very highly. It can be seen from her position in the leadership of Qiyu that people who don't know the truth may think that she is a pure monster. For a human being to be able to hold a high position in the Qiyu Lord, this is inseparable from the cultivation of the Qiyu Lord. After listening to Shan Qingluo's narration, Yang Kai also felt respect for Lord Qiyu, who had never met before. In short, my mother-in-law is very good to me. Moreover, because I have refined the original power of the Tianyu demon spider. Now I can no longer be regarded as a human being, but I can't be regarded as a monster race either. Shan Qinglo lightly smiled. What is that? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Well, half-demon. There is such a group of special existences on Dianfeng Star, but their status is really low, only a little bit higher than humans. Half-demon. Yang Kai was stunned. That's right, these half-demons were born from the combination of human and demon races. They are not recognized by humans, and they are not accepted by the demon race. So their status is rather embarrassing. Shan Qinglo explained casually. The combination of the two races of humans and demons. On Dianfeng Star, is this allowed to happen? Of course it's not allowed. The Dianfeng Star is different from other cultivation stars. The monster race is the main force here, and the monster race is supreme. How can they tolerate their blood being defiled by humans? But how should I put it? Sometimes people who love each other, two people don't care about the secular vision and the shackles of ethics, so there is a special group of half-demons born. Shan Qinglo said leisurely, to be honest, I admire these people very much. For example, the one with Senior Bahi who came here with you, he has experienced these things. You know about Bahi? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Well, I didn't know about it at first. I just heard about it from Yu Shang before. Let's hear it. I'm also very curious about that old guy. Yang Kai asked quickly. When he was in Weiyu City, he heard a lot of rumors about Bahi, and the strength of this old guy was indeed extraordinary, so Yang Kai naturally cared. Shan Qinglo doesn't know much about it, but the reason why Bahi has been incognito in Weiyu City for 200 years is that he even changed his appearance to hide his cultivation. But it is related to a human woman. The old guy was the #1 general under Lord Qiyu hundreds of years ago. With extremely high aptitude, he had already cultivated to the 3rd level of Void Return Realm, and in terms of potential attainments, no Void Return mirror could match him. The scenery is infinite for a while. Known as the strongest person on the Emperor Star and under the Void King Realm. He is also in the entire Demon Star. The most promising existence to be promoted to the Void King Realm. Once he has this achievement, it means that he can sit on an equal footing with Caillou and become a powerful existence at the Lord level. But Bahi fell in love with a human woman at first sight when he was at his most beautiful, goodbye in love. The Yaozu are already opposed to the combination of humans and monsters, let alone a future star like Bahi. The resistance he encountered was naturally greater than anyone else's, especially the pressure from Lord Chiyu, which made Bei suffer even more. If things really go on like this, with Bei's haughty temperament back then, it is very likely that he will betray the Yaozu. At that time, he will definitely become a character that everyone shouts and beats on Dichen Star. Lord Chiyu is also suffering from extreme headaches. She naturally does not want to see her most powerful general being forced into such a desperate situation. Out of love for talent, she was even ready to accept this fact and let Bahi marry that human woman. After all, although the two races of human and monster cannot be blatantly combined, some powerful monsters like to play with human beauties. It's just that everyone is tacit about this and will not make it public. As long as Bahi can advance to the Void King realm, it's nothing to marry a human woman. But before she could explain it to Bahi, something bloody happened. That human woman went mad at the moment when she was promoted to a small realm, and died suddenly. Bei, who heard the news, was devastated and furious at the same time. He subconsciously believed that the reason why his beloved woman went mad was definitely related to Lord Chiyu, perhaps it was because of Lord's secret manipulation. So he made a big fuss in Banyu Mountain, went to Chiyu's bedroom, and confronted her face to face. No one knew exactly what happened in the bedroom, but when Master Caillou came out, she announced that Bahi was ungrateful and committed crimes, and was shot dead by her own hands. 200 years after that, there was no news of Bei. Until this time he took the initiative to show up in Weiyu City. So, Lord Caillou didn't kill Bahi back then, but let him go. Yang Kai was thoughtful. It should be like this. Shan Qinglo nodded lightly. Yi Mother is a strong person at the second level of Void King. If she really wants to kill Bahi, Bahi will definitely die, and there is absolutely no way she is still alive. Yang Kai nodded gently. Yang Kai, Shan Qinglo suddenly called softly. Yep, you said, that human woman went mad and died suddenly. Does it have anything to do with her adoptive mother? How do I know that? What happened more than 200 years ago? I am afraid that no one except the person involved knows. Yang Kai smiled slightly, and suddenly saw the worried look on Shan Qingluo's face. His heart moved, and he asked in a low voice, "What are you worried about?" Shan Qingluo shook his head slowly, forced a smile and said, "It's nothing. By the way, you have to be careful about that Mitn. I heard that you had some conflicts with him in Weiyu City. Mitn is arrogant, if you offend him, he will never let it go." "Don't worry, he has nothing to do with me." Yang Kai smiled proudly. The two talked for a while before Shan Qingluo got up and left. "Junior brother, what shall we do next?" Shan Ningxiang asked softly after Shan Qingluo left. "I haven't thought about it yet." Yang Kai grinned and smiled. He tried every means to enter the palace. The main reason was to see how Shan Qingluo was doing. Now that she was all well and her status was respected, he was naturally relieved. "Then do you want to take Sister Qingluo away?" Shan Ningxiang asked again. "I don't think so, but it depends on her own opinion. In fact, I think it's better for her to stay here. After all, this place is a demon star, which is extremely beneficial to her cultivation and future development." Shan Ningxiang lightly nodded. After hearing about Bahi's matter, she immediately understood that if Yang Kai really insisted on taking Shan Qingluo away, it would be very difficult. Whether the death of the human woman who fell in love with Bei had anything to do with Lord Chiyu, no one knows, but if Lord Chiyu really did it secretly. Shan Ningxiang understood why Shan Qingluo showed a worried expression just now. She was clearly afraid that Yang Kai would repeat the same mistakes as that human woman. For the future of his adopted daughter, Lord Chiyu would not mind the death of a human man. But since we're here, it's natural to search for a batch of unique materials here first. Yang Kai looked at Shan Ningxiang with a smile. "Little senior sister, I'm afraid I will have to rely on your strength." Shan Qingluo walked out of the guest room, and took Bai Luo straight to Caillou's bedroom. Caillou holds her in high regard and is raised as a future successor. Of course, no one dares to stop her when she walks in the palace. All the monster warriors who saw her saluted to show their respect. Arriving outside the bedroom, Shan Qingluo happened to see a man with a hunchback and a tiger back, as strong as an iron tower, standing outside the bedroom. His brows were frowned, and his body was leaning, as if he was listening to something. "Yu Shang!" Shan Qingluo walked up and shouted. Hearing the shout, Yu Shang turned around quickly, raised a finger to his mouth and shushed. You are so sneaky in front of the stepmother's bedroom, what are you doing? Be careful to let the stepmother know, and want you to look good. Shan Qingluo frowned, staring at him and reprimanded. Senior Bahi is being tortured inside, listen. Yu Shang pointed to the inside, with a gossip expression on his face. Shan Qingluo was surprised, and listened carefully, and sure enough, she heard a horrific scream coming from the bedroom. He couldn't help but turn pale, and asked in a startled voice, as the foster mother not willing to forgive Senior Bahi. Although she has never met Bahi, Bahi is in a similar situation to her. If Lord Kaiyu refuses to let go of Bahi easily, then her future with Yongkai will be bleak. Bahi's ending, to a certain extent, is also an example for her to learn from, so Shan Qingluo became nervous when she heard Bahi's screams while being tortured inside. She seems to have seen Yongkai tortured in front of his adoptive mother. I don't know, the stepmother has always been kind and pleasant, and she rarely gets angry. She also guides us more than reprimanding us, let alone punishing us. Senior Bahi was tortured so miserably this time. It seems that the stepmother is indeed very angry. Yu Shang smashed his mouth, his ears turned into windmills, and he listened more vigorously. Shan Qingluo's expression changed, and he was even more worried in his heart, secretly thinking about what to say when he saw his stepmother. Chapter 1578 An Embarrassing Errand. Shan Qingluo and Yu Shang listened outside the bedroom for more than an hour before the screams inside gradually subsided. Around Yu Shang, a powerful monster with a thick nerve, couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The door of the dormitory opened abruptly, and a figure stumbled out of it. The man was covered in blood, his breath was extremely weak, and it seemed that he was not far away from death. Shan Qingluo's eyelids shrank, she could tell at a glance that this strong man should be Bahi. After all, the powerful aura of the void-returning third layer exuded from the other party's body. It seems that the foster mother was really angry this time, and I don't know if she forgave Senior Bahi or not. Senior, are you alright? Yu Shang walked over and supported Bahi. Ahem, it's okay, I can't die for the time being. Bahi waved his hands slowly, as if he didn't even have the strength to speak. Yu Shang opened his mouth, not knowing how to comfort him. But Bahi suddenly raised his head and looked at Shan Qingluo. The old guy was well informed and had read countless people. The moment he saw Shan Qingluo, he couldn't help but his eyes lit up, and his sluggish aura seemed to have recovered. Nodding slightly, Bahi said, this should be Miss Shan, right? Qingluo met Senior. Shan Qingluo saluted gracefully. Miss Shan, you're being polite. Well, the Yaozu has finally produced some decent talents. Bahi pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled. The old man insisted on going his own way and failed the Lord's expectations. I hope you don't let her down again. Follow the teachings of the seniors. Shan Qingluo said softly, with a complicated expression. Well, you go in, my lord is waiting for you. Bahi waved his hands, supported his weak body, and walked out step by step with blood marks, which was shocking. Shan Qingluo and Yu Shang stared at Bahi's figure that was drifting away, and they couldn't help but sigh. Back then, the future star of the Yaozu, the #1 powerhouse under the Void King realm, was punished like this by the stepmother. Is it Qingluo? Come in. Kai Yu's voice came from the bedroom. Shan Qingluo felt guilty for no reason, bit her red lips, and walked inside bravely. I'll go back first. Yu Shang said to himself. After speaking, I will flee from this place. Yu Shang, you get out too. Kai Yu's coquettish voice came out. Yu Shang's scalp was numb, and the raised steps immediately fell down. Turning around, with the expression of dead parents, reluctantly followed behind Shan Qingluo. It should have been withdrawn a long time ago. Yu Shang's bowels are turning green. In the spacious and bright bedroom, a beautiful woman in palace attire stood there quietly with an expressionless expression. The beautiful woman has a plump body, a straight breast, and a slender and beautiful waist. There is no energy fluctuation coming out of her body, she looks like an ordinary person who has not cultivated. She was born extremely beautiful, with red lips like the most gorgeous ruby. With a seductive luster, the skin is frosty saishui, and the fingers are slender and fair. In terms of attractiveness to men, she is not inferior to Shan Qingluo at all, but she lacks Shan Qingluo's natural coquettish charm. But the noble aura emanating from her delicate body was many times higher than that of Shan Qingluo. It's hard to imagine that such a beautiful woman is one of the 10 lords of the Demon Star, and also the foster mother of Shan Qingluo and Yu Shang, Kai Yu. After the two brothers and sisters came in, they first greeted Kai Yu, and after getting a response from Kai Yu, they carefully sat aside. The alchemy guru from Weiyu City, has the arrangements been made? Kai Yu asked casually. Going back to stepmother, it's already been arranged, but stepmother wants to meet again. Shan Qinglo looked at Caillou. Don't worry, since this person can refine the void level pill that was born with Danyan, it's really extraordinary, but compared to her, I'm more interested in the human man who came with her. Qinglo, what do you want to tell me? I vaguely heard some terrible rumors. Caillou sat on her seat, looking at Shan Qinglo with beautiful eyes. Shan Qingluo's tender body trembled, she quickly got up, knelt down on the ground, gritted her teeth and said, "Forgive me, mother, that man. What are you doing so nervous? The stepmother won't eat him, get up and talk." Caillou stretched out her hand and flicked Shan Qingluo up. Seeing that Qiyu didn't seem to be angry, Shan Qingluo couldn't help feeling a lot more relieved, and her tense mood gradually calmed down. Tell me, is the rumor I heard true or not? Caillou continued to ask. It's true, Shan Qingluo gritted her teeth and replied. Oh, so, that human is really your favorite? Caillou smiled softly. Yes, is he amazing? Why would even a woman like you fall in love with him? Yu Shang said that he is just a little boy who lives on women. No, Yu Shang is talking nonsense. Shan Qingluo glared fiercely at Yu Shang, who shrank his head, stroked his chin, and looked up at the sky. Tell me, what is so great about him, that he can make you so obsessed with it? Caillou seemed to be interested, and asked carefully. My daughter can't explain clearly. Shan Qingluo smiled shyly. In front of a powerful existence like Lord Qiyu, her queen's aura was completely suppressed. We knew him when he was very weak. At that time, my daughter it's the 9th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary, and he's only at the true origin boundary. There's a huge gap. Caillou raised her eyebrows, but he seems to have reached the 2nd level of void return, so he's on par with your cultivation speed. Knowing this point, she finally showed a little bit of surprise. Shan Qingluo's promotion was so fast, in her eyes, that human being was not inferior to her adopted daughter, which made her a little shocked. I don't know where he has been and what he has done all these years. Last time, I met him by accident in the Emperor's garden. This time he also came to Dichen to look for me. Has he been to the Emperor garden? Caillou became even more interested. That's right. At that time, my daughter teamed up with him to fight against a group of people from the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, but before we had time to talk, the Emperor Garden was closed. HMPH, Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Caillou snorted coldly, with a hint of disdain on her pretty face. Since you have joined forces with him, tell me, how strong is he? Shan Qingluo showed a troubled expression. You don't know that either. Caillou's expression darkened. Mother-in-law, forgive me, the battle was not long at that time, and my daughter didn't observe carefully, but my daughter can be sure that he is not weak. Caillou smiled softly, and said slowly, since you are so sure, then I can give him a chance. Although his courage to come to Dichen for you is admirable, he is only a human being after all, and, he seems to have other women. My daughter of Qiyu, how can I share a man with other women? Put away your feelings first. What is he like? I will investigate it myself. If he really agrees with me I won't object to yours, but if he's just a superficial appearance and a failure, I'll personally kill him. After finishing speaking, Caillou looked at Shan Qingluo, thinking that she would panic and beg bitterly, but she didn't expect that she could see the joyful look on Shan Qingluo's face. You have so much confidence in him? Caillou was surprised. Although I haven't seen him for decades, he was a person who was good at creating miracles back then. My daughter believes that he will not let me down, let down my adoptive mother. Shan Qingluo said in a deep voice. Okay, since you said that, then I feel relieved. Caillou nodded lightly, satisfied with Shan Qingluo's attitude, and said in a low voice, Yu Shang. The baby is here. Yu Shang got up quickly. I'll leave this matter to you. Test the depth of that little bastard for me. If he is just an ordinary human being, kill him earlier, so as not to be an eyesore. Caillou waved her hand. Yes. Yu Shang replied in a deep voice with a fierce look in his eyes. Go down. The two brothers and sisters left Caillou's bedroom. Yu Shang looked excited and was gearing up, as if he was ready to let go and do a big job. Although he thinks Yang Kai is quite an interesting guy who dares to call himself Big Uncle, but in the end he is still a human being, and on the premise of having other women, he still covets his little sister. It is simply a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Now that he got Caillou's instructions, he must of course think about Yang Kai. No matter what, let him beat him up first before talking about anything else. Yu Shang, Shan Qingluo shouted. What's the matter? Yu Shang quickly looked up at her. Shan Qingluo's beautiful eyes shone with a cold light. She squinted at him, and lightly parted her lips and said, if you dare to attack him personally, I want you to look good. Yu Shang was dumbfounded, and said with a mournful face, "Little sister, big brother is doing something for the stepmother." It was the stepmother's instruction. "I don't care, anyway, you can't do it yourself, otherwise, you won't have me as a little girl in the future." After finishing speaking, he left without giving Yu Shang a chance to speak. "Little sister, aunt," Yu Shang called from behind. Even though he shouted loudly, he couldn't get any response. He suddenly felt that this was a very embarrassing errand. After living in the palace for 3 days, Lord Qiyu finally summoned Shanning Shang. As an alchemy master who can refine birthed pill clouds, Shanning Shang has such qualifications. As for Yang Kai, Yu didn't take it seriously, and of course she didn't intend to meet him. For Shanning Shang, Yu still has a good feeling. This human woman is gentle and kind, with clear and pure eyes. When summoning Shanning Shang, Yu specially asked several famous alchemists in the palace to accompany her to test Shanning Shang's ability. The result made her extremely satisfied. Shanning Shang's views on alchemy seemed to have the style of a master, which was no less than those white-haired old guys who devoted their entire lives to alchemy. The alchemy competition held on the spot was also won by Shanning Shang with an absolute advantage. Yu was overjoyed when she got such a good talent, and offered Shanning Shang a very generous offer to live in the palace with peace of mind and make alchemy for her. If it weren't for Shanning Shang's inexperience and young age, the status of the chief alchemist in this palace might have changed hands. Chapter 1579. Please be kind to Master Sha. Shanning Shang has been reused, not only has her own attic, but also has several young, beautiful, dexterous maids to take care of her daily life. All she needs to do is to make alchemy for Qiyu with peace of mind. Everything was within Yang Kai's expectation. "Miss Sha, these materials are transferred to you by the Lord, and the Lord hopes to see the finished panacea in a month." In the attic, a maid in green clothes handed a space ring to Shanning Shang. "Go. Give it to me." Yang Kai smiled and took the space ring. The maidservant in green frowned slightly. She seemed a little unhappy, but she didn't refuse too much, and gently put the space ring in Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai's spiritual sense swept across, and chuckled lightly. "Why are there only so few materials? Aren't these still few? This is already the material for 40 void-grade pills." The green-clothed maid frowned. "Well, it's a little less. Can you get some more materials?" Yang Kai asked. Yes, but the other masters in the palace have so many quotas for a month. If there is more, they have no time to refine. How can those people compare with my little senior sister?" Yang Kai curled his lips with disdain. "Go and get more materials, the more the better." The girl in green immediately looked at Shanning Shang in embarrassment. To be honest, she didn't like Yang Kai very much. Rumors about Yang Kai being a jerk, relying only on women for food, and being flirtatious had already spread throughout the palace. No woman likes such a man. He is not satisfied with the woman of an alchemy master, and he actually extended his demonic claws to Mr. Shan Qingluo, which is sad. Sir Qingluo didn't know what was covering his wise and bright eyes, so he couldn't see through the nature of this shameless person, and couldn't see clearly his dirty soul hidden under the light. In the palace, almost everyone was sighing for Shan Qingluo, thinking that it was a beautiful flower, but willing to stick it in cow dung, which made them extremely sad and indignant. Now Yang Kai is more angry than the sky. This made the green-clothed maid who had a bad impression of him even more disgusted. However, the Lord seems to intend to reuse this new alchemy master, so she can't refuse directly, and just wants to ask Shanning Shang's opinion. "Just follow what junior brother wants." Shanning Shang said softly. "If Lord asks you, just say I want it. She won't disagree." "Yes." The green-clothed maid nodded helplessly. "By the way, what are the chances of those masters in the palace to produce pills?" Yang Kai asked again. 20%, the maidservant in green replied indifferently. 10 parts of ingredients, refined twice. "Understood, thank you for letting me know." Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. The green-clothed maid looked at him seriously. It seemed that he wanted to say something, but after hesitating for a long time, he couldn't say it. He just apologized to Shanning Shang, turned around and left. "This girl seems to hate me very much." Yang Kai looked at her back and laughed. He naturally knew why the other party put on a look of extreme loathing for him, but he didn't take it to heart. "Junior brother, will it be a little bad for us to do this?" Shanning Chong looked at Yang Kai worriedly. "What's wrong? After all, it is a virtual grade material, and its value is not low. If you do this, it is tantamount to cheating the material from Lord Qiyu." Shanning Shang felt a little uneasy and guilty. "That's not right." Yang Kai shook his head. Think about it, little senior sister, that girl just said that too. When other masters in the palace refine the void grade pill, the chance of making it is around 20%. That is, they say that 80% of the materials will be wasted by them. But you are different, little senior sister. If you try your best to refine, not to mention the 100% chance of becoming a pill, there is always a chance of success, and it doesn't matter if you fail occasionally. At that time, you only need to convert those materials into 30% of finished medicine pills. For Lord Chiyu, she has already made a lot of money, and we are just getting some benefits from it. This is something that is beneficial to everyone. Although what you said is good, I always feel bad. Sha Ningxiang pursed her red lips lightly. Although she felt that she and her junior brother were like thieves, since Yongkai asked her to do this, Sha Ningxiang would not refuse. The two quickly devoted themselves to the great cause of alchemy. The process of Sha Ningxiang's alchemy is cultivation. For her, alchemy is a kind of enjoyment and not hard work. And now she is also a martial artist at the Void Return first level. After delving into the true solution of alchemy, her accomplishments in alchemy are not trivial. Coupled with the fact that she successfully refined a spirit pill with pill clouds in Weiyu City last time, she gained a lot of insights. Now, her understanding of alchemy is even admired by Yongkai. A piece of material was transformed into a finished panacea in her hands with extremely high efficiency. Yongkai is not idle either, he is experimenting with the alchemy method and the true solution of alchemy. If it is successful, then one material will produce more panacea, not just one. It is conceivable that if he is allowed to experiment successfully, it will have a great impact on the field of alchemy. This is definitely a groundbreaking development. It's a pity that Yongkai has no clue for the time being, he can only refine the elixir while delving into the true solution of the alchemy. The two seniors, sisters and brothers worked together, and just 40 alchemy materials were squandered within a few days. A few days later, when the green-clothed maid came again and took a bottle of 12 pills, she was so surprised that she almost popped her eyes out. It's only been a few days, this young and beautiful alchemy master has really refined all the ingredients. Moreover, the number of Chengdan is 10% higher than that of other masters in the palace. She could hardly believe her eyes. If it wasn't for those elixirs that could match the materials delivered before, she would almost suspect that Sha Ningxiang used the previously refined elixirs to make up the number. No wonder the Lord thinks so highly of her, it turns out she is really capable. Thinking of this, she felt more and more that Yongkai was an eyesore. This little white face is really thick-skinned, doing nothing all day long, just staying by this girl's side, never leaving her, as if she was afraid that others would snatch her away same. But I don't blame him for doing this. I don't have much ability and can only rely on women for food. Of course, I have to be careful. There are countless suitors for such an outstanding woman as Master Sha. Master Sha, this is the material for 100 virtual level pills. The Lord has said that if you want more materials, you just need to tell the little maid, and the palace will provide enough unconditionally. A lot of materials are handed over. Thank you, Sha Ningxiang smiled slightly. Just put it there. Yongkai signaled lightly. The maidservant in green glared at him viciously, put down the material in her hand, thought for a while, and suddenly shouted coquettishly, "Please be nice to Master Sha, you shameless man." After speaking, he left angrily. Yongkai looked puzzled, and frowned. What is she scolding me for? I didn't provoke her or provoke her. Sha Ningxiang pursed her lips and smiled lightly, and said in relief, "Don't worry, others don't know how good you are, junior brother, I just need to know." Yongkai's heart warmed. Sha Ningxiang lowered her head, and said softly, "Actually, this is very good, I'm really afraid that more women will know how outstanding you are. Since the little senior sister has said so, then I can feel at ease to be your little face." Yongkai laughed. Sha Ningxiang blushed slightly, the word, little boy, always reminded her of some bad and messy things. The Chiyu territory is one of the top 3 existences in the top 10 territories of demon stars. The territory is naturally rich and produces a large number of geniuses and treasures. What's more, this is a demon star with countless monsters, so the palace does not lack the medicinal materials and monster beasts needed for alchemy. Dan or something. As much as Sha Ningxiang wanted, the palace could satisfy her. In order to gain as much benefit as possible from here, Yongkai and Sha Ningxiang, senior sister and brother, naturally spared no effort to refine the elixir, and only 30% of all the materials were refined, and the refined elixir was handed over to the green-clothed maid, then take new material from her. The remaining 70% were filled by Yongkai. There are not many opportunities to search for alchemy materials like this, how can Yongkai let it go? It doesn't matter to him, he is already a king-level alchemist now. Unless he is allowed to practice with king-level materials, he can effectively improve his alchemy skills, otherwise no matter how many pills he refines, it will only increase his own proficiency, that's all. But Sha Ningxiang is different, she needs a huge base of materials to make alchemy and improve her own cultivation. As the Star Master of Tongshuan Continent, the little senior sister is eager to improve her realm so as to bring vitality to her homeland. These materials obtained from the palace will become the stepping stones for Sha Ningxiang's growth. Sha Ningxiang's excellence made Caillou very happy. Although there are several virtual level alchemists in the palace, none of them can make alchemy as efficiently and quickly as Sha Ningxiang. It can be said that adding up the few virtual level alchemists in the palace is not as practical as one Sha Ningxiang. Caillou feels that if Sha Ningxiang can serve in the palace for 10 years, then it is very possible to create hundreds of void-returning mirror warriors for Caillou Elling. This is not a joke. If there are 10 years, the elixir refined by Sha Ningxiang will be given to those talented monster warriors to take. It will definitely help them grow effectively. She became more and more optimistic about Sha Ningxiang, and she almost responded to her requests without any delay. This kind of indulgence made it easier for Yang Kai to search for materials. He was already thinking about whether it was time to get some King Shu materials from Caillou. There has never been a Void King level alchemist on Dichen Star. This also means that there must be a large amount of Zhuang grade medicinal materials stored in the palace. Yang Kai had already learned about this from Shan Qingluo, knowing that Qiyu had a storehouse where many precious materials were stored, and there were many Void King level existences among them, which made Yang Kai very excited. Chapter 1580 Blood Refining. In the attic, Sha Ningxiang was concentrating on alchemy, and Yang Kai was planning how to get those king-level medicinal materials from Caillou's warehouse. After much deliberation, there is only one way. Use stone puppets. The stone puppet can move silently in the earth, and because it is an extremely special creature, it is extremely difficult for people to detect the fluctuation of life. When he was a guest at the gloomy star-glazed gate, Yang Kai used stone puppets to steal a large amount of 1,000 illusion glazed glass from the glazed gate, which became the main material for building Void King-class battleships. This time, however, things were a little different. Although Qianwan Luli Mountain is tightly protected by Luli, there is still an opportunity to take advantage of it. The strong men of Lulaman never imagined that there would be creatures in this world who could steal Qianwan Luli under their noses. As for Qiyu's warehouse, the level of security might not be comparable to that of Lulishan. Although the stone puppet is useful, its intelligence is not high. If it is sent out rashly, it is very likely to startle the snake. Only you can do it yourself. Thinking of this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated, stretched out his hand, and a golden stone puppet appeared in front of him. This stone puppet can be regarded as Xiao Xiao Xiao's only kin, but when it was born, its mind and soul were incomplete due to various reasons, making it, which was originally low in intelligence, become like a dead thing. It happened to be used by Yang Kai as a body. It has also absorbed a large amount of pure golden blood from Yang Kai, so its color is pale gold. Looking at the golden stone puppet in front of him, Yang Kai nodded lightly, and the growing ray of distraction in the sea of consciousness shot out leisurely and poured into the golden stone puppet. The next moment, Jin Shi puppet's sluggish eyes recovered a little, and seemed to become much more flexible. Yang Kai closed his eyes and moved slightly. No matter how many times he has experienced such things, he still feels amazing, injecting his distraction into the golden stone puppet, making the golden stone puppet his Dharma body. Yang Kai feels as if he is split in two at this moment. Not only can you feel all the emotional fluctuations and feelings of your own body, but you can also have a panoramic view of what the golden stone puppet sees and hears. This is an extremely wonderful, indescribable feeling. He didn't act in a hurry, but tried to use his distraction to control the movement of the stone puppet. After getting familiar with this strange body, he suddenly fled into the ground. The solid earth is like nothing to the golden stone puppet, its peculiar body can perfectly integrate itself into it, and it can move unimpeded below, just like a fish swimming in the water. No one in the palace noticed. Regarding the location of the warehouse, Yang Kai also asked Shan Qingluo to inquire clearly, so he didn't need to look for anything, he looked for the direction and went straight to the warehouse. Estimating the distance and location, it didn't take long for the golden stone puppet to arrive at the bottom of the warehouse. Yang Kai quietly released his spiritual sense and peeked upwards. As he expected, even the deep underground of the warehouse seemed to be blocked by restrictions. When his Dharma body divine sense came out, he soon encountered an invisible layer of resistance, blocking the front. The invisible resistance didn't seem to be very strong. Yang Kai moved in his heart and slightly increased the power of his consciousness, condensing the power of his consciousness into one strand, and bombarded towards the void. In all fairness, this was just a trial, and Yang Kai tried his best to control his power to the smallest extent, not daring to be too presumptuous. He thought that such a slight trial would not attract anyone's attention. But when his divine sense came into contact with that resistance, a terrifying aura suddenly permeated from a certain part of the palace. That aura was so strong that everyone trembled. In the dark, there seemed to be a pair of invisible eyes in the void overlooking the entire palace, watching everyone's movements. No one dared to act rashly under the gaze of these eyes. The breath was like ripples, quickly swept across the entire palace, and then disappeared. Many people fell to the ground in embarrassment, with sweat dripping from their foreheads. Even the strong ones of the void returning mirror were weak in their hands and feet at this moment, and their whole bodies were limp. "What are you looking for, my lord?" "I don't know. Did someone do something in the palace to make her angry?" There was a lot of discussion among the people, and they couldn't understand it. Everyone knew that that powerful aura belonged to Lord Qiyu, and she was the only one who could silence the entire palace in a single thought. Yang Kai was also taken aback. He didn't expect Kai Yu's reaction to be so quick. If it wasn't for the Stone Puppet Clan's special physique, which could perfectly integrate with the surrounding land, the Dharma body would definitely be exposed. After such a fuss, he didn't dare to do anything more with the warehouse, and quickly controlled the Dharma body to retreat quickly. In Chiyu's bedroom, she frowned slightly, with a look of suspicion on her face, and murmured, "It's strange, obviously the restriction of the warehouse has been touched, how could it not be discovered?" She also couldn't figure it out. No one can be presumptuous on her territory, and no one can hide from her prying eyes. She thought that the warehouse's restrictions had been in disrepair for a long time, and something went wrong that caused the abnormality just now. After thinking up to this point, she didn't want to continue to investigate anymore. Instead she smiled with great interest and said softly, "But Yu Shang is a lot smarter this time. He knows how to kill with a knife. I want to see it. How capable are you human beings?" Saying so, she quietly cast her divine sense to the attic where Shanning Shang was, observing the movement there. In the attic, Yang Kai just took the golden stone puppet back into the black book space, and suddenly seemed to have discovered something, looked somewhere in the void, and frowned. At this moment, he actually had a feeling of being spied on, but when his divine sense inspected it carefully, he found nothing. Could it be that what happened just now was exposed, causing Kai Yu to spy on her? Yang Kai's face turned black. Huh, this little guy actually noticed something. Kai Yu was surprised. With her powerful cultivation at the Void King 2 layer, it is easy to monitor a Void Return 2 layer without anyone noticing, but just now Yang Kai glanced at the Void, which clearly shows that he has noticed his spying. But that's all there is to it. It's impossible for him to really be aware of his divine thoughts. He should just be suspicious now. Kai Yu saw this from Yang Kai's expression. This is interesting. Kai Yu suddenly became interested. Yang Kai frowned, sitting on the spot, secretly feeling tricky. After a while, his expression became calm. He pretended nothing happened, closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. "Sorry, two sons, you can't go in. This is the place where Master Sha is refining alchemy. The Lord has ordered that no one should disturb the master during alchemy." Yang Kai's expression changed, and he listened carefully, and found that the person who spoke should be the green-clothed maid who delivered the medicinal materials to Shanning Shang before, and at this moment she seemed to be preventing someone from breaking into the attic. This young master knows that this is the place where Master Sha made alchemy, so he came here. If not, do you think this young master would come here? Get out of the way, I have something to discuss with that Master Sha. A rough voice sounded. It sounds very strange. You two gentlemen, please respect yourself. Your lord has issued a strict order, and please do not make things difficult for your servants. The green-clothed maid pleaded bitterly, and at the same time moved Qiyu out, using both soft and hard methods. Go away. The owner of the rough voice seemed to be angry. Don't use Senior Kai Yu to suppress me. I will explain to you. What are you, dare to block my way? Little girl, you'd better get out of the way. My son and brother Shuilian came here this time to ask Master Sha to refine the elixir, not to do anything to her. Brother Shuilian has a bad temper. If you offend him, I apologize to you on his behalf. Another voice sounded. Yang Kai suddenly sneered. He recognized that the owner of this voice was that evil-eyed maniac Xiao Mission. Yang Kai hadn't seen him again since entering the palace, but someone as arrogant as him would definitely not let things happen in Weiyu City. Shan Qingluo also reminded herself to be careful to prevent his revenge. This time he came over, some of the visitors were not kind. But who is the other one? Hearing Mitn call him Shui Lian, it seems that his status is not low, otherwise how could he call Mitn brothers? Yang Kai was very curious. Ask Master Sha to concoct alchemy. The green-clothed maid was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized, and said hastily, no, the master is a talent that the Lord is optimistic about. Without the order of the Lord, she can't make alchemy for others. No way, the monster clan powerhouse named Shui Lian sneered, why not? A mere human maidservant, my son asked her to make alchemy, so he looked up to her, praised her, so what if she could do alchemy? If you dare not to follow, this young master will destroy her in an instant. The maidservant in green was so frightened that her face turned pale. Although she was afraid of the ferocious aura of this powerful monster named Shui Lian, she still stood firmly in front of him and prevented him from breaking into the attic. I'll give you 3 breaths of time, if you don't give way, you are ready to die. As my son, killing a little maidservant, presumably Caillou Senior will not blame you, you should think clearly. Shui Lian said coldly looking at the green-clothed maidservant, her eyes were ferocious and her expression was violent. Girl, let's get out of the way, you're skinny and tender, it won't look good if you break it. Mitn still smiled gently, trying to persuade the green-clothed maid, with an evil gleam in his eyes. As soon as he met his gaze, the green-clothed maidservant's eyes became a little dull and blurred, and the struggling look on her face gradually became docile, and she blushed, nodded her head shyly, and stepped aside to get out of the way. Shui Lian snorted coldly, stretched out his hand and moved the green-clothed maid to a further position, and walked towards the attic with big strides. Mitn followed behind him with a smile. When the two were less than 10 feet away from the attic, the door of the attic suddenly opened with a creak. Yang Kai walked out from inside, closed the door of the attic gently, turned around, and looked at Mitn and Shui Lian indifferently look away. Shui Lian and Mitn stopped at the same time, the former looked Yang Kai up and down, and curled his lips in disdain. The latter shrank his eyelids, revealing a look of extreme hatred and fear in his evil eyes. He will never forget, in Chiyu City, Yang Kai's terrifying performance, this is an opponent enough for him to face up to. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1581, Brother Shui Lian, be careful, this is the human being I mentioned to you before. Mitn looked at Yang Kai coldly and reminded him softly. The monster warrior named Shui Lian frowned, looked at Yang Kai carelessly, and said, this is the human who killed your 2 thunder flame flying lizards. It doesn't look very good. He looked like he didn't take Yang Kai in his eyes, with a look of contempt. Mitn chuckled. If Brother Shui Lian despises him because he is a human being, then he is very wrong. He seems to be somewhat different from those humans on Dichen Star. HMPH, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. Mitn, where did your vigor go? It's unimportant to praise a human being so much. If my card monster is killed, he can't live to see the sun the next day. Mitn, you can't do it anymore, from now on this Dichen will be the world of my blood. Shui Lian didn't seem to take Mitn seriously, and he sneered for a while. Mitn didn't mean to be angry, but instead smiled and said, I just remind you, it's up to you whether you listen or not, hee. The 2 monster race powerhouses did not lower their voices, so Yang Kai could hear them clearly. He couldn't help but looked at the martial artist named Shui Lian with great interest, with a strange expression on his face. I'm afraid this blood training really has a lot of background, otherwise how dare you talk to Mitn like that? He knew that Mitn was the young master of Lord Thousand Eyes, who was well known in the entire Dichen Star, and that he could sit on an equal footing with him, and even criticize and ridicule him mercilessly. However, his cultivation is not weaker than Mitn, and he is also a strong man in the Void Return 3rd layer. What's the matter with you two? Yang Kai asked with a smile on his face, but his eyes were slightly cold. Come here for something. Shui Lian grinned grinningly, looking at Yang Kai disdainfully, but you are not qualified to talk to me, so ask that human woman surnamed Sha to come out and see me. Want to see my senior sister? Yang Kai chuckled, shook his head and said, I'm afraid it's inconvenient, my senior sister is concocting alchemy and won't meet anyone. Not seen. Shui Lian's expression stern, and he snorted coldly, that's up to her. Since my son is here, she can see it even if she sees it, and she can see it even if she doesn't see her. Mitn stood behind Shui Lian, and echoed with a smile, Brother Shui Lian came this time to find that girl to make alchemy. Well, I heard that her alchemy skills are really good. Brother Shui Lian has prepared the medicinal materials. As long as it can be refined by hand. Alchemy is fine. Yang Kai nodded. You don't need to tell my senior sister about such a small matter. I agreed for her. Give me the medicinal materials and then go back and wait for a few days. Mitn raised his brows. Shui Lian sneered. I'll give you the medicinal materials. What are you? My son heard that you are just a little boy who relies on women for food. Tell that woman to come out and see me. A mere human boy, this lowly maidservant even dares to show off in front of this young master, so I will tear her apart. The smile on Yang Kai's face slowly subsided, his eyes narrowed, and suddenly he showed a cold and heartless meaning. You scolded my senior sister just now. Are you deaf? What if I scold her? No way. You will pay the price. Yang Kai's tone was cold, and he didn't see any movement, but the whole person suddenly appeared not far in front of Shui Lian's body, and slammed a punch, smashing towards the door in front of him. His body was full of fierce and surging Saint Yuan, pouring fist burst out. The other party obviously came to find fault, and Yang Kai didn't intend to continue talking with him. Shui Lian was taken aback. He didn't see Yang Kai's movements at all. He felt a sharp murderous intent coming in front of him, roared in a hurry, and also threw a punch to meet him. His eyes were full of anger and mockery. Yang Kai's sudden attack really surprised him. No human being has ever been so bold as to dare to take the initiative to attack him. But this human being is a little overconfident, and actually tries to contend with himself with physical strength. Even among the monster star Emperor Chen, the physical strength of his bloodline is top-notch, and it is beyond the reach of many monster clan powerhouses, let alone a human being. He shot with all his strength, thinking that Yang Kai would be smashed to pieces by himself. Boom! The two fists touched in the void, and the void seemed to collapse in an instant, and there were circles of ripples visible to the naked eye, spreading ferociously around. Yang Kai's body shook, and his brows raised, looking a little surprised. Shui Lian's eyes widened, and an expression of disbelief emerged. With the collision of this punch, both of them felt the fierce force transmitted from the other side, and both felt that the other side was not easy to mess with. The huge force pushed the two of them back a few steps while countering the shock, and finally stabilized their figures. It's amazing, Mitn praised without hesitation. The moment Yang Kai made a move, he gracefully floated to the distance, and after he stood still, he happened to see the collision between the two. He was astonished. Although he has always felt that he is superior to Shui Lian in terms of overall strength, he would feel ashamed if he fights for physical strength alone. A bloodline known for its power. If he fights alone with Shui Lian, he will try his best to avoid physical contact and collision with the opponent, and use his own strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses. But this guy named Yang Kai is actually on par with Shui Lian. It seems that no one has taken advantage of this first blow, and no one has suffered. Mitn's expression turned serious, and he immediately understood that Yang Kai's ability to kill his two thunder flame flying lizards in that way in Weiyu City was not just an accidental explosion, he really had this ability. Now there is a good show to watch. Immediately, Mitn became excited, moved his gaze upwards, and glanced at a certain position hundreds of meters away. Over there, Yu Shang was standing with his arms crossed, cheerfully standing on the roof of a palace, condescendingly watching this side. With a smug expression on his face, noticing Mitn's gaze, he stretched out his hand and raised it as a gesture, say hello, and wait and see with Mitn. Interesting, you humans are interesting. Shui Lian looked Yang Kai up and down, with a taste of re-examining him, and shouted in his mouth, come again. As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of bloody light suddenly appeared on his body strangely. The bloody light was rich and bright red, full of evil aura. Covered by this bloody light, the aura of blood refinement suddenly rose sharply. He took a big step and rushed towards Yang Kai. Every step that falls makes the ground tremble, leaving deep footprints on the ground. Taking that footprint as the origin, the surrounding ground cracks into gaps that are as dense as spider webs. Yang Kai was instantly enveloped by a chilling murderous intent. The murderous intent is like a substance, cutting his body like a blade. The cold breath makes people's liver and gallbladder split, and they just want to stay away from the murderous intent. Yang Kai can't avoid it, and doesn't want to avoid it. A low and muffled roar came from his throat, like a wild beast. His flesh muscles swelled, his bones cracked, and his aura also soared, attacking the ubiquitous murderous intent around him, knocking out this invisible thing stir into powder. Shui Lian rushed in front of Yang Kai, his fists swung down like raindrops, mixed with the power of destroying heaven and earth, and greeted Yang Kai's whole body. Yang Kai didn't seem to have the intention to dodge, he let the opponent's attack fall on him, and the two iron fists also fought back against the vital points of Shui Lian. Bang bang bang. The constant muffled sound made one's scalp tingle, and was occasionally mixed with the muffled groans of the two of them. Yang Kai didn't show his defeat, instead, he fought with Shui Lian, fighting in full swing. His face was moved, Yu Shang opened his mouth wide, and the maidservant in green even lost the ability to think, her beautiful eyes tremblingly watched all this. She had always thought that Yang Kai was just a softie, shameless, she secretly felt sorry for Shanning Shang, and felt that Shanning Shang's vision was really wrong. How could she choose such a man? But now, she finally understands that this man who she regards as worthless also has his own shining side. Just for the sake of his own woman, daring to go head-to-head with Master Shui Lian is already dazzling. This man looks so handsome. The strength and physical body that Shui Lian was proud of failed to suppress Yang Kai, and the other party's attainments in this field were clearly comparable to him. His eyes are cold and severe, like the anger of a bloodthirsty monster. In the world of fists and feet, Yang Kai is entangled with Shui Lian, fighting with his body, every blow is shocking, and his strength is as surging as the sea. Between Yang Kai and Shui Lian, there was a berserk force splashing into the void, and the pure physical power was still sublimated, turning into an inexplicable artistic conception, enveloping the two of them together. Even strong men like Mitn and Yu Shang couldn't distinguish the specific situation on the battlefield. They could only see their figures moving up and down, and heard the sound of explosions, and felt the terrifying power of each blow. Bloody battle, Shui Lian roared, his voice was full of fury. Yang Kai also looked like a madman. The two people who met for the first time seemed to regard each other as enemies of life and death. Their eyes burst out with blood-red rays of light, captivating people's hearts. It's frightening, and I dare not face it squarely. The two figures were entangled together, bombarding each other indiscriminately, like a reckless man who had never practiced before, without using any other power, just wanted to overwhelm the other in this field. During the period, the light burst out, like a meteor flying away, gorgeous and magnificent, making people intoxicated. This kind of rough and simple way of fighting has always been dismissed by warriors, but at this moment, this kind of rough fighting is shining brilliantly under the hands of the two. Any kind of power cultivated to the extreme should not be underestimated. The more Shui Lian fought, the more frightened he became. He never imagined that a human being could be evenly matched with him in a fight of physical strength. He bombarded Yang Kai's fist with all his strength, as if he had touched the most solid rock, and there was a sound of gold and iron intersecting. The strength of Yang Kai's physical body made him feel that what he was facing was a body of gold and iron, not a body of flesh and blood. How is this possible? Even the demon clan, known for their physical strength, can't compare with their own bloodline. How does a human being do this? Is he still human? To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wei Hi Shang. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1582 Transformation into the Body of the Flood Dragon. On Monday, I would like to ask for recommendation votes. Friends who log into the account, please vote for a few while reading the book. Xiao Mo is very grateful. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's all. The most terrifying thing is Yang Kai's aura. As he fought, his aura became stronger and stronger, and the strength of his fists became stronger every time. Clearly, fighting fiercely with him was only a cup of tea time, and the opponent's strength never equaled his own, and he even suppressed himself a little bit. What's happening here? Could it be that he has not used all his strength? Shui Lian's expression became more and more dignified, and his face became more and more crazy and excited. He is the proud son of heaven, a dazzling new star on Dichen star. He will not be afraid of powerful enemies. The madness in his blood is eager to fight. Only by killing the strong can he show his strength. He is finally interested in Yang Kai. Yu Shang, what's going on here? Shan Qinglo suddenly arrived on the roof of the palace hundreds of meters away from the battlefield. With his black eyebrows furrowed, he asked eagerly while looking at the scorching battle situation below. There was such a big commotion here, how could she not notice it? After realizing that the fluctuation of the battle came from Shanning Shang's attic, she immediately came here, just in time to see the scene of Yang Kai and Shui Lian fighting bloody battles. Why did Yang Kai fight with Shui Lian? Didn't Shui Lian come here for a few days? Shan Qinglo looked suspicious. If Yang Kai and Mitn were to fight, she could still understand. After all, the relationship between the two, there was a gap in the time. Yang Kai killed Mitn's two ninth-order monsters. How could Mitn's personality give up? But Yang Kai and Shui Lian had clearly never met each other before, and there was no deep hatred between the two, so why are you fighting to the death below? I don't know. Yu Shang shrank his head and quickly waved his hands, indicating that this matter has nothing to do with him, but the twinkling eyes made Shan Qinglo see some clues. You really don't know. Shan Qinglo narrowed her eyes and looked at Yu Shang, her beautiful eyes flickered with coldness. Ahem, I really don't know. I'll ask you one last time, what's going on? Shan Qinglo gritted her teeth and shouted. Yu Shang's face suddenly turned into a bitter gourd, looking at Shan Qinglo pitifully, with a sad expression on his face, smashing his mouth, speechless. Sure enough, it was you who did it. Shan Qinglo was about to die of anger, her breasts were heaving violently. Blood refining is not an ordinary monster race. Yang Kai fought with him, no matter if he wins or loses, it will be of no avail result. After realizing that it was Yu Shang who set up the trap, Shan Qinglo wished to dump his cheap brother to pieces to vent his hatred. I didn't do anything. Yu Shang scratched his head in embarrassment. Didn't Shuilian just come to the palace these few days? I just bragged in front of him and Mitn how outstanding that Master Sha's alchemy skills are. It just so happens that Shuilian has pills that need to be refined, so. Shan Qinglo didn't say a word, and glared at Yu Shang with gritted teeth. I don't blame the big brother. The big brother originally wanted to encourage Mitn to do it, but I hate that guy is too cunning to let Shuilian take over. Well, by the way, it's your fault when it comes to it. Blame me, Shan Qinglo screamed, and her anger became more intense. Yu Shang was worried, and whispered, it's not that you didn't let the eldest brother do it himself, but it was the stepmother who ordered the boy's death. The elder brother thought for 3 days and 3 nights before he thought of such a good idea. Ways, if you let the eldest brother do it himself, I will definitely be careful not to hurt that kid, after all, he is also my brother-in-law, ha 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 ha. So it's really my fault. Shan Qinglo smiled sweetly, gnashing her white teeth lightly. It's the big brother's fault. Yu Shang readily admitted his mistake. He knew that if he kept pestering him, there would be no good end for him, so he could make his younger sister forgive him if he was a bachelor. If my man makes any mistakes, you will die. Shan Qinglo gritted his teeth and drank in a low voice. Caring about it leads to chaos, Miss Qinglo. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. Both Shan Qinglo and Yu Shang were startled, and quickly turned their heads to look at the source of the sound, and suddenly found that at some point, Bahi had come over, standing not far from them. As expected of being the #1 person below the Void King realm on Dichen Star. It seems that 200 years of incognito, not only did not let his cultivation level regress, but it became more and more advanced. Yu Shang and Shan Qinglo stood in awe and saluted quickly. Senior, what you said just now, are you optimistic about Yang Kai? Shan Qingluo looked at Bahi with beautiful eyes, her expression excited. Although she is now at the 3rd level of Void Returning Realm, comparable to Bahi, but in terms of eyesight, she thinks she can't compare with him, so Bahi's words reassured her a lot. Bahi chuckled. I didn't say that, it's just, he's really not easy to deal with. I'm afraid Shuilian won't be able to take him down, well, in the current state. After finishing speaking, Bahi sighed again. It's incredible, the young people of today are really incredible. This little guy is only a 2nd level Void Returning Realm, and he can actually force Shuilian to become like this. He has been promoted to the 3rd level, so Shuilian is definitely no match for him. Shan Qingluo's expression was joyful, and a sense of pride welled up spontaneously. This is the man I chose. It's that special. When he was in Zhongdu back then, he and his weak cultivation caused great upheavals. At that time, he often performed miracles. Decades have passed, and he seems to be even better now than he was back then. Shuilian is not an ordinary monster powerhouse, he has a lot of background, and he is also a top existence in the 3rd layer of Void Return. Shan Qingluo's beautiful eyes bloomed with a strange brilliance, and she felt very proud in her heart, as if it was normal for Yang Kai to do something, even if it was incredible. Senior, you just said that in the current state, Shuilian can't take him down. Yu Shang tasted another meaning in Bahi's words. That's right, Shuilian didn't use his full strength. You should be able to see that he hasn't stimulated the potential power of the blood dragon lineage yet. Bahi explained with a smile. Hearing what he said, Shan Qingluo couldn't help but her pretty face darkened, and she suddenly realized this problem. Yu Shang glanced at Shan Qingluo cautiously, and asked softly, Senior, if Shuilian attacks with all his strength, can my brother-in-law be able to stop him? I don't know about that. Bahi smiled faintly, I don't know the details of this guy either. If he only has this little ability, he should be unstoppable. If he has other means, then he can't say for certain, but in my opinion, in the confrontation of physical strength, blood training has the upper hand. Well, this junior thinks so too. Yu Shang nodded in agreement. However, a human being can be proud of being able to compete with Shui Lian like this at a lower level. It seems that the stepmother's order can be done perfectly. With such a performance, the stepmother should agree with him, but this boy's fickleness is a problem. The stepmother will never allow the younger sister to have sex with other women. Share a man's. Little sister, don't worry, it's really not going to work, big brother just go down and separate them. Yu Shang comforted while changing his thoughts. Shan Qinglo glared at him viciously. Yu Shang laughed dryly. Huh, golden blood, Ba He suddenly exclaimed in surprise, looking at Yang Kai with an unbelievable look in his eyes. He found that the blood flowing from Yang Kai's wound actually showed a light golden color. This is not the color of blood that a human being should have. Could it be that he really has some extraordinary bloodline, so that he can compete with Shui Lian in terms of physical strength? But, what kind of bloodline can produce golden blood? The fresh blood exuding a faint golden light seemed to contain extremely surging qi and blood power and vitality. As soon as it appeared, it began to repair the cracked skin and flesh of Yang Kai's wound, but it was restored in the blink of an eye. Such a strong recovery ability. Ba He was shocked on the spot, and involuntarily leaned forward a little, as if he wanted to see more clearly. The bloody battle 100 feet away is still going on. Both Yang Kai and Shui Lian were covered in blood, the light golden blood-red colors were intertwined and stained on their bodies. Boom boom boom. Intensive roars suddenly came from the contact point of the violent force. In the explosion, Yang Kai separated from Shui Lian. The eyes of both of them were as sharp and resolute as a falcon, and they didn't care about their injuries, they just stared at each other coldly. Human, you are really amazing. I take back my big words before, you are a very good opponent. Shui Lian took a deep breath and shouted in a deep voice. Really? Yang Kai grinned, but you don't seem to be doing well. Shui Lian laughed loudly. It's crazy enough, I haven't met a human like you for a long time, the guy who dared to talk to me like this last time has been torn apart by me, I hope you can hold on longer, let me have fun. As soon as the words fell, drops of bright red blood suddenly oozed from Shui Lian's exposed skin. As soon as those fresh blood appeared, they turned into blood mist, covering Shui Lian completely. It made his already violent and evil aura stronger by 3 points. In an instant, Shui Lian turned into a blood man, his whole body was bright red, and he looked extremely terrifying. The blood mist squirmed on his body, and suddenly turned into pieces like scales, covering his skin. At the same time, 2 crimson horns grew on Shui Lian's forehead, which looked majestic and majestic. The body of the flood dragon. Ba He shouted in a low voice, his expression becoming serious. Shan Qingluo's expression became tense, and Yu Shang's expression was even more solemn. Shui Lian is the son of the Lord of the Blood Flood Dragon, with the bloodline of the Blood Flood Dragon, and is the most powerful lineage of the monster race on Dichen Star. This point any monster race has to admit. When the body of transformation Flood Dragon is displayed, the strength of blood refining will increase by at least 30%. Most of the powerful monster races have this kind of secret technique, but the potential that can be stimulated varies according to their own blood. Compared with the aura just now, Shui Lian's aura is completely different from that of just now. The ferocious and surging aura spread around him, and the invisible impact made the whole world tremble. The blood all over his body seemed to be boiling and burning, and a mass of red breath surrounded him. The red mist twisted, and slowly rose into the air like a flame, making him look like a burning fireball. Shui Lian is about to go all out. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read.